The Making of Marx's Capital. Volume 2. Roman Rosdolsky. Contents. Author's Preface. 11. Translator's Note. 15. Part 1. Introduction. 1. 1. The origins of the rough draft. 1. 2. The structure of Marx's work. 10. The original outline and its changes. 10. 2. When and to what extent was the first outline abandoned? 12. 3. Previous explanation of the change in the outline. 23. 4. The methodological import of the original outline. 25. A. The first 3 books. 25. 1. Marx on the method and object of political economy. 25. 2. The Trinity formula of bourgeois economics. 28. 3. The 3 fundamental social classes. 31. 4. The transition from capital to landed property and from landed property to wage labor. 35. B. The book on capital. 40. 1. The original subdivision of the book on capital. 40. 2. Capital in general and many capitals. 41. 3. The structural relation of the rough draft to capital. 50. V. The scope and probable explanation for the change in the outline. 53. Appendix 1. The book on wage labor. 57. 1. Themes which were to have been included in the book. 57. 2. Why did Marx abandon the separate book on wage labor? 61. Appendix 2. Methodological comments on Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Marx's schemes of reproduction. 63. Page 6. 3. Karl Marx and the problem of use value in political economy. 73. Part 2. The first formulation of Marx's theory of money. 97. Preliminary note. 97. 4. Critique of the labor money theory. 99. 5. Transition from value to money. 109. 1. The necessity of the formation of money. 109. 2. The quantitative and qualitative aspects of the problem of value. 118. 3. The formation of money and commodity fetishism. 123. 4. The development of the internal contradictions of the money form. 130. 6. The functions of money. 135. A. Money as measure of value. 135. 1. Preliminary note. 135. 2. Money as measure of value. 136. 7. The functions of money. 142. B. Money as medium of circulation. 142. 8. The functions of money. 150. C. Money as money. 150. 1. General comments. 150. 2. Money as hoard. 151. 3. Money as means of payment. 158. 4. Money as world money. 162. 5. Concluding remarks. 164. Part 3. The section on the production process. 167. 9. Introductory remarks. 167. 10. The law of appropriation in a simple commodity economy. 175. Page 7. 11. The transition to capital. 183. 12. Exchange between capital and labor power. 194. 13. Labor process and valorization process. 203. 14. Creation of value and preservation of value in the production process. 212. 15. The general concept and the 2 basic forms of surplus value. 220. 16. Relative surplus value and productive force. 230. 17. The methods of production of relative surplus value. 235. 18. Simultaneous working days. The capitalist law of population and the industrial reserve army. Marx's critique of Malthus. 245. 19. The reproduction process and the inversion of the law of appropriation. 256. 20. Primitive accumulation and the accumulation of capitals. 268. Appendix. A critical assessment of Marx's theory of wages. 282. 1. Marx's theory of wages. 282. 2. Marx on the movement of wages. 286. A. The general conditions for increases in wages. 286. B. The economic cycle and the movement of wages. 291. 3. Marx's doctrine of relative wages. 293. 4. The industrial reserve army as regulator of wages. 296. 5. The so-called theory of immiseration. 300. 6. The kernel of truth in the theory of immiseration. 307. 7. Concluding remark. 312. Page 8. Part 4. The section on the circulation process. 315. Introductory remark. 315. 21. The transition from the production process of capital to the circulation process of capital. Excursus on the realization problem and the first scheme of reproduction. 317. 22. Circulation time and its influence on the determination of value. 334. 23. The turnover of capital and turnover time. The continuity of capitalist production and the division of capital into portions. 345. 24. The characteristic forms of fixed and circulating capital. 351. Part 5. Capital as fructiferous. Profit and interest. 367. 25. The transformation of surplus value into profit. The general rate of profit. 367. 26. The law of the falling rate of profit and the tendency of capitalism towards breakdown. 376. 27. Fragments on interest and credit. 383. 1. The extent to which the original outline envisaged the treatment of these themes. 383. 2. The rough draft on interest-bearing capital. 386. 3. The category of capital as money. 389. 4. Critique of Prudhonism. 391. 5. The rough draft on the role of credit in the capitalist economy. 392. 6. The barriers of the credit system. 395. Appendix. On recent criticisms of Marx's law of the falling rate of profit. 398. Part 6. Conclusion. 413. 28. The historical limits of the law of value. Marx on the subject of socialist society. 413. 1. Marx on the development of human individuality under capitalism. 413. Page 9. 2. The role of machinery as the material precondition of socialist society. 425. 3. The withering away of the law of value under socialism. 428. 29. The reification of the economic categories and the true conception of the process of social production. 437. Part 7. Critical excursus. 445. 30. The dispute surrounding Marx's schemes of reproduction. 445. Introduction. 445. 1. A note on the formal aspect of the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2. 445. 2. The approximation to reality of Marx's schemes of reproduction. 450. 3. The basic presupposition of Marx's schemes of reproduction. 454. 4. The schemes of reproduction and the realization problem. 457. 2. The discussion between the Narodniks and the legal Marxists in Russia. 460. 1. Engels's debate with Danielson. 460. 2. Bulgakov's and Tagan-Baranovsky's interpretation of Marx's analysis of extended reproduction. 464. 3. Lenin's theory of realization. 472. 4. Hilferding's interpretation of Marx's schemes of reproduction. 483. V. Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Marx's theory of accumulation. 490. 1. The historical and methodological background. 490. 2. The schemes of reproduction and technical progress. 494. 3. The neo-harmonist applications of the schemes. 497. 31. The problem of skilled labor. 506. I. Bohm-Bawerk's critique. 506. 2. Marx's probable solution. 505. 32. A note on the question of false rationalization. 521. 33. Joan Robinson's critique of Marx. 530. I. Marx's theory of value. 530. Page X. 1. Marx as a value fetishist. 530. 2. Marx's rigmarole. 538. 3. Marx's search for a social elixir. The problem of value in a socialist society. 541. 2. Marx's theory of the essence of capitalist exploitation and his concept of capital. 544. 3. Concluding remarks. 549. 34. Neo-Marxist economics. 552. I. A seemingly dogmatic controversy. 552. 2. On the method of Marx's economics. 561. 3. Concluding remark. 570. Bibliography. 573. Index. 579. Page 315. Part 4. The section on the circulation process. Introductory remark. We now come to a section of the rough draft which, in its most general sense, corresponds to Volume 2 of Capital, i.e. the section dealing with the circulation process of capital. We should first of all note that when, in the chapter before last, reference was made to capital as it has become, this was only an anticipation of results which were to follow much later in the analysis, as we have not yet by any means got beyond the stage of capital in its becoming. This is because the completed form of capital presupposes not only that capital has passed through the process of its own production, but also through that of circulation. In this sense, circulation represents a necessary moment in the self-formation of capital. It is at the same time its becoming, its growth, its vital process. Point 1. However, we can only speak of capital which has become or is complete when capital steps, so to speak, beyond its organic inner life, and enters into relations with outer life too, that is, when the analysis progresses from that of capital in general to that of many capitals, capital in its reality. It follows from this, that this section can only concern itself with page 316. A general study of the circulation process, with the new forms which capital develops during its circuit, and in particular, during its stay in the sphere of circulation. We should not for one instant forget, however, that in reality the sphere represents the sphere of competition, which, considered in each individual case, is dominated by chance, where, then, the inner law, which prevails in these accidents and regulates them, remains, therefore, invisible and unintelligible to the individual agents in production. Point 3. However, it is precisely for this reason that the scientific analysis of the circulation process must, in the first instance, disregard all the outward appearances of competition, so that it can grasp this process in its pure form, its simple basic form. Marx develops the concept of the circulation of capital from two standpoints. First, capital stay in the sphere of circulation proper, i.e. in the markets for labor and commodities. Second, the circuit of capital through the entirety of its phases, which includes the phase of its production process, as well as the phase of circulation proper. Different characteristic forms emerge from each of these standpoints, which modify the laws arrived at in the previous section. Their analysis is therefore indispensable for the understanding of the process of capitalist production as a whole. 21. The transition from the production process of capital to the circulation process of capital. Excursus on the realization problem and the first scheme of reproduction. In contrast to Volume 2 of Capital, the section of the rough draft which deals with the circulation process of capital, opens with an excursus, which, strictly interpreted, goes beyond the limits of the abstract analysis of the process of circulation and the new characteristic forms of capital which arise there. However, this section should be regarded as a welcome complement to the analysis. This excursus, which can be found on pages 40,123, deals with the problem of realization and crises of overproduction. It begins, we have now seen how, in the valorization process, capital has maintained its value by means of exchange itself. Increased, created a surplus value. There now appears, as the result of this unity of the process of production and the process of valorization, the product of the process, i.e. capital itself, emerging as product from the process whose presupposition it was. And specifically a higher value, because it contains more objectified labor than the value which formed the point of departure. This value as such is money. However, this is the case only in itself, it is not posited as such. One that which is posited at the outset, which is on hand, is a commodity with a certain price, i.e. which exists only ideally as a certain sum of money, and which first has to realize itself as such in the exchange process, hence has to re-enter the process of simple circulation in order to be posited as money too. Marx continues, looked at precisely, the valorization process of capital therefore appears at the same time as its devaluation process, its demonetization. This is because money has lost its form as money through its entry into the production process, and can only regain it in the circulation process. In fact, the situation is now that the capitalist enters the process of circulation not simply as one engaged in exchange, but as producer, and the others engaged in exchange are, in relation to him, consumers. They must exchange money in page 318. Order to obtain his commodity for their consumption, while he exchanges his product to obtain their money. Suppose that this process breaks down and the separation by itself implies the possibility of such a miscarriage in the individual case, then the capitalist's money has been transformed into a worthless product, and has not only not gained a new value, but also lost its original value. But whether this is so or not, in any case devaluation forms one moment of the valorization process, 3 which is already simply implied in the fact that the product of the process in its immediate form is not value, but first has to enter anew into circulation in order to be realized as such. Therefore while capital is reproduced as value and new value in the production process, it is at the same time posited as not value, as something which first has to be valorized by means of exchange. As a commodity, capital now shares the fate of commodities in general. It is a matter of accident whether or not it is exchanged for money, whether its price is realized or not, for we thus come to the realization problem, and by extension to the problem of crises. The rough draft states further, in the production process itself where capital continued to be presupposed as value, its valorization appeared totally dependent solely on the relation of itself as objectified labor to living labor, i.e. on the relation of capital to wage labor. But now, as a product, as a commodity, it appears dependent on circulation, which lies outside this process. As a commodity it must be a use value, and as such an object of need, object of consumption, and it must be exchanged for its equivalent in money. The new value can be realized only through a sale. 5. Both of these conditions have been encountered in the analysis of simple commodity circulation. We saw there that, as a means of exchange, the commodity must be a use value, but it can only become such by being put up for sale, since it is not a use value for the person in whose hands it is a commodity, but for the person who. 3. This devaluation, which constitutes a moment of the process of valorization itself, should be distinguished from the devaluation of capital, which results from the increase in the productive power of labor. Value, we read in Marx's letter to Engels of September 14, 1851, is originally determined by the original costs of production. But once it is produced, the price of the product is determined by the costs which are necessary to reproduce it. And the costs of reproduction fall constantly, and all the more rapidly, the more industrial is the age. Hence, law of the progressive devaluation of capital value itself takes it in exchange as a use value. For the owner of the commodity, its use value consists solely in its exchangeability, alienability to the extent of the exchange value represented in its 6. And the same relation must therefore be simultaneously a relation of essentially equal commodities which differ only in magnitude, i.e. a relation which expresses their equality as materializations of universal labor time, and at the same it must be their relation as qualitatively different things, as distinct use values for distinct needs, in short a relation which differentiates them as actual use values. 7. This contradiction between use value and exchange value, already manifest in the commodity and in simple commodity circulation, is revived in new forms in the circulation of capital. But this time, this contradiction is posited not merely as it was in circulation, as a merely formal difference. 8. Rather, the quality of being measured by use value is here firmly determined as the quality of being measured by the sum total of the needs of the exchangers for this product. What is posited now is that the measure of its availability is given in its natural composition itself. In order to be transposed into the general form, the use value has to be present in a limited and specific quantity, a quantity whose measure does not lie in the amount of labor objectified in it, but arises from its nature as use value, in particular use value for others. 9. That is, as a specific, one-sided qualitative use value, e.g. grain, the product of capital, is only required in a specific quantity, i.e. in a certain measure. This measure, however, is given partly in its quality as use value, its specific usefulness, applicability, partly in the number of individuals engaged in exchange who have a need for this specific consumption. This is because use value in itself does not have the boundlessness of value as such. Given objects can be consumed as objects of need only up to a certain level. Hence, as use value, the product contains a barrier, precisely the barrier consisting of the need for it, which, however, is measured not by the need of the producers but by the sum total of the needs of the exchangers. 10. However, if this sum total of needs falls short, the product of capital ceases to be use value, and consequently ceases to be capital. 11. However, the product of capital must not only be an object of consumption, but must also be exchanged for its equivalent in money. 12. Which produces a further barrier to realization. Since circulation was presupposed at the outset as a constant magnitude as having a given volume, but since, on the other hand, capital has created a new value in the production process, it seems indeed as if no equivalent were available for it. The surplus value requires a surplus equivalent, but this must first be created by production. Thus, capital has its limit as value in alien production, just as use value its barrier in alien consumption. In the latter, its measure is the amount of need for the specific product, in the former, the amount of objectified labor existing in circulation. The indifference of value as such towards use value is thereby brought into just as false a position as are, on the other side, the substance of value and its measure as objectified labor in general. 13. Following on from this, we find the illuminating description, which we have already encountered. 14. Of the propagandizing and civilizing tendencies of capital, where Marx shows how capital's insatiable drive for valorization brings about an extending circle of circulation through production itself, and the continuous creation of more surplus labor as a complement to itself, and how, on the other side, this same drive for valorization has as its consequence the fact that the consuming circle within circulation expands as did the productive circle previously, by means of the creation of new needs and the extension of existing ones. In this way it begins to look as if the impediments to realization which have just been described could in fact be overcome through the development of the capitalist mode of production itself. However, it by no means follows that because capital tries to tear down every barrier which it encounters, and hence gets ideally beyond it, in terms of the direction in which it proceeds, that it has really overcome it, that they cease to exist. 15 On the contrary, if we previously saw in capital a unity of the processes of production and valorization, it is now necessary to emphasize that this unity of production and valorization is not direct, but is only a process by which all the contradictions inherent in it are continually superseded, but also constantly recreated. 16 How this process actually takes place is another question, which does not belong to the study of capital in general. What is necessary at this stage of the analysis is to take note of the existence of these contradictions in the first instance, and demonstrate that both these contradictions and the tendencies which temporarily overcome them are in themselves already contained in the simple concept of capital, so that their later unfolding can be seen as a development from this kernel. 17 In the rough draft, Marx only deals with the problem of crises of overproduction at this abstract level. He says, the whole dispute as to whether overproduction is possible and necessary in capitalist production revolves around the point whether the process of the valorization of capital within production directly posits its valorization in circulation, whether its valorization posited in the production process is its real valorization. Bourgeois economists are divided into two camps on this issue. Those who, like Ricardo, conceived production as directly identical with the self-valorization of capital and hence were heedless of the barriers to consumption or of the existing barriers of circulation itself, to the extent that it must represent counter-values at all points, having in view only the development of the forces of production and the growth of the industrial population supply without regard to demand, have grasped the positive essence of capital more correctly and deeply than those who, like Sismondi, emphasized the barriers of consumption and of the available circle of counter-values, although the latter has better grasped the limited nature of production based on capital in its negative one-sidedness. Of course, Ricardo also had a suspicion that the exchange value of a commodity is not a value apart from exchange, and that it proves itself as a value only in exchange, but he regards the barriers which production thereby encounters as accidental, as barriers which are overcome. He therefore conceives the overcoming of such barriers as being in the essence of capital, although he often becomes absurd in the exposition of that view, while Sismondi, by contrast, emphasizes not only the encounters with the barriers but their creation by capital itself, and has a vague intuition that they must lead to its breakdown. He therefore wants to put up barriers to production from the outside, through custom, law, etc., which of course, as merely external and artificial barriers, would necessarily be demolished by capital. On the other side, Ricardo and his entire school never understood the really modern crises, in which this contradiction of capital discharges itself in great thunderstorms which increasingly threaten it as the foundation of society and of production itself. 18. It is already clear from this comparison of Sismondi's and Ricardo's views which direction Marx's solution to the problem had to take. In opposition to Ricardo, he constantly points to the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, to the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, as opposed to the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as though only the absolute consuming power of society constituted their limit. 19 Thus, for Marx, crises are not, as Ricardo maintains, accidental, but essential outbreaks occurring on a large scale and at definite periods of the immanent contradictions. 20 However, in opposition to Sismondi, Marx stresses the universal tendency and positive essence of capital, and consequently views the overcoming of the barriers of the sphere of exchange as part of the essence of capital itself in the sense which we are already acquainted with, according to which the contradictions of capitalism are continually superseded, but equally continually posited on an ever higher scale, until they eventually lead to its collapse and the transition to a higher form of social production. This is precisely the standpoint from which Marx criticizes the attempts at apologetics by the economists who deny the possibility of general crises of overproduction. Since we are already acquainted with this critique from Volume 2 of the Theories, it is unnecessary to look in any more detail at the relevant passage in the Grundrisse. Marx's main criticism of the economists was that they disregarded all the features and definitions specific to the capitalist mode of production in order to explain away crises of overproduction, and that they equated the circulation of capital with simple commodity circulation, even direct barter. The moment of valorization is here simply thrown out entirely, and production and consumption are simply equated, i.e. not production based on capital but production based directly on use. Value is presupposed. 21. On the other hand, bourgeois economists always strive to emphasize only the moment of unity, and to deny the antagonisms themselves, whereas in fact, the economic relation comprises antagonism, and is the unity of opposites. In this way the unity of antagonisms becomes the immediate identity of these antagonisms. 22. A manner of thinking the criticism of which belongs to the sphere of logic and not of economics. 23. Thus, the economists stressed, for example, the tendency of capital to distribute itself in correct proportions, but studiously forgot that it is equally its necessary tendency since it strives limitlessly for surplus labor, surplus productivity, surplus consumption etc. to drive beyond this proportion. 24. Of course, if production in capitalism were carried out in accordance with a general and predetermined plan, then no overproduction could in fact occur. 25. However, since this is a contradiction in terms, as the growth of capitalist production is not directly regulated or determined by the needs of society, capital is necessarily just as much the constant positing as the supersession of proportionate production. 26. And within capitalist production proportionality proceeds as a continuous process out of disproportionality. 27. Bourgeois apologetics should therefore be countered by saying that, although the individual moments of the valorization process belong internally together, they may or may not find each other, balance each other, correspond to each other and that they're indifferent. 22. Theories 3, pages 88, 101. Cf. Theories 2, pages 50001, if, for example, purchase and sale or the metamorphosis of commodities represent the unity of two processes, or rather the movement of one process through two opposite phases, and thus essentially the unity of two phases, the movement is essentially just as much the separation of these two phases and their becoming independent of each other. Since, however, they belong together, the independence of the two correlated aspects can only show itself forcibly as a destructive process. It is just the crisis in which they assert their unity, the unity of the different aspects. The independence which these two linked and complementary phases assume in relation to each other is forcibly destroyed. Thus the crisis manifests the unity of the two phases that have become independent of each other. There would be no crisis without this inner unity of factors that are apparently indifferent to each other. But no, says the apologetic economist. Because there is this unity, there can be no crises. Which in turn means nothing but that the unity of contradictory factors excludes contradiction. Independent existence towards one another is already a foundation of contradictions. 28. Still, continues Marx, we are by no means finished. The contradiction between production and valorization of which capital, by its concept, is the unity has to be grasped more intrinsically than merely as the indifferent, seemingly reciprocally independent appearance of the individual moments of the process, or rather of the totality of processes. That is, this has not been achieved by mere reference to the general, abstract possibility of crises, rather it is necessary to demonstrate that capital contains a particular restriction of production which contradicts its general tendency to drive beyond every barrier to production. This already suffices, in order to have uncovered the foundation of overproduction, the fundamental contradiction of developed capital, or, to speak more generally, to have uncovered the fact that capital is not, as the economists believe, the absolute form for the development of the forces of production. 29. This particular limitation consists in the fact that capital's drive for valorization, which compels it to expand production without limit, at the same time forces it to restrict the sphere of exchange, i.e. the possibility of valorizing, of realizing the value posited in the production process. This contradiction is one which Sismondi grasped crudely, but nonetheless correctly, as a contradiction between production for the sake of production and distribution which makes absolute development of productivity impossible. 30. Marx now proceeds to substantiate his theory in more detail. He says that it is a basic presupposition of capitalist production that capital has to enter into exchange with the worker, before anything else, i.e. posit necessary labor. Only in this way does it valorize itself and create surplus value. On the other hand, it posits necessary labor only to the extent and insofar as it is surplus labor and the latter is realizable as surplus value. It posits surplus labor, then, as the condition for necessary, and surplus value as the limit of objectified labor, of value as such. It therefore restricts labor and the creation of value, and does so on the same grounds as and to the same extent that it posits surplus labor and surplus value. By its nature therefore, it posits a barrier to labor and value creation, in contradiction to its tendency to expand them boundlessly. And inasmuch as it both posits a barrier specific to itself, and on the other side, equally drives over and beyond every barrier, it is the living contradiction. 31. We read in the next paragraph that if capital makes surplus labor and its exchange for surplus labor into the precondition of necessary labor, hence already narrows and attaches conditions to the sphere of exchange from this side, it is just as essential to it, on the other side, to restrict the worker's consumption to the amount necessary to reproduce his labor capacity to make the value which expresses necessary labor the barrier to the realization of labor capacity and hence of the worker's exchange capacity, and to strive to reduce the relation of this necessary labor to surplus labor to the minimum. 32. This is a tendency which arises from capital's limitless drive for valorization, but which must, in fact, once more, appear as a restriction in its sphere of exchange. The same situation prevails with the productive force. On the one hand, the necessary tendency of capital to raise it, to the utmost, in order to increase relative surplus labor time. On the other hand, thereby decreases necessary labor time, hence the worker's exchange capacity. Further, relative surplus value rises much more slowly than the force of production, and moreover this proportion grows ever smaller as the magnitude reached by the productive forces is greater. 33 But the mass of products grows in a similar proportion as the productive force does. But to the same degree as the mass of products grows, so grows the difficulty of realizing the labor time contained in them because the demands made on consumption rise. 34. Marx sums up by saying, capital, then, posits necessary labor time as the barrier to the exchange value of living labor capacity, surplus labor time as the barrier to necessary labor time, and surplus value as the barrier to surplus labor time, while at the same time it drives over and beyond all these barriers, forgets them and abstracts from them. Hence overproduction, i.e. the sudden recall 35 of all these necessary moments of production founded on capital, hence general devaluation in consequence of forgetting them. Capital, at the same time thereby faced with the task of launching its attempt anew from a higher level of the development of productive forces, with each time greater collapse as capital. Clear therefore, that the higher the development of capital, the more it appears as barrier to production, hence also to consumption, besides the other contradictions which make it appear as burdensome barrier to production and intercourse. 36. The contradiction between production and valorization therefore lies in the nature of capital itself and is based upon the antithetical interaction between necessary and surplus labor. The larger the surplus labor, the smaller the necessary labor, but also then, the smaller the possibility of the realization of the surplus product. In this sense, capital's limitless drive for valorization is identical to the positing of barriers to the sphere of exchange. 37. But if this is the case, if capital itself erects a barrier to the realization of the surplus value created in the production process by limiting workers' consumption, how is the development of capital possible at all? How can capital avoid a situation of permanent crisis? If one proceeds from these premises, isn't it then necessary to accept the explanation offered by Sismondi or the Russian Narodniks, namely, that in the long run the realization of surplus value is impossible in capitalism and that surplus value has to be disposed of abroad, in exchange with other countries? 38. In the first instance we want to confine ourselves to a methodological criticism of this argument. That is, that those who argue in this way overlook the fact that in reality the capitalist economy presupposes competition, that is a sphere in which the abstract characteristics acquired in the analysis of capital in general are first realized, but are at the same time modified. This connection is clear from Marx's rough draft. We read in the excursus that in contrast to the conditions prevailing before capitalism, in capitalist production consumption is mediated at all points by exchange, and labor never has a direct use value for those who are working. Its entire basis is labor as exchange value and as the creation of exchange value. Consequently, the wage laborer is himself an independent center of circulation, someone who exchanges, posits exchange value, and maintains exchange value through exchange. But precisely for this reason, to each capitalist, the total mass of all workers, with the exception of his own workers, appear not as workers, but as consumers, possessors of exchange values, money, which they exchange for his commodity. 39. They form a proportionally very great part, although not quite so great as is generally imagined, if one focuses on the industrial worker proper of all consumers. The greater their number, the number of the industrial population and the mass of money at their disposal, the greater the sphere of exchange for capital. However, the relation of one capitalist to the workers of another capitalist alters nothing in the relation of capital in general to labor. Every capitalist knows this about his worker, that he does not relate to him as producer to consumer, and wishes to restrict his consumption, i.e. his ability to exchange his wage, as much as possible. 40. Of course he would like the workers of other capitalists to be the greatest consumers possible of his own commodity. But the relation of every capitalist to his own workers is the relation as such of capital and labor, the essential relation. From this point of view, therefore, it is basically an illusion. True for the individual capitalist as distinct from all the others that apart from his workers the whole remaining working class confronts him as consumer and participant in exchange, as money spender, and not as worker. It is forgotten that, as Malthus says 41, the very existence of a profit upon any commodity presupposes a demand exterior to that of the laborer who has produced it, and that therefore the demand of the laborer himself can never be an adequate demand. However, this illusion is of the greatest significance. This is because, as we read further in the rough draft, one production sets the other into motion and hence creates consumers for itself in the alien capital's workers. It seems to each individual capitalist that the demand of the working class posited by production itself is an adequate demand. On one side, this demand which production itself posits drives it forwards, and must drive it forwards beyond the proportion in which it would have to produce with regard to the workers. On the other side, if the demand exterior to the demand of the laborer himself disappears or shrinks up, then the collapse occurs. Capital itself then regards demand by the worker, i.e. the payment of the wages on which this demand rests, not as a gain, but as a loss, i.e. the immanent relation between capital and labor asserts itself. Here again it is the competition among capitals, their indifference to, and independence of, one another, which brings it about that the individual capital relates to the workers of the entire remaining capital not as to workers, hence is driven beyond the right proportion 42. It is quite the same, we read in a footnote, with the demand created by production itself for raw materials, semi-finished goods, machinery, means of communication, and for the auxiliary materials consumed in production, such as dyes, coal, grease, soap etc. This effective exchange value positing demand is adequate and sufficient as long as the producers exchange among themselves. Its inadequacy shows itself as soon as the final product encounters its limit in final and direct consumption. 43 The semblance to, which drives beyond the correct proportion, is founded in the essence of capital, which, as will be developed more closely in connection with competition, is something which repels itself, is many capitals mutually quite indifferent to one another. 44 Insofar as one capitalist buys from others, buys commodities, or sells, they are within the simple exchange relation, and do not relate to one another as capital. The correct proportion in which they must exchange with one another in order to realize themselves at the end as capital lies outside their relation to one another. 45. So much then on the necessary, imminent barriers to capitalist production, as they are expressed in crises of overproduction. It is clear that we are not dealing here with absolute barriers, but with barriers which only evidence themselves as such in continuous movement, in the continual struggle of conflicting tendencies. If this is so, then the question as to the conditions which facilitate a relative equilibrium of the capitalist system as it reproduces itself, though this may be interrupted by crises, is not only theoretically admissible, but in fact of very great importance for the science of economics. Marx 46 divides the aggregate capital of society into 5 classes, which are represented by capitalists A, B, C, D, and E. The first 2 are manufacturers of raw materials, the third produces machines, the fourth necessaries for the workers, and the fifth luxury products destined for consumption by the capitalists themselves. The organic composition of capital is the same in all 5 branches of production, 75C plus 25B. The rate of exploitation is also the same 100%. Thus we get the following scheme. How does reproduction take place according to this scheme? Capitalist E exchanges his entire product of 100 for 20 in his own workers' wages, 20 in wages for workers of raw material A, 20 for the workers of raw material B, 20 for the workers of machinery maker C, 20 for the workers of surplus producer D. Of this he exchanges 40 for raw material, 20 for machinery, 20 he obtains back from workers' necessaries, and 20 remain for him to buy surplus produce, from which he himself lives. Similarly the others in the relation. Each capitalist is then in a position to continue production at the same level in the next year. 49. It is not difficult to recognize in this 5-fold scheme in the rough draft the prototype of the schemes for simple reproduction which we know from Capital 50 and the theories. 51 If we group together the 2 producers of raw materials and the machinist on the one side, and on the other side the producers of necessaries and luxuries, thus forming 2 particular groups, we arrive at the following scheme. The capitalists in department I can directly use 180C for reproduction since they exist in the natural form of means of production, and the 40V and 40s of department 2 have just as little need to go outside the limits of this department. However, what has to be exchanged between the 2 departments are the 60V and 60s of the first, and the 120C of the second department. Thus we obtain the equation which expresses the conditions for the smooth course of reproduction as 6 plus SI equals CII as in the reproduction scheme of Volume 2 of Capital. However, what happens in the case of extended reproduction, or, expressing this in capitalist terms, in accumulation? This requires a special scheme for extended reproduction, and we can already find a hastily drafted beginning to such a scheme in the rough draft. 52 And although this attempt contains some obvious errors of calculation, it is clear what Marx wants to say. It proceeds as follows. In the first place, the production of at least the surplus producer D has to be restricted, so that a transition from simple to extended reproduction can take place. For, If each capitalist consumed only 10 out of 20 from his surplus value and accumulated 10, then the surplus producer D can now only produce 50 units of luxury commodities. Secondly, however, each capitalist must employ 5 of the 10 accumulated units of value for raw material, 2.5 for machinery and 2.5 for wages, in the same proportions as before. Only if these proportions are kept to is there a real possibility for greater valorization, the production of new and larger values. If not, then the two capitalists E and D, the producers of necessaries and luxuries, would be producing too much, that is, too much relative to the proportion of the part of capital going to the worker, or too much relative to the part of capital consumable by the capitalists. That is, a general overproduction would occur, not because relatively too little had been produced of the commodities consumed by the workers or too little of those consumed by the capitalists, but because too much of both had been produced, not too much for consumption, but too much to retain the correct proportion between consumption and valorization, too much for valorization. Point 53. In other words, continues Marx, at a given point in the development of the productive forces, for this will determine the relation of necessary labor to surplus labor, a fixed relation becomes established in which the product is divided into 4 parts corresponding to raw material, machinery, necessary labor, surplus labor, and finally surplus labor into 1 part which goes to consumption and another which becomes capital again. This inner division, inherent in the concept of capital, appears in exchange in such a way that the exchange of capitals among one another takes place in specific and restricted proportions, even if these are constantly changing, in the course of production. This gives, in any case, both the sum total of the exchange which can take place, and the proportions in which each of these capitals must both exchange and produce. If the relation of necessary labor to the constant part of capital is as, e.g. in the above example, then we have seen that the capital which works for the consumption of capitalists and workers combined may not be greater than 1/5 plus 1/10 of the 5 capitals. Given likewise is the relation in which each capital must exchange with each other one, which represents a specific one of its own moment. Finally, in which each of them must exchange at all 54. However, the point of the scheme is simply to show the inner, conceptual division of capital, that is, the conditions which make possible a situation of equilibrium in a capitalist system engaged in the process of growth. In reality, these conditions for equilibrium can only be achieved in the face of continual disturbances. For, exchange in and for itself gives these conceptually opposite moments an indifferent being, so that they develop independently of one another. Consequently, their inner necessity only becomes manifest in the crisis, which puts a forcible end to their seeming indifference to one another. Point 55. However, this is not the only danger which threatens the valorization of capital. Since the proportions for the exchange between capitals are determined by the proportion between necessary labor and surplus labor, and since this proportion itself is dependent on the development of the productive forces, every revolution in the forces of production must bring about a change in these proportions. If, despite this, production proceeds indifferently onwards, then ultimately a negative magnitude, will come out of the exchange on one side or the other. For the barrier always remains that exchange, hence production as well takes place in such a way that the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor remains the same, for this is equals to the constancy of the valorization of capital. 56. However, if production is driven beyond these limits, then at a definite moment in time a situation of general devaluation and destruction of capital comes about. Thus the crisis resolves itself in an actual reduction of production, of living labor, in order to re-establish the correct proportion between necessary and surplus labor, on which everything depends in the last instance. Both are therefore posited in the essence of capital, the devaluation of capital, as well as the supersession of devaluation and the creation of the conditions for the valorization of capital. 57. This section has taught us two things. Firstly, that Marx's much discussed schemes of reproduction only aim to show how within limited periods of time, with relatively constant techniques of production and rate of exploitation of labor, extended reproduction can take place, given that definite proportions are maintained between the main departments of social production, and therefore that any harmonious interpretation of this scheme is inapplicable. And secondly, we can see from this excursus, above all, the stress which Marx placed on the contradiction between capital's boundless drive for valorization, and the limited power of consumption of capitalist society. This is a point which many writers in the Marxist tradition ignore, or only look at incidentally, although it is indispensable for the understanding of Marx's theory of crises. This is a theme we shall deal with in more detail in Part 7 of this work. 22. Circulation time and its influence on the determination of value. The section of the rough draft which we described in the previous chapter basically represents simply the notification and preliminary treatment of a series of questions which were not to have been finally solved until a much later stage of the analysis, in fact not until after the completion of the rough draft itself. Point 1. Its aim was to indicate the barriers and difficulties in the realization process, which followed from the study of capital in general, but which only existed as possibilities and which consequently could only be overcome as possibilities. However, the main point of the section of the rough draft dealing with the circulation process is to represent the sphere of circulation in relation to the characteristic forms which it produces, in order to demonstrate the development in the nature of capital, which takes place there. Point 2. For this purpose, we have to assume that capital passes through its process of circulation in the normal way, hence that regardless of the extent of the difficulties of realization, the capitalist must have succeeded in selling his commodities, and in reconverting the money shaken loose from them into capital. This is by no means an arbitrary assumption, but corresponds to what actually takes place, insofar as the reproduction of capital does actually occur. Point 3. The analysis of the production process has yielded the result, that the valorization of capital consists exclusively in the appropriation of unpaid alien labor, and the extent of this valorization is most precisely measured by the amount of surplus labor time extracted from the workers. However, is this the only significance of the time factor in production? Shouldn't we also regard the entire time that capital remains in the process of production as value creating and surplus value creating, even if this does not directly represent the period of labor? We refer here to the distinction between the length of the production process itself, production time, and the duration of the labor time which is necessary for the manufacture of the product. Point 4. In agriculture, for example, there are interruptions given by the conditions of the production process itself, pauses in labor time, which must be begun anew at the given point in order to continue or to complete the process. The constancy of the production process here does not coincide with the continuity of the labor process. Or, after the product is finished, it may be necessary for it to lie idle for some time, during which it needs relatively little labor, in order to be left in the care of natural processes, e.g. wine. 5. Thus, it may be the case that the same labor time may be expended for different products, and that, in fact, the production time can exhibit noticeable differences, which, since they take the form of different turnover periods, 6, for different entrepreneurs, have to be compensated for, if equal amounts of capital are to yield equal amounts of profit. But, says Marx, this question obviously belongs only with equalization of the rate of profit. Point 7. However, he already wants to refute the idea that a natural circumstance which hinders a capital in a specific branch of production from exchanging with the same amount of labor time in the same amount of time as another capital in another branch of production can in any way contribute to increasing the former's value. Value, hence also surplus value, is not equals to the time which the production phase lasts, but rather to the labor time, objectified and living, employed during this production phase. The living labor time alone, and, indeed, in the proportion in which it is employed relative to objectified labor time, can create surplus value, because surplus labor time. 9. And it is for precisely this reason that it is impossible to attribute any value-creating role to production time as distinct from labor time. So much on the significance of the time factor, insofar as it applies to capital, stay in the sphere of production. However, it is still necessary for capital to spend time in the sphere of circulation, after the production phase is completed, which also takes time. What happens during this time, How does it affect the creation of value and the valorization of capital? In the first instance, we should remain conscious of the fact that circulation proceeds in space and time. In this sense, we have to distinguish between spatial or real circulation, and economic circulation proper. The first, the physical bringing of products onto the market, belongs, economically considered, to the production process itself, and can be regarded as the transformation of the product into a commodity, since the product is really only finished when it is on the market. The movement through which it gets there belongs still with the cost of making it. 10. In fact, transportation only changes the location of the product. Whether I extract metals from mines, or take commodities to the site of their consumption, both movements are equally spatial. 11. Transporting the product to market gives it a new use value. 12. And this new use value costs labor time, is therefore at the same time exchange value. 13. However, from this standpoint, transport does not constitute a special case, in contrast to direct production, although it is true that the transportation industry distinguishes itself from the other areas of investment of productive capital by the fact that it appears as a continuation of a process of production within the process of circulation and for the process of circulation. 14. In contrast to real circulation, which brings the products to the site of their consumption and thereby makes them into commodities for the first time, actual economic circulation is simply a qualitative process of value, the change of form which value undergoes as it passes through different phases. 15. This circulation also requires time, namely the time it necessarily costs to transform the commodity into money and the money back into commodity. 16. However, does there not enter, precisely through this, a moment of value determination, independently of labor, not arising directly from it, but originating in circulation itself? 17. Marx's answer is that this certainly is the case. Inasmuch as the renewal of production depends on the sale of the finished products, or the transformation of the commodity into money and retransformation of money into the conditions of production, and inasmuch as the stay in the sphere of circulation constitutes a necessary part of the life of capital, then how many products can be produced in a given period of time, how often capital can be valorized in a given period of time, how often it can reproduce and multiply its value. On the velocity of circulation, the time in which it is accomplished. This is evidently a condition not posited directly by the production process itself. 18. Thus, it is obvious at first glance that if, for example, a capital of, say, 100 thalers passes through 4 turnovers in a year, and each time yields a profit of 5%, then this is the same, as if a capital 4 times as large, at the same percentage, were to turn over once in 1 year, each time 20 thalers. The velocity of turnover, therefore the remaining conditions of production being held constant, substitutes for the volume of capital. 19. In this sense, the more frequent turnover of capital in a given period of time is the same as the more frequent harvests during the natural year in the southerly countries compared with the northerly. 20. Hence the velocity of circulation is of the greatest importance for capital, since it is evident that the speed of the production process depends on it, and, as a consequence, if not values themselves, then the volume of values to a certain degree. 21. However, in what sense does circulation time affect the determination of value? Let us return to the example of the harvests. We spoke of countries where a favorable climate allows frequent harvests. However, if for example the real conditions of wheat production in a given country permit only 1 harvest, then no velocity of circulation can make 2 harvests out of it. But if, in contrast, an obstruction in the circulation occurred, if the farmer could not sell his wheat soon enough, then production would be delayed, and with this the net profit of the 1 harvest would be endangered. 22. That is, the most which can be achieved by means of the acceleration of circulation is the avoidance of the impediments to reproduction which are inherent in the nature of capital itself. So, the circulation time of capital is nothing other than the time of its devaluation. 23. If the first is shortened, then the second is shortened too. What certainly cannot be concluded from this is that the valorization of capital has thereby become larger, merely that its devaluation has become smaller. Marx says further, the difference shows itself simply in this: if the totality of labor time commanded by capital is set at its maximum, say infinity, so that necessary labor time forms an infinitely small part and surplus labor time an infinitely large part of this, then this would be the maximum valorization of capital, and this is the tendency towards which it strives. On the other side, if the circulation time of capital were equals O, if the various stages of its transformation proceeded as rapidly in reality as in the mind, then that would likewise be the maximum of the factor by which the production process could be repeated, i.e. the number of capital valorization processes in a given period of time. The repetition of the production process would be restricted only by the amount of time it lasts, the amount of time which elapses during the transformation of raw material into product. By contrast, if either surplus labor time or necessary labor time equals O, i.e. if necessary labor time absorbed all time, or if production could proceed altogether without labor, then neither value, nor capital, nor value creation would exist. 24 It is clear, therefore, that circulation time, regarded absolutely, is a deduction from the maximum of valorization, is at LT, absolute valorization. It is therefore impossible for any velocity of circulation or any abbreviation of circulation to create a valorization that posited by the production phase itself. The maximum that the velocity of circulation could effect, if it rose to, would be to posit circulation time equals O, i.e. to abolish itself. It can therefore not be a positive value-creating moment, since its abolition circulation without circulation time would be the maximum of valorization, its negation equals to the highest position of the productivity of capital. 25 Rather, circulation time can only influence value creation and capital valorization in a negative way, in that its acceleration or deceleration serve to shorten or extend merely the time during which capital is unable to employ productive labor and valorize itself. 26 In this respect, circulation time adds nothing to value. Does not appear as value positing time, the same as labor time. 27 But what about the costs of circulation, the expenditure of living or objectified labor, which result from passing through the various economic moments as such? In this case the general law applies, i.e. that all costs of circulation which arise only from changes in the forms of commodities do not add to their value. They are merely expenses incurred in the realization of the value or in its conversion from one form into another. The capital spent to meet those costs belongs among the faux frais of capitalist production. They must be replaced from the surplus product and constitute, as far as the entire capitalist class is concerned, a deduction from the surplus value or surplus product, just as the time a worker needs for the purchase of his means of subsistence is lost time. 28 The rough draft illustrates this with the following example: if, of two individuals, each one were the producer of his own product, but their labor rested on division of labor, so that they exchanged with each other, and the valorization of their product depended on this exchange, then obviously the time which this exchange would cost them, e.g. the mutual bargaining, calculating before closing the deal, would not make the slightest addition either to their products or to the latter's exchange values. 29 If A were to argue that the exchange takes up such and such a quantity of time, then B would respond in kind. Each of them loses just as much time in the exchange as the other. The exchange time is their common time. If A demanded 10 thalers for the product its equivalent and 10 thalers for the time it costs him to get the 10 thalers from B, then the latter would declare him a candidate for the madhouse. This is because the loss of time, which both suffer through the acts of exchange, arises simply from the division of labor, and the necessity of exchange 30 and must, therefore, appear as a deduction from their productive activity. However, if the producers were to find that they could save time by inserting a third person, C, as a middleman between them, who consumed his time in the circulation process, then, each of them would have to cede a share of his product to C. What they would gain thereby would only be a greater or lesser loss. 31. Marx concludes that for this reason the actual costs of circulation can never multiply value, are not reducible to productive labor time. They are the faux frais of commodity production, and as such are inseparable from the capitalist mode of production. 32 Merchants' trade and still more the money trade proper are to be understood in this sense. Insofar as they reduce the costs of exchange by their intervention, they add to production, not by creating value, but by reducing the negation of created values. If they enable the producers to create more values than they could without this division of labor, and, more precisely, so much more that a surplus remains after the payment of this function, then they have in fact increased production. Values are then increased, however, not because the operations of circulation have created value, but because they have absorbed less value than they would have done otherwise. But they are a necessary condition for capital's production. 33. But what about the time which the capitalist himself loses in exchange? Shouldn't it also be regarded as labor time, and consequently as value creating? Not at all, since he is only a capitalist, i.e. representative of capital, personified capital. By virtue of the fact that he relates to labor as alien labor, and appropriates and posits alien labor for himself. The fact that the worker must work surplus labor time is identical with the fact that the capitalist does not need to work, and his time is thus posited as not labor time, that he does not work the necessary time either. The worker must work surplus time in order to be allowed to objectify the labor time necessary for his reproduction. On the other side, therefore, the capitalist's necessary labor time is free time, not time required for direct subsistence. And Marx says that it is precisely for this reason that the time which the capitalist employs for the exchange of the commodities produced by him, looked at economically, concerns us here exactly as much as the time he spends with his mistress. 34 If time is money, then from the standpoint of capital it is only alien labor time, which is of course in the most literal sense the capitalist's money. Circulation time interrupts the time during which capital can appropriate alien labor time, and it is clear that this relative devaluation of capital cannot add to its valorization, but can only detract from it, or, insofar as circulation costs capital objectified alien labor time, values. In both cases, circulation time is of interest only insofar as it is the suspension, the negation of alien labor time. 35 And in both cases it proves to be a barrier to the productivity of capital, and a deduction from surplus labor time and from surplus value. However, aren't the differences in valorization, which are the product of differences in the circulation times of different capitals, equalized by the general rate of profit in the same way as the difference between production time and labor time mentioned at the beginning of this chapter? 36 Certainly. As long as capital remains frozen in the form of the finished product, it cannot be active as capital, it is negated capital. This thus appears as a loss for capital, as a relative loss of its value, for its value consists precisely in the valorization process. Now let us imagine many capitals in particular branches of business, all of which are necessary, and let a single branch of business require, e.g. that capital A remain longer in the form of devaluation, i.e. that the time in which it passes through the various phases of circulation is longer than in all other branches of business, in which case this capital A would regard the smaller new value which it could produce as a positive loss, just as if it had so many more outlays to make in order to produce the same value. It would thus charge relatively more exchange value for its products than the other capitals, in order to share the same rate of gain. But this could take place in fact only if the loss were distributed among the other capitals. Marx continues, nothing more absurd, than to conclude that, because one capital obtains a compensation for its exceptional circulation time. Now that all capitals combined, capital can make something out of nothing, make a plus out of a minus, make a plus surplus value out of a minus surplus value. The manner in which the capitals among other things compute their proportional share of the surplus value, not only according to the surplus labor time which they set in motion, but also in accordance with the time which their capital has worked as such, i.e. lain fallow, found itself in the phase of devaluation, does not of course alter in the least the total sum of the surplus value which they have to distribute among themselves. This sum itself cannot grow by being smaller than it would have been if capital A, instead of lying fallow, had created surplus value. And this lying fallow is made good for capital A only insofar as it arises necessarily out of the conditions of the particular branch of production, and hence appears in respect to capital as such. As a burden on valorization, as a necessary barrier to its valorization generally 37. And we read in another section of the rough draft, if one thinks of one capital, or one thinks of the various capitals of a country as one capital as distinct from that of other countries 38, then it is clear that the time during which this capital does not act as a productive capital, i.e. posits no surplus value, is a deduction from the valorization time available to this capital. It appears as the negation not of the really posited valorization time, but of the possible valorization time, i.e. possible, if circulation time equals O. It is clear, now, that the national capital cannot regard the time during which it does not multiply itself as time in which it does multiply itself, no more than e.g. an isolated peasant can regard the time during which he can neither harvest nor sow, during which his labor generally is interrupted, as time which makes him rich. Marx adds, the fact that capital regards itself, and necessarily so, as productive and fruit-bearing independently of labor, of the absorption of labor, that it assumes itself as fertile at all times, and calculates its circulation time as value-creating time as production cost is quite another thing. 39 However, the reason why the semblance arises, and must arise, will not be shown until we have studied the secondary process of valorization, i.e. profit, and the general rate of profit. 40. One remark in conclusion. What has been stated in this chapter can also naturally be applied to money, and the circulation of money. We read in the rough draft, money itself, to the extent that it consists of precious metals, or its production generally e.g. in paper circulation creates expense, to the extent that it also costs labor time, adds no value to the exchanged objects to the exchange values, rather its costs are a deduction from these values, a deduction which must be borne in proportional parts by the exchangers. 41 And in another passage, regarded in both of the aspects in which it occurs in the circulation of capital, both as medium of circulation and as the realized value of capital, money belongs among the costs of circulation insofar as it is itself labor time employed to abbreviate circulation time on the one hand, and, on the other, to represent a qualitative moment of circulation, the retransformation of capital into itself as value for itself. In neither aspect does it increase the value. In one aspect it is a precious form of representing value, i.e. a costly form, costing labor time, hence representing a deduction from surplus value. In the other aspect it can be regarded as a machine which saves circulation time, and hence frees time for production. But insofar as it itself, as such a machine, costs labor and is a product of labor, it represents for capital faux frais de production. It figures among the costs of circulation. Hence capital's striving to suspend it in its inherited, immediate reality, and transform it into something merely posited and at the same time suspended by capital, into something purely ideal. 42 We have already seen from Marx's remarks cited in Chapter 9 precisely why this tendency cannot be fully realized, and we shall return to this subject once more in the chapter on interest and profit. 43. 23. The turnover of capital and turnover time. The continuity of capitalist production and the division of capital into portions. We have already pointed out on several occasions that the lifespan of capital is by no means confined to the actual process of production, but equally includes its circulation process. These form the two great sections of its movement, which appears as the totality of these two processes. On one side labor time, on the other, circulation time. And the whole of the movement appears as unity of labor time and circulation time, as unity of production and circulation. This unity itself is motion, process. Capital appears as this unity in process of production and circulation, a unity which can be regarded both as the totality of the process of its production, as well as the specific completion of one movement returning into itself one. In other words, the circuit of capital understood as the movement of capital through its various phases can be looked at in two ways, either as an individual, self-contained process, or as the same circuit in its periodicity, in its continual repetition. Marx adopted both methods of study in Volume 2 of the final work. The first was used in Part I of Volume 2 of Capital, where he was concerned with the forms which capital continually assumes and discards in its circuit as well as the different forms of the circuit itself. 2. It was a different matter in the section which followed, Part 2 of Volume 2, where Marx wanted to show how every industrial capital appears in the forms of productive capital, money capital and commodity capital, within the flow and succession of forms, simultaneously, if in varying degrees, where these forms, not only alternate with one another, but different portions of the total capital value are constantly side by side and function in these different states. 3. And this could only be represented if the circuit of capital was regarded not as one isolated segment, but as the totality of the movement of the capital value in process. We read in Volume 2 that a circuit performed by a capital and meant to be a periodical process, not an individual act, is called its turnover. The duration of this turnover is determined by the sum of its time of production and its time of circulation. This time total constitutes the time of turnover of the capital. It measures the interval of time between one circuit period of the entire capital value and the next, the periodicity in the process of life of capital, or, if you like, the time of the renewal, the repetition, of the process of valorization, or production, of one and the same capital value. 4. What, then, is the significance of the turnover of capital in the circulation process of the capitalist economy? The importance of this question will become particularly evident when we come to the representation of the specific types of turnover of fixed and circulating capital. 5. And a more precise definition of the average rate of profit. 6. It is sufficient here to recapitulate briefly what we established in the previous chapter. Since the turnover time of capital is equal to the sum of its production time and its circulation time, it is clear that differences in the duration of the turnover can originate from both factors, that is, from both the production time and the circulation time. As far as production time is concerned, two facts are relevant here. In the first place, there are differences in the duration of labor which different products require for their production. One product may be completed within a week, another, perhaps, not until after several months, even if the labor time which is employed daily in both cases is the same. This difference in the periods of labor 7 required for the production of the two products must, of course, also imply a difference in the turnover periods of the capitals concerned. 8. Secondly, we should refer to the difference between production time and labor time, which we have already met. The question here is of those interruptions to the production process which are independent of the length of the labor process, and conditioned by the nature of the product and its manufacture themselves. During these interruptions the object of labor is subject to natural processes, which may take a shorter or longer time, in which it has to go through physical, chemical, and physiological changes, during which the labor process is either totally or partially suspended. 9. In this situation the production time is greater than the labor time, and it is clear that the turnover period of capital will be extended in accordance with the length of that production time which does not consist of labor time. 10. And finally, we have the division into fixed and circulating capital which arises from the variation in the material forms in which productive capital exists, which results in the turnover of capital being subject to considerable modifications, as we shall see in the next chapter. Even more important still are the variations in the periods of turnover which originate during the circulation phase. As we saw, the more rapid the circulation, the shorter the circulation time, the more often can the same capital repeat the production process. Hence, in a specific cycle of turnovers of capital, the sum of values created by it is directly proportional to the labor time and inversely proportional to the circulation time. The total value equals labor time, multiplied by the number of turnovers of the capital. Or, the value created by capital no longer seems to be simply determined by the labor employed in the production process, but rather by the coefficient of the production process, i.e. the number which expresses how often it is repeated in a given period of time. 11. However, What follows from this is that even with capitals of the same magnitude, organic composition, and rate of surplus value, the duration of the turnover period can be very different, hence that in this sense the circulation time is itself a moment of production, or rather appears as a limit to production. Point 12. However, the real concern of this chapter is something different, namely, a new contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, which is revealed by the necessity of circulation and circulation time. We saw that capital by its nature only preserves its character as capital in that it constantly functions as capital in the repeated process of production. Point 13. Consequently, the constant continuity of the process, the unobstructed and fluid transition from one form into the other, or from one phase of the process into the next, appears as a fundamental condition for production based on capital to a much greater degree than for all earlier forms of production. 14. Naturally, this continuity of production would best be ensured if there were no necessity at all for circulation time. However, this is impossible, since it is inherent in the nature of capital that it actually travels through the different phases of circulation, not as it does in the mind, where one concept turns into the next at the speed of thought, in no time, but rather as situations which are separate in time. It must spend some time as a cocoon before it can take off as a butterfly. Thus the conditions of production arising out of the nature of capital itself contradict each other. 15. They can only be mediated in practice, by capital's dividing itself into parts, of which one circulates as finished product, and the other reproduces itself in the production process. These parts alternate. When one part returns into phase P, the other departs. This process takes place daily, as well as at longer intervals. The whole capital and the total value are reproduced as soon as both parts have passed through the production process and circulation process, or as soon as the second part enters anew into circulation. The point of departure is thereby the terminal point. The turnover therefore depends on the size of the capital, or rather, on the total sum of these two parts. Only when the total sum is reproduced has the entire turnover been completed, otherwise only 1/2, 1/3, 1/x, depending on the proportion of the constantly circulating part. 16. The question, continues Marx, is what part of the capital can now be continuously occupied in production. This matter must be reducible to a very simple equation, to which we shall return later. 17. This much is clear, however. Call production time PT, circulation time CT. Capital CC cannot be in its production phase and its circulation phase at the same time. If it is to continue to produce while it circulates, then it must break into two parts, of which one in the production phase, while the other in the circulation phase, and the continuity of the process is maintained by part A being posited in the former aspect, part B in the latter. Let the portion which is always in production be x, then x equals CB. If CT, circulation time, were equals O, then B likewise would be equals O, and x equals CB, C equals CT, PT, B, C equals CT, PT, i.e. the relation of circulation time to production time is the relation of the part of capital in circulation to the total capital. 18. Nevertheless, all that is achieved by the division of the capital into portions is that the whole capital does not have to interrupt its production process for the period of circulation. The continuity of the process is maintained. Despite this, the division of capital into portions cannot prevent some parts of capital from lying fallow in every capitalist undertaking, thus preventing its valorization. 21. Hence capital's necessary tendency to cut circulation time by improving communications, developing the credit system, etc., i.e. to establish a circulation without circulation. Because the turnover time of capital includes both labor time and circulation time, nothing is easier than to credit to the latter what is in fact contributed by the former, thus attributing to capital a mystical spring of self-valorization independent of its process of production, and hence of the exploitation of labor, which flows to it from the sphere of circulation. 22. This conception forms the basis for most of the illusions of both the capitalists themselves and the bourgeois economists, who are ensnared in the capitalist manner of thinking. 1. In his preface to Volume 3 of Capital, Engels refers to the common misunderstanding, according to which Marx wishes to define, where he only investigates, and that one is generally entitled to expect fixed, cut to measure, once and for all applicable definitions in Marx's works. He says, it is self-evident that where things and their interrelations are conceived, not as fixed, but as changing, their mental images, the ideas, are likewise subject to change and transformation, and they are not encapsulated in rigid definitions, but are developed in their historical or logical process of formation. 1. The truth of this remark can perhaps be seen best and most clearly in Marx's analysis of the conceptual distinction between fixed and circulating capital. To recapitulate, capital's principal concern in the production process was valorization, where the only important distinction was between objectified labor and living labor. Living labor was the sole means by which capital could both maintain and increase its value. As a consequence, the analysis was confined to the one crucial distinction for the valorization of capital, that between constant and variable capital. Point 2. However, valorization only constitutes one stage in the lifespan of capital. Seen as a whole, capitalist production consists in the continuous alternation between its production phase and its circulation phase. It is the unity of production and circulation. This unity itself is movement, process, and the subject of this movement is capital, the value predominant over the different phases of this movement, sustaining and multiplying itself in it. Point 3. The passage from one moment to the other appears as a particular process, but each of these processes is the transition to the other. Capital is thus posited as value in process, which is capital in every moment. It is thus posited as circulating capital, for in every moment capital, and circulating from one form into the next. From this point of view, all capital is originally circulating capital, product of circulation, as well as producing circulation. 5. Circulating capital is therefore initially not a particular form of capital, but is rather capital itself. As subject of the movement just described, which it, itself, is as its own valorization process. Point 6. Nevertheless, capital is not only the unity of production and circulation, but also equally their difference, and in fact a difference distinct in space and time. Thus, if capital as the whole of circulation 7 is circulating capital, is the process of going from one phase into the other, it is at the same time, within each phase, posited in a specific aspect, restricted to a particular form, which is the negation of itself as the subject of the whole movement. Not circulating capital. Fixed capital, actually fixated capital, fixated in one of the different particular aspects, phases, through which it must move. That is, as long as capital persists in one of these phases, the phase does not appear as fluid transition, is not circulating fixed. As long as it remains in the production process, it is not capable of circulating, and it is virtually devalued. As long as it remains in circulation, it is not capable of producing, not capable of positing surplus value, not capable of engaging in the process as capital. As long as it cannot be brought to market, it is fixated as product. As long as it has to remain on the market, it is fixated as commodity. Finally, if the conditions of production remain in their form as conditions and do not enter into the production process, it is again fixated and devalued. As the subject moving through all phases, as the moving unity, the unity in process of circulation and production, capital is circulating capital, capital as restricted into any of these phases, as posited in its divisions, is fixated capital, tied down capital. As circulating capital it fixates itself, and as fixated capital it circulates. Therefore, the distinction between circulating and fixed capital is initially nothing more than capital itself posited in the two aspects, first as the unity of the process, then as a particular one of its phases. 8. And both aspects are absolutely real, since capital equally represents both the unity of production and circulation, as well as their difference, and because both the continuity and the interruption of this continuity are inherent in the character of capital as circulating, in process. Point 9. So much on the concepts of circulating and fixed capital, as they emerge from the study of the total movement of capital. It is clear that the question here is not of two particular kinds of capital, but rather of different characteristic forms of the same capital. Point 10.1 And the same capital always appears in both states. This is expressed by the appearance of one part of it in one phase, another in another, one part tied down, another part circulating here, not in the sense that it is in the circulatory phase proper as opposed to the production phase, but rather in the sense that in the phase in which it finds itself, it is in a fluid phase, a phase in process, a phase in transition to the next phase, not stuck in one of them as such and hence delayed in its total process. For example, the industrialist uses only a part of the capital at his disposal in production, because another part requires a certain amount of time before it comes back out of circulation. The part moving within production is then the circulating part, the part in circulation is the immobilized part. To be sure, sometimes one and sometimes another part is in this phase. But his total capital is always posited in both aspects. However, as this limit arising out of the nature of the valorization process changes with circumstances, and since capital can approach its adequate character as that which circulates, to a greater or lesser degree, since the decomposition into these two aspects contradicts the tendency of capital towards maximum valorization, it therefore invents contrivances to abbreviate the phase of fixity, and at the same time also, instead of the simultaneous coexistence of both states, they alternate. In one period the process appears as altogether fluid, the period of the maximum valorization of capital; in another, a reaction to the first, the other moment asserts itself all the more forcibly, the period of the maximum devaluation of capital and congestion of the production process. The moments in which both aspects appear alongside one another themselves only form interludes between these violent transitions and turnings over. Marx notes at this juncture that it is extremely important to grasp these aspects of circulating and fixed capital as specific characteristic forms of capital generally, since a great many phenomena of the bourgeois economy, the period of the economic cycle, the effect of new demand, even the effect of new gold and silver producing countries on general production, incomprehensible. 11 For it is futile to speak of the stimulus given by Australian gold or a newly discovered market. If it were not in the nature of capital to be never completely occupied, i.e. always partially fixated, devalued, unproductive, then no stimuli could drive it to greater production. 12. 2. However, this distinction between fixed and circulating capital is insufficient when we turn to the circulation process proper, the movement of capital outside the production phase. Here we see that different constituent parts of capital circulate in different ways, and therefore exhibit different turnover times. Thus the means of labor never leave the actual site of production, it is only their value which circulates, through their successive and piecemeal transfer to the product. But the remaining means of production 13 and the variable capital advanced for the purchase of labor power circulate in a quite different manner. These differing modes of circulation lead to the first factor receiving the form of fixed, and the second that of circulating or fluid capital. Thus, whereas up to now fixed and circulating capital appeared to us merely as different transitory aspects of capital, as alternating forms of one and the same capital in the various phases of its turnover, they have now hardened into two particular modes of its existence, two particular kinds of capital. Insofar as a capital is examined in a particular branch of production, it appears as divided into these two portions, or splits into these two kinds of capital in certain proportions. 14 To be fixed or circulating appears as a particular aspect of capital apart from that of being capital. However, stresses Marx, it must proceed to this particularization 15 which is connected to the specific use value of these components of capital. The fact that we have examined the fortunes of capital in the sphere of production meant that the material differences between the various elements of production were only looked at in the context of the actual labor process. We had to differentiate between means of labor, material for labor and living labor. By contrast, In the process of the creation of value, the constituent parts of capital which represent the elements of production appeared simply as quantities of value, whose only mark of distinction was the fact that one was designated as constant, and the other as variable. Now, however, in the categories of liquid and fixed capital, the relation between the factors, which had been merely quantitative, appears as a qualitative division within capital itself, and as a determinant of its total movement. 16 For a capital is only fixed, insofar as it physically takes on the shape of a means of labor in the production process. This implies that it gives up value to the product, and hence turns over, in a particular manner. The particular nature of use value, in which the value exists, or which now appears as capital's body, here appears as itself a determinant of the form and of the action of capital, as giving one capital a particular property as against another, as particularizing it. 17 That is, use value reveals itself once more as an economic category. However, we have already dealt with this question in more detail in Part I, and what was said there applies here as well. It is unnecessary here to show in detail how the conceptual distinction between fixed and fluid capital is developed in the rough draft, since we encounter the results of Marx's investigation of this question in a more complete form in Volume 2 of Capital. Consequently, we will confine ourselves to those points where the representation in the rough draft diverges from that in Capital, or where the older manuscript stresses aspects which remain in the background in Capital itself. Let us look first of all at the sections superseded by the later work. According to the rough draft, circulating capital consists firstly of raw materials and auxiliary materials, and secondly of the so-called approvisionment of the worker, i.e. his means of subsistence. 18 The latter are the object of so-called small-scale circulation, as distinct from the actual or large-scale circulation of capital. 19 This is the constantly circulating part of capital, which does not even for a single instant enter into its reproduction process, but constantly accompanies it. The worker's approvisionment arises out of the production process as products, as result, but it never enters as such into the production process, because it enters directly into the worker's consumption, and is directly exchanged for it. This, therefore, as distinct from raw material as well as instrument, is the circulating capital. Par excellence 20. This is what the rough draft says. How is this same question answered in Volume 2 of Capital? Naturally, Marx also emphasizes there that the money which the capitalist pays the worker for the use of his labor power is nothing more or less than the form of the general equivalent for the worker's necessary means of subsistence. To this extent, the variable capital consists in substance of means of subsistence. However, it is the worker himself who converts the money received for his labor power into means of subsistence, in order to reconvert them into labor power, to keep alive. By contrast, what the capitalist buys and consumes in the production process is not the worker's means of subsistence, but his labor power itself. It is therefore not the worker's means of subsistence which acquire the definite character of circulating capital as opposed to fixed capital. Nor is it his labor power. It is rather that part of the value of productive capital which is invested in labor power and which, by virtue of the form of its turnover, receives this character in common with some, and in contrast with other, component parts of the constant capital. 21. In addition, however, Capital examines the reasons which led bourgeois economics to characterize the worker's means of subsistence as circulating capital, in contrast to fixed capital. These originate primarily in the class nature of this school of economics, in its instinctive aversion to too deep an investigation into the secret of the making of profits. Generally speaking, the capital advanced is converted into productive capital, i.e. it assumes the form of elements of production which are themselves the products of past labor. Now, if instead of labor power itself, into which the variable part of capital has been converted, we take the worker's means of subsistence, it is evident that these means as such do not differ, so far as the formation of value is concerned. The means of subsistence cannot themselves expand their own value or add any surplus value to it. Their value, like that of the other elements of the productive capital, can reappear only in the value of the product. They cannot add any more value to it than they themselves possess. Hence, by characterizing the value expended for the means of subsistence of the workers, instead of the value laid out in labor power, as the circulating component of productive capital, the understanding of the distinction between variable and constant capital, and thus the understanding of the capitalist process of production in general, is rendered impossible. The determination that this part of capital is variable capital in contrast to the constant capital, spent for material creators of the product, is buried beneath the determination that the part of the capital invested in labor power belongs, as far as the turnover is concerned, in the circulating part of productive capital. And the burial is brought to completion by enumerating the worker's means of subsistence instead of his labor power as an element of productive capital. 22. In the rough draft, however, Marx still treated the worker's means of subsistence or the approvisionement throughout as a component of circulating capital. Of course, the above-mentioned explanation for this error could have played no role here, since it was precisely in the rough draft that Marx first developed the concepts of variable and constant capital, thus giving his theory of surplus value its final shape. The source of error must therefore lie elsewhere. In our opinion, it arises from the neglect of, or insufficient stress on, the perspective developed in Volume 2 of Capital, namely that in the case of the distinction between fluid and fixed capital, the question is exclusively that of differences within the productive capital in the product and value-creating process, which in turn cause differences in its turnover and reproduction. 23. In other words, the rough draft to some extent makes the very mistake Marx later blamed Adam Smith for. Namely, that he confuses circulating as distinguished from fixed capital with forms of capital pertaining to the sphere of circulation, with capital of circulation. 24. He therefore mixes up commodity capital and the circulating component of productive capital, and in that case it is a matter of course that whenever the social product assumes the form of commodities, the means of subsistence of the workers must be supplied out of the commodity capital. 25.26. 4. Now to an aspect which is elaborated much more rigorously in the rough draft than in Capital, and which is related to the continually growing importance of fixed capital in the developed capitalist mode of production. 27. The issue is that of the development of the means of labor into machinery, or into the machine system. Marx writes in the rough draft, as long as the means of labor remains a means of labor in the proper sense of the term, such as it is directly, historically, adopted by capital and included in its valorization process, it undergoes a merely formal modification, by appearing now as a means of labor not only in regard to its material side, but also at the same time as a particular mode of the presence of capital, determined by its total process as fixed capital. However, it does not stop at this merely formal change. Once adopted into the production process of capital, the instrument of labor passes through different metamorphoses, whose culmination is the machine, or rather, an automatic system of circulation in contrast to productive capital, but they are not circulating capital in contrast to fixed capital. And not until the analysis of many capitals, that is, the sphere of competition, do these concepts of fixed and circulating capital receive an extended meaning, so that they can be applied to the fixed and circulating capital of a merchant. Machinery. 28. Further, in the form of the machine, and still more in machinery as an automatic system, the use value, i.e. the material quality of labor, is transformed into an existence adequate to fixed capital and to capital as such, and the form in which it was adopted into the production process of capital, the direct means of labor, is superseded by a form posited by capital itself and corresponding to it. Thus, for the first time, in machinery, objectified labor materially confronts living labor as a ruling power and as an active subsumption of the latter under itself, not only by appropriating it, but in the real production process itself, and for the first time objectified labor appears not only in the form of product or of the product employed as means of labor, but in the form of the force of production itself. The accumulation of knowledge and of skill, of the general productive forces of the social brain, is thus absorbed into capital, as opposed to labor, and hence appears as an attribute of capital, and more specifically of fixed capital, insofar as it enters into the production process as a means of production proper. Machinery appears then, as the most adequate form of fixed capital, and fixed capital as the most adequate form of capital as such 29, and it is for precisely this reason that the stage of development reached by the mode of production based on capital is measured by the existing scope of fixed capital, not only by its quantity, but just as much by its quality. 30. However, as Marx goes on to say, the development of fixed capital can serve as a standard for the degree of development of capital production in yet another respect. The aim of production oriented directly towards use value, as well as that oriented directly towards exchange value, is the product itself, destined for consumption. However, the part of production which is oriented towards the production of fixed capital does not produce direct objects of individual gratification, not direct exchange values, at least not directly realizable exchange values. Hence, only when a certain degree of productivity has already been reached so that a part of production time is sufficient for immediate production can an increasingly large part be applied to the production of the means of production. This requires that society be able to wait, that a large part of the wealth already created can be withdrawn both from immediate consumption and from production for immediate consumption, in order to employ this part for labor which is not immediately productive. As the magnitude of relative surplus labor depends on the productivity of necessary labor, so does the magnitude of labor time living as well as objectified employed on the production of fixed capital depend on the productivity of the labor time spent in the direct production of products. 31 Surplus population. 32 As well as surplus production, is a condition for this. That is, the output of the time employed in direct production must be larger, relatively, than is directly required for the reproduction of the capital employed in these branches of industry. The smaller the direct fruits borne by fixed capital, the less it intervenes in the direct production process, the greater must be this relative surplus population and surplus production. Thus, more to build railways, canals, aqueducts, telegraphs etc. than to build the machinery directly active in the direct production process. 33. And, in another passage, insofar as the production of fixed capital, even in its physical aspect, is not directed immediately towards the production of values required for the direct reproduction of capital, i.e. those which themselves in turn represent use value in the value creation process, but rather towards the production of the means of value creation. It is in the production of fixed capital that capital posits itself as end in itself, and appears active as capital, to a higher power than it does in the production of circulating capital. Hence, in this respect as well, the dimension already possessed by fixed capital, which its production occupies within total production, is the measure rod of the development of wealth founded on the mode of production of capital. 34. These passages are certainly a valuable complement to Volume 2 of Marx's Capital. But in fact, the rough draft goes even further. It also draws a picture of a society where the development of machinery and of the general conditions of production. 35 is taken so far that it is no longer the direct labor which man himself performs, nor the time which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, which appears as the great foundation of production and wealth, a society, therefore, where the law of value itself must disappear. However, we shall leave this aspect until later. 5. Up till now we have discussed the changes which the capitalist production process undergoes owing to the development of fixed capital. However, what is the impact of this development, i.e. the constant growth and growing significance of values confined to the form of machinery on the circulation process of capital? The general answer runs as follows: with circulating capital, reproduction is determined by circulation time; with fixed capital, circulation is determined by the time in which it is consumed as use value, in its material presence, within the act of production, i.e. by the period of time within which it must be reproduced. 36 However, this distinction means that the turnover time of a total capital divided into circulating and fixed capital becomes essentially modified. 37 For example, if a capital consists of £10,000, of which £5,000 is fixed, and £5,000 circulating, and if the latter turns over once a year while the former turns over once every 5 years, then, in 20 months the total capital of £10,000 is turned over, although the fixed capital is replaced only in 5 years. This turnover time holds, however, only for the repetition of the production process, not for the reproduction of the capital itself. 38 This is because the capital itself is not, needless to say, replaced by the average turnover. 39 And not until 5 years have passed will the capitalist in fact be once more in possession of the total capital with which he began the production process. Thus, although in the creation of surplus value his capital acted as if it had wholly turned over in 20 months, the total capital itself is only reproduced in 5 years. The former aspect of turnover important for the proportion in which it valorizes itself, the latter however brings in a new relation, which does not hold at all with circulating capital. Namely, because circulating capital is completely absorbed into circulation and returns from it as a whole, it follows that it is reproduced as capital as many times as it is realized as surplus value, or as surplus capital. But since fixed capital never enters circulation as a use value, and enters it as value only to the extent that it is consumed as a use value, it follows that it is by no means reproduced as soon as the surplus value determined by the average turnover time of the total capital is posited. The turnover of the circulating capital must take place 10 times in the 5 years before the fixed capital is reproduced, i.e. the period of the revulsions of circulating capital must be repeated 10 times while that of fixed capital is repeated once, and the total average turnover of the capital 20 months has to be repeated 3 times before the fixed capital is reproduced. 40 Hence, the larger the part of the capital consisting of fixed capital, i.e. the more capital acts in the mode of production corresponding to it, with great employment of produced productive force, and the more durable the fixed capital, i.e. the longer its reproduction time, the more its use value corresponds to its specific economic role, the more often must the part of capital which is determined as circulating repeat the period of its turnover, and the longer is the total time the capital requires for the achievement of its total circulation. Hence the continuity of production becomes an external necessity for capital with the development of that portion of it which is determined as fixed capital. For circulating capital, an interruption, if it does not last so long as to ruin its use value, is only an interruption in the creation of surplus value. But with fixed capital, the interruption, insofar as in the meantime its use value is necessarily destroyed relatively unproductively, i.e. without replacing itself as value, is the destruction of its original value itself. Hence the continuity of the production process which corresponds to the concept of capital is posited as conditio sine qua for its maintenance only with the development of fixed capital, hence likewise the continuity and the constant growth of consumption. 41. But this is not all. Marx says that the second result to which the examination of the influence of fixed capital on turnover time leads is from the formal side, even more important. The total time in which we measured the return of capital was the year, while the time unit in which we measure labor is the day. We did so firstly because the year is more or less the natural reproduction time, or duration of the production phase, for the reproduction of the largest part of the vegetable raw materials used in industry. The turnover of circulating capital was determined, therefore, by the number of turnovers in the total time of a year. 42 But in reality the circulating capital begins its reproduction at the end of each turnover, and while the number of turnovers during the year affects the total value, and the fate it encounters during each turnover appears a determinant of the conditions under which it begins reproduction anew, each of them for itself is, nevertheless, a complete lifespan for the circulating capital. As soon as capital is transformed back into money, it can, e.g., throw itself from one branch of production into another, so that reproduction, regarded materially, is not repeated in the same form. Changes this, and neither the turnover time of the circulating capital, nor the unit in which the number of times it turns over is measured, the year, henceforth appear as the measure of time for the motion of capital. This unit is now determined, rather, by the reproduction time required for fixed capital, and hence the total circulation time it needs to enter into circulation as value, and to come back from it in the totality of its value. The reproduction of the circulating capital must also proceed in the same material form during this whole time, and the number of its necessary turnovers is distributed over a longer or shorter series of years. Hence a longer total period is posited as the unit in which its turnovers are measured, and their repetition is now not merely externally, but rather necessarily connected with this unit. 43. The importance of this becomes evident from the fact that the cycle which industry has passed through since the development of fixed capital on a large scale, at more or less 10-yearly intervals, is connected with this total reproduction phase of capital. 45. So that the average time in which machinery is renewed represents a basis for determining the periodicity of crises. 46. This is a line of reasoning which we find, further developed, in Volume 2 of Capital. 47. Part 5. Capital as fructiferous. Profit and interest. 25. The transformation of surplus value into profit. The general rate of profit. As the title indicates, the last section of the rough draft corresponds in a certain sense to Volume 3 of Capital. However, this is only in a certain sense, since, apart from its sketchy nature, the categories of profit and interest are only examined in this section insofar as they are taken from the analysis of capital in general. This constitutes the key difference between this section and parts 13 of Volume 3 of Capital. 2. The section on profit and interest begins with the following passage, which is very Hegelian in flavor: capital is now posited as the unity of production and circulation, realized not only as value which reproduces itself and is hence perennial, but also as value which posits value through the absorption of living labor time and through the movement of its own circulation. It relates to itself as positing new value, as producer of value. It relates as the foundation to surplus value as that which it founded. 3. In a definite period of time which is posited as the unit measure of its turnovers, capital produces a definite surplus value, which is determined not only by the surplus value it posits in one production process, but rather by the number of repetitions of the production process, or of its reproduction in a specified period of time. Because of the inclusion of circulation, of its movement outside the immediate production process, within the reproduction process, surplus value appears for no longer to be posited by its simple direct relation to living labor. This relation appears, rather, as merely a moment of its total movement. Capital, therefore, no longer measures the newly produced value by its real measure, the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor, but rather by itself as its presupposition. A capital of a certain value produces, in a certain period of time, a certain surplus value. Surplus value is thus measured by the value of the presupposed capital. Capital thus posited as self-valorizing value is profit. And the rate of profit is therefore determined by the proportion between its value and the value of capital. 5. At first sight this may appear to be a contrived a priori construction. In fact, this is the point where Marx first begins to expound that same line of thought which we find in a much more developed form in Capital, and which forms the basis of his theory of profit. Namely, that the category of profit should not be confused with that of surplus value. 6. Rather, profit must be understood as a secondary, derivative form, developed further in the sense of capital. The bourgeois form, in which the traces of its origin are extinguished. 7. And what Marx had to say on the subject of all forms of appearance and their hidden background also applies in this case. The forms of appearance are reproduced directly and spontaneously as current and usual modes of thought. The essential relation must first be discovered by science. 8. In fact, profit in its immediate form is nothing but the sum of the surplus value expressed as a proportion of the total value of the capital. 9. It follows from this, then, that the total sum of profit 10 can never be greater than the total sum of surplus value, and that regarded as the rate of profit, profit must under all circumstances express a smaller proportion of the gain than the real proportion of the surplus value. For under all circumstances it is measured by the total capital, which is always larger than that employed for wages and exchanged for living labor. 11. Consequently, the rate of profit never expresses the real rate at which capital exploits labor, but always a much smaller relation. It could express the real rate of surplus value only if the entire capital were exchanged for living labor. Hence, if not only the raw material were equals O, but also the means of production. However, the latter cannot occur on the basis of the mode of production corresponding to capital. Point 12. Thus, since from the outset the rate of profit differs qualitatively from the rate of surplus value, the laws of its movement do not coincide so directly or simply with those of the rate of surplus value as might appear initially. Point 13. The rate of profit can fall, although real surplus value increases. The rate of profit can rise although real surplus value falls. This already follows from the fact that the rate of profit is calculated on the total value of the capital. It is therefore determined by the magnitude of the surplus value itself, by the relation of living labor to accumulated. 14. And finally, differences in turnover time also affect the size of the surplus value produced, and therefore the rate of profit. This leads to the result that the same rate of profit can in fact be based on very different rates of surplus value, and conversely, one and the same rate of surplus value may be expressed in the most varying rates of profit. Point 15. Thus the degree of exploitation of labor can be the same in different branches of production, with the rate of surplus value at the same level. However, since the organic composition of capital varies from branch to branch, these branches will produce very different masses of surplus value, and these masses will be expressed in widely varying rates of profit. Point 16. Indeed, it is precisely the inequality of profit in different branches of industry with capitals of equal magnitudes is the condition and presupposition for their equalization through competition. Point 17. We thus arrive at the problem of the general rate of profit, and prices of production which diverge from values. We are reminded of Baumgart's assertion that there is an irreconcilable contradiction between the first and third volumes of Capital, and that the theory of average profit developed in Volume 3 is to be understood as basically a retreat under fire, as an act of self-defense in anticipation. Hilferding's reply to this was that the relevant section of Volume 3 was actually written in 1865, i.e. 2 years before the publication of Volume I. We shall now see that the problem of the average rate of profit was in fact already solved in the rough draft of 185,758, i.e. before Marx had even set out his theory of value. We read in the rough draft, since the profit of capital is realized only in the price which is paid for it, for the use value created by it, profit is determined by the excess of the price obtained over the price which covers outlays, i.e. over cost price. 18. Since, furthermore, this realization proceeds only through exchange, the individual capital's profit is not necessarily restricted by its surplus value, by the surplus labor contained in it, but is relative, rather, to the excess of price obtained in exchange. It can exchange more than its equivalent, and then its profit is greater than its surplus value. This can be the case only to the extent that the other party to the exchange does not obtain an equivalent. On the other hand, profit can also be smaller than surplus value, i.e. it can exist for capital, even without the realization of the real production costs, i.e. the whole surplus labor set to work by capital. However, the total surplus value, as well as the total profit, which is only surplus value itself, computed differently, can neither grow nor decrease through this operation, ever. What is modified thereby is not it, but only its distribution among the different capitals. 19. Then the average rate is 10%, but, in order for this to exist in reality, capitalist A and B have to give up 7% to D and E, more particularly 2 to D and 5 to E, while C remains as it was. It is impossible for rates of profit on the same capital of 100 to be equal, since the relations of surplus labor are altogether different, depending on the productivity of labor and on the relation between raw material, machinery, and wages, and on the overall volume in which production takes place. The capitalist class, thus, to a certain extent distributes the total surplus value so that the capitalists participate in it evenly, in accordance with the size of their capital, instead of in accordance with the surplus values actually created by the capitals in the various branches of business. The larger profit arising from the real surplus labor within a branch of production, the really created surplus value is pushed down to the average level by competition, while the deficit of surplus value in the other branch of business is raised up to the average level by withdrawal of capitals from it. This is realized by means of the relation of prices in the different branches of business, which fall below their value in some, rise above it in others. 20 This makes it seem as if an equal sum of capital in unequal branches of business created equal surplus labor or surplus value. 21 Marx remarks, however, that this question belongs first of all in the section on competition, of many capitals, not here. 22 where we are only concerned with the profit of capital. 23. This secondary economic operation gives rise to phenomena which are confused with the primary ones. However, both levels of the analysis are necessary since the greatest confusion and mystification has arisen because the doctrine of surplus profit has not been examined in its pure form by previous economists, but rather mixed in together with the doctrine of real profit, which leads up to distribution, where the various capitals participate in the general rate of profit. 25 Thus the case of Ricardo, whose theory of profit cannot overcome the contradiction between the determination of the values of products by relative labor time and the real determination of prices, in practice precisely because he does not grasp profit as itself a derivative, secondary form of surplus value. 26. This leads us to the question of the relation of Marx's theory of profit to Ricardo's. The difference between the two theories is immediately apparent. Whereas the Ricardian school came to grief on the contradiction between the determination of value by labor and the existence of the general rate of profit, this contradiction provided the point of departure for Marx's new theory of profit. Unlike the Ricardians, he does not attempt to rescue the law of value from the contradictions of immediate experience by making a violent abstraction. 27 but demonstrates, on the contrary, how, by means of the intervention of the general rate of profit, a market price differing from this exchange value comes into being. On the basis of exchange value. Or more correctly, how the law of exchange value is realized only through its own antithesis. 28 One can therefore understand the satisfaction which Marx expressed about this particular achievement of his theory in a letter to Engels on January 14, 1858. He writes, "I am getting some nice developments, e.g. I have overthrown the entire doctrine of profit as previously conceived. In the method of working it was of great service to me that by mere accident I leafed through Hegel's logic again." And he added, "If there should ever be a time for such work again, I should very much like to make accessible to the ordinary human intelligence in 2 or 3 printers' sheets what is rational in the method which Hegel discovered but at the same time enveloped in mysticism." 29. We now know what the overthrowing of previous theories of profit consisted in, namely, the scientific understanding of profit as a necessary form of appearance of surplus value. But not only that. Marx's solution to the problem of the general rate of profit required many intermediate links. It not only presupposed a theory of production prices and cost prices, but also a correct understanding of the turnover of capital, and above all, of the problem of surplus value. On the other hand, an elucidation of the problem of surplus value was not possible, so long as the fundamental distinction between variable and constant capital remained unrecognized, which in turn presupposed the discovery of the dual character of the labor contained in commodities. All these intermediate links are absent in Ricardo and the other classical economists. It is no surprise, then, that Ricardo seeks directly to prove the congruence of the economic categories with one another 30 and arbitrarily to equalize the rate of profit with the rate of surplus value. 31 Hence his attempt to derive undeniable empirical phenomena by simple formal abstraction directly from the general law. The vulgar mob has therefore concluded that theoretical truths are abstractions which are at variance with reality, instead of seeing, on the contrary, that Ricardo does not carry true abstract thinking far enough, and is therefore driven into false abstraction. 32 In other words, Ricardo lacks the dialectical incisiveness which is required to understand capital as a unity in process and elaborate its contradictions. The chief defect of the Ricardian theory of profit was therefore its inadequate method, and this was the pivot which Marx could use to overthrow this theory. In this respect the service rendered by Hegel's logic cannot be rated highly enough. 33. The law of the falling rate of profit and the tendency of capitalism toward breakdown. The manuscript of 185,758 also offers the solution to yet another fundamental question in economics, that of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This solution also emerged in the course of Marx's confrontation with Ricardo, who, like all the classical economists, stressed the fact that with the accumulation of capital the natural tendency of profit is to fall. 1. But what is the source and basis of this tendency? Ricardo was clearly unsatisfied by Adam Smith's explanation. We read in the rough draft, A. Smith explained the fall of the rate of profit, as capital grows, by the competition among capitals. To which Ricardo replied that competition can indeed reduce profits in the various branches of business to an average level, can equalize the rate, but cannot depress the average rate itself. Marx continues, A. Smith's phrase is correct to the extent that only in competition the action of capital upon capital are the inherent laws of capital, its tendencies, realized. 2. But it is false in the sense in which he understands it, as if competition imposed laws on capital from the outside, laws not its own. Competition can permanently depress the rate of profit, if and insofar as a general and permanent fall of the rate of profit, having the force of a law, is conceivable prior to competition and regardless of competition. To try to explain the inner laws of capital simply as results of competition means to concede that one does not understand them. 3. However, what is the inner law according to Ricardo himself, which produces the tendency of the rate of profit to fall? Let us first recall that Ricardo was unaware both of the distinction between constant and variable capital for and between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value. Furthermore, according to his theory, profits and wages could only rise or fall in an inverse relation to one another. Hence his thesis that no accumulation of capital will permanently lower profits unless there be some permanent cause for the rise of wages. 5. However, what are the conditions under which the wage would continually rise in terms of value so that the part of the working day which the worker works for himself would grow, but the part he gives gratis to the capitalist would get smaller? This is clearly only possible if the value of the means of subsistence, on which the worker spends his wage, increases. But as a result of the development of the productivity of labor, the value of industrial commodities is constantly decreasing. The diminishing rate of profit can therefore only be explained by the fact that the value of food, the principal component part of the means of subsistence, is constantly rising. 6. According to Ricardo, this happens because agriculture is becoming less productive. The continuous fall in profit is thus bound up with the continuous rise in the rate of rent. 7. What is evident from this is that Ricardo's explanation of the law of the fall in the rate of profit is based on two presuppositions: the Malthusian presupposition of the declining fertility of agriculture, of the progressive deterioration of the soil under cultivation, and 2. The false assumption that the rate of profit is equal to the rate of relative surplus value. 8. And can only rise or fall in inverse proportion to a fall or rise in wages. 9. As is well known, Marx rejected Ricardo's solution to the problem, although we cannot deal here with the numerous reasons. He put forward. 10. The sole issue for us in this context is that Ricardo's incorrect theory of profit prevented him from explaining one of the most striking phenomena of capitalist production, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 11. Since Ricardo simply mixes surplus value and profit together in this way, and since the surplus value can constantly decline, can tendentially decline only if the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor, i.e. to the labor required for the reproduction of labor capacity, declines, but since the latter is possible only if the productive force of labor declines, Ricardo assumes that the productive force of labor decreases in agriculture, although it grows in industry, with the accumulation of capital. He flees from economics to seek refuge in organic chemistry. 12. But how did Marx solve this problem? In section 1 of the rough draft he asks, in relation to one of the numerical examples, with which he wants to explain the distinction between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value, but, understood differently, is there not after all something correct in these figures? Is it not possible for surplus value to rise, although in relation to the capital as a whole it declines, i.e. the so-called rate of profit declines? 13. The solution of the whole matter, says Marx later in a direct polemic against Ricardo, is simply that the rate of profit is not the same as the absolute surplus value, but is rather the surplus value in relation to the capital employed, and that the growth of productive force is accompanied by the decrease of that part of capital which represents a provisionement. 14. In relation to that part which represents invariable capital, i.e. constant capital. 15. Hence, when the relation between total labor and the capital which employs it falls, then the part of labor which appears as surplus labor, or surplus value, necessarily falls. 2.16. In other words, since the rate of profit is in no way identical with the rate of surplus value, the decrease of variable capital in relation to constant brought about by the continual revolution in the techniques of production, and the increase in productivity, must express itself in a declining rate of profit. 17. The growth of the productive power of labor is identical in meaning with the growth of relative surplus value or of the relative surplus labor time which the worker gives to capital, the decline of the labor time necessary for the reproduction of labor capacity, the decline of the part of capital which exchanges at all for living labor, relative to the parts of it which participate in the production process as objectified labor and as presupposed value. The profit rate is therefore inversely related to the growth of relative surplus value or of relative surplus labor, to the development of the powers of production, and to the magnitude of the capital employed as constant capital within production. 18. Thus, in the same proportion as capital takes up a larger place as capital in the production process relative to immediate labor, i.e. the more the relative surplus value grows the value-creating power of capital, the more does the rate of profit fall. 19. In reality, however, this fall in the rate of profit occurs only as a tendency, like all other economic laws. 20. And is checked by numerous countervailing influences. We read in the rough draft, there are moments in the developed movement of capital which delay this movement, i.e. the fall in the rate of profit other than by crises, such as e.g. the constant devaluation of a part of the existing capital, the transformation of a great part of capital into fixed capital which does not serve as agency of direct production, unproductive waste of a great portion of capital, etc. The fall likewise delayed by the creation of new branches of production in which more direct labor in relation to capital is needed, or where the productive power of labor is not yet developed. That the fall in the rate of profit can further be delayed by the omission of existing deductions from profit, e.g. by a lowering of taxes, reduction of ground rent, etc., is actually not our concern here, although of importance in practice, for these are themselves portions of the profit under another name, and are appropriated by persons other than the capitalists themselves. 21. A closer examination would show that the factors which delay the fall in the rate of profit, which we have simply listed here as examples, correspond with those mentioned in Volume 3 of Capital. The main point, however, is that Marx originally regarded the study of these moments as standing outside the analysis of capital in general. Consequently, we read in the manuscript of Theories of Surplus Value, which is of later origin, the process of the falling rate of profit would soon bring capitalist production to the point of crisis if it were not for the fact that alongside the centripetal forces, counteracting tendencies exist, which continuously exert a decentralizing influence. This need not be described here, for it belongs to the chapter dealing with the competition of capitals. 22. Marx did not devote a separate chapter to these retarding factors until Volume 3 of Capital, when it was inserted in connection with the change in the plan of the work. Despite this, even such an important moment as the devaluation of capital through crises is not dealt with here, as Marx stressed repeatedly in Capital 23 and in the Theories 24 that a further analysis of crises falls outside the scope of our study. We have seen that in opposition to Ricardo, who attributed the tendency of the rate of profit to fall to nature. 25. Marx maintained that the fall could only be explained by the fact that although the worker is exploited more than, or just as much as, before, The portion of capital which is exchanged for living labor declines relatively. 26. However, within certain limits capital is able to compensate for the fall in the rate of profit by increasing the mass of profit. We read on this subject in the rough draft, the gross profit, i.e. the surplus value, regarded apart from its formal relation, not as a proportion but rather as a simple magnitude of value without connection with any other, will grow on the average not as does the rate of profit, but as does the size of the capital. Thus, while the rate of profit will be inversely related to the value of the capital, the sum of profit will be directly related to it. However, even this statement is true only for a restricted stage of the development of the productive power of capital or of labor. A capital of 100 with a profit of 10% yields a smaller sum of profit than a capital of 1000 with a profit of 2%. In the first case the sum is 10, in the second 20, i.e. the gross profit of the larger capital is twice as large as that of the 10 times smaller capital, although the rate of the smaller capital's profit is 5 times greater than that of the larger. But if the larger capital's profit were only 1%, then the sum of profit would be 10, like that for the 10 times smaller capital, because the rate of profit would have declined in the same relation as its size. If the rate of profit of the capital of 1000 were only 0.5%, then the sum of its profit would be only half as large as that of the smaller capital, only 5, because the rate of profit would be 20 times smaller. 27 Thus, expressed in general terms, if the rate of profit declines for the larger capital, but not in relation with its size, then the gross profit rises although the rate of profit declines. If the profit rate declines relative to its size, then the gross profit remains the same as that of the smaller capital, remains stationary. If the profit rate declines more than its size increases, then the gross profit of the larger capital decreases relative to the smaller one in proportion as its rate of profit declines. 28. Marx concludes by saying that the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is in every respect the most important law of modern political economy. Despite its simplicity, it has never before been grasped and, even less, consciously articulated. It is from the historical standpoint the most important law. 29. It implies that the material productive power already present, already worked out, existing in the form of fixed capital, together with the scientific power, population etc., in short all conditions for the reproduction of wealth, i.e. the abundant development of the social individual, that the development of the productive forces brought about by the historical development of capital itself, when it reaches a certain point, suspends the self-valorization of capital, instead of positing it. 30 Beyond a certain point, the development of the powers of production becomes a barrier for capital, hence the capital relation a barrier for the development of the productive powers of labor. When it has reached this point, capital, i.e. wage labor, enters into the same relation towards the development of social wealth and of the forces of production, as did the guild system, serfdom, slavery, and is necessarily stripped off as a fetter. The last form of servitude assumed by human activity, that of wage labor on one side, capital on the other, is thereby cast off like a skin, and this casting off itself is the result of the mode of production corresponding to capital, the material and mental conditions of the negation of wage labor and of capital, themselves already the negation of earlier forms of unfree social production, are themselves results of its production process. The growing incompatibility between the productive development of society and its hitherto existing relations of production expresses itself in bitter contradictions, crises, spasms. The violent destruction of capital not by relations external to it, but rather as a condition of its self-preservation, is the most striking form in which advice is given it to be gone, and to give room to a higher state of social production. 31. The third section of the rough draft ends with this prognosis of breakdown. 32. To necessary labor, and by still more expanding the quantity of surplus labor with regard to the whole labor employed. Hence the highest development of productive power together with the greatest expansion of existing wealth will coincide with depreciation of capital, degradation of the laborer, and a most straitened exhaustion of his vital powers. Fragments on interest and credit. 1. the extent to which the original outline envisaged the treatment of these themes. We have yet to comment on a number of pages in the rough draft, where Marx dealt with interest and interest-bearing capital. The fact that this study is very short is not only explained by the haste with which Marx worked on the completion of the draft, and by the fact that he was taken ill as a result of overwork as he neared its completion but also, and primarily, by the structure of the work itself. As we know, the rough draft was not intended to go beyond the framework of capital in general. From the outset this excluded a more detailed study of interest-bearing capital, not to mention the role it plays in the modern credit system. Consequently, Marx could only touch upon the category of interest in the rough draft, whilst, according to his original plan, the analysis of the credit system was to be held back until after the treatment of competition, i.e. in section 3 of the book on capital. Point 2. Marx also kept to this intention in his second large manuscript, that of 186,263. Thus, we read in the section of Part 3 of the theories which deals with profit and interest, this is not the place for a more detailed analysis of interest and its relation to profit, nor is it the place for an examination of the ratio in which profit is divided into industrial profits and interest. 3 and 7 pages later, a general rate of interest corresponds naturally to the general rate of profit. It is not our intention to discuss this further here, since the analysis of interest-bearing capital does not belong to this general section 4 but to that dealing with credit. 5. Accordingly, we find no analysis of credit, its role and its forms in the theories, apart from the occasional comment. Marx restricts himself to demonstrating that the category of interest in modern society presupposes the full development of industrial capital, and that the alienation of the capital relation, its fetishization, reaches its culmination precisely in interest-bearing capital. Apart from this, it is repeatedly stressed in the theories that the analysis of credit as such can only be given at a later stage. Marx states in Part 2, here we need only consider the forms which capital passes through in the various stages of its development. The real conditions within which the actual process of production takes place are therefore not analyzed. We do not examine the competition of capitals, or the credit system. 6. We also read, in the same part, credit is therefore the means by which the capital of the whole capitalist class is placed at the disposal of each sphere of production, not in proportion to the capital belonging to the capitalists in a given sphere but in proportion to their production requirements, whereas in competition the individual capitals appear to be independent of each other. Credit is both the result and the condition of capitalist production, and this provides us with a convenient transition from the competition between capitals to capital as credit. 8. This sentence is crucial for understanding Marx's plan for the construction of his whole work. We can see that the theories still keep to the original plan, which is adhered to up until Volume 3 of Capital. This latter volume goes far beyond it and is the first occasion on which Marx steps beyond the limits of capital in general, in the sense in which this term was employed originally. Point 9. Although the first 4 chapters of Part V of Capital, Volume 3 do no more than develop the ideas which Marx dealt with in the concluding part of the theories. 10. The remaining chapters contain a detailed analysis of the credit system, in the short chapter XXVII, in relation to industrial capital itself, and in the further chapters in relation to interest-bearing capital as such. Point 11. However, Engels found it necessary to redraft 12 this part of Marx's manuscript, and it is therefore difficult to say how much of it, if any, Marx himself had intended to use for an eventual continuation of the work. Nevertheless, chapter XXV, which deals with credit and fictitious capital, begins with the remark, an exhaustive analysis of the credit system, and of the instrument which it creates for its own use lies outside our plan. We merely wish to dwell here upon a few particular points which are required to characterize the capitalist mode of production in general. 13. This is stated even more categorically in Part I of Capital Volume 3, the phenomena analyzed in this chapter require for their full development the credit system and competition on the world market. These more concrete forms of capitalist production can only be comprehensively presented, however, after the general nature of capital is understood. Furthermore, they do not come within the scope of this work and belong to its eventual continuation. 14. 2. The rough draft on interest-bearing capital. Be that as it may, what has been stated is sufficient to explain the fragmentary character of the observations which Marx makes on interest-bearing capital and the credit system in the rough draft. All that he is concerned to do here is firstly to show that the development of capital itself must lead to the division of surplus value into industrial profit and interest, and to the autonomization of interest in relation to profit. And secondly, that the analysis of capital in general already contains the seeds of the basic definitions, from which the theory of credit can be developed. However, doesn't the category of interest considerably predate that of profit? And doesn't Marx always stress the historical pre-existence of interest-bearing capital in comparison with industrial capital proper? 15. We know that it is in its particular function as the means of payment that money develops interest and hence money capital. 16. Simple commodity circulation already produces relations under which the alienation of the commodity becomes separated by an interval of time from the realization of its price. This gives rise to relations of creditor and debtor among commodity owners. These relations can be fully developed even before the credit system comes into being, although they are the natural basis of the latter. 17. For there was borrowing and lending in earlier situations as well, and usury is even the oldest of the antediluvian forms of capital. But borrowing and lending no more constitute credit than working constitutes industrial labor or free wage labor. And credit as an essential, developed relation of production appears historically only in circulation based on capital or on wage labor. Although usury is itself a form of credit in its bourgeoisified form, the form adapted to capital, in its pre-bourgeois form it is rather the expression of lack of credit. 18. The issue is therefore that of the differing social role played by interest-bearing capital in capitalism and in pre-capitalist situations. The presentation of the specific, distinguishing characteristics, states Marx in opposition to Storch's comments on credit, is here both the logical development and the key to the understanding of the historical development. 19. What distinguish interest-bearing capital from usurer's capital, insofar as it is an essential element of the capitalist mode of production, are primarily the altered conditions under which it operates, and consequently also the totally transformed character of the borrower who confronts the money lender. The usurer lends, firstly, to small producers, who own the conditions of their labor, and, secondly, to extravagant members of the upper classes, basically landowners. The modern bank lends to capitalists. Even when a man without fortune receives credit in his capacity of industrialist or merchant, it occurs with the expectation that he will function as capitalist, and appropriate unpaid labor with the borrowed capital. He receives credit in his capacity of potential capitalist. On the other hand, modern credit presupposes the full development of commodity production and circulation. The opposite is the case with usury. The more insignificant the role played by circulation in social reproduction, the more usury flourishes. 20. The above shows how absurd it is to lump together the interest-bearing capital of today with its antediluvian form. We read in the rough draft, the level of interest in India for common agriculturalists in no way indicates the level of profit. But, rather, that profit, as well as part of the wage itself, is appropriated in the form of interest by the usurer. 21. It requires a sense of history like that of Mr. Carey to compare this interest with that prevailing on the English money market, which the English capitalist pays, and to conclude therefrom how much higher the labour share is in England than in India. He ought to have compared the interest which English handloom weavers, e.g. in Derbyshire, pay, whose material and instrument is advanced by the capitalist. He would have found that the interest is here so high that, after settlement of all items, the worker ends up being the debtor, after not only having made restitution of the capitalist's advance, but also having added his own labor to it free of charge. 22. Furthermore, Carey should have seen that historically, the form of industrial profit arises only after capital no longer appears alongside the independent worker. Profit thus appears originally, i.e. in pre-capitalist situations, as determined by interest. But in the bourgeois economy, interest determined by profit, and only one of the latter's parts. Hence profit must be large enough to allow a part of it to branch off as interest. Historically, the inverse. Interest must have become so depressed that a part of the surplus gain could achieve independence as profit. And further, where this relation of the independent, small-scale producer, who is, however, afflicted by usury, repeats itself within the bourgeois economy, it does so in the backward branches of industry, or in such branches as still struggle against their extinction and absorption into the modern mode of production. The most odious exploitation of labor still takes place in them, although here the relation of capital and labor does not carry within itself any basis whatever for the development of new forces of production, or the germ of newer historic forms. In the mode of production itself, capital still here appears materially subsumed under the individual workers or the family of workers, whether in a handicraft business or in small-scale agriculture. What takes place is exploitation by capital without the mode of production of capital. This form of usury, in which capital does not seize possession of production, hence is capital only formally, presupposes the predominance of pre-bourgeois forms of production, but reproduces itself again in subordinate spheres within the bourgeois economy itself. 23. What must therefore be stressed at the outset is that interest and profit both express relations of capital, that the category of interest presupposes the division of profit into interest and profit. The difference, says Marx, becomes tangible, perceptible as soon as a class of moneyed capitalists comes to confront a class of industrial capital. Ists 24. However, moneyed capitalists and industrial capitalists can only form two particular classes because profit is capable of separating off into two branches of revenue. The mere existence of these classes presupposes a division within the surplus value posited by capital. 25. 3. The category of capital as money. The possibility of this internal division of surplus value results from the very fact of the valorization of capital. That is, after the money advanced by the capitalist in the production process has been valorized, it takes on the new aspect of realized capital, it turns into the perpetually valid form of appearance of capital. 26. It is of course true that it exists, objectively, merely as money, but this money is in itself already capital, and, as such, it is a claim on new labor. Here capital already no longer enters into relation with ongoing labor, but with future labor. As a claim, its material existence as money is irrelevant, and can be replaced by any other title. Like the creditor of the state, every capitalist with his newly gained value possesses a claim on future labor, and, by means of the appropriation of ongoing labor has already at the same time appropriated future labor. Thus for the capitalist to stockpile it in the form of money is by no means the same as materially to stockpile the material conditions of labor. This is rather a stockpiling of property titles to labor. Posits future labor as wage labor, as use value for capital. 27. Only in this way is it possible for capital itself to become a commodity, or for the commodity to be sold as capital. 28. We thus come to the category of capital as commodity or capital as money, as distinct from the category of money as capital. Expounded previously. 29. In section I of the rough draft we read the following: as interest, capital itself appears again in the character of a commodity, but a commodity specifically distinct from all other commodities. Capital as such, not as a mere sum of exchange values, enters into circulation and becomes a commodity. Here the character of the commodity is itself present as an economic, specific determinant, not irrelevant as in simple circulation, nor directly related to labor as its opposite, as its use value, as with industrial capital. 30. The commodity as capital, or capital as commodity, is therefore not exchanged for an equivalent in circulation. By entering into circulation, it obtains its being for itself. 31. It obtains its original relation to its owner, even when it passes into the possession of another. It is therefore merely loaned. For its owner, its use value as such is its valorization, money as money, not as medium of circulation, its use value as capital. 32. Or, as we read in the theories, since, on the basis of capitalist production, a certain sum of values makes it possible to extract a certain amount of labor gratis from the workers and to appropriate a certain amount of surplus value, surplus labor, surplus product, it is obvious that money itself can be sold as capital, that is, as a commodity sui generis. It can be sold as the source of profit. I enable someone else by means of money, etc. to appropriate surplus value. Thus it is quite in order for me to receive part of this surplus value. Just as land has value because it enables me to intercept a portion of surplus value, and I therefore pay for this land only the surplus value which can be intercepted thanks to it, so I pay for capital the surplus value which is created by means of it. Since, in the capitalist production process, the value of capital is perpetuated and reproduced in addition to its surplus value, it is therefore quite in order that, when money or commodities are sold as capital, they return to the seller after a period of time and he does not alienate them in the same way as he would a commodity. In this way, money or commodities are not sold as money or commodities, but in their second power, as capital, as self-augmenting money or commodity value. 33. 4. Critique of Proudhonism. It is precisely the fact that capital, in that it becomes a commodity, can only be loaned, and must therefore return to its owner, which forms the basis of the critique of interest-bearing capital by the petit bourgeois socialists. Marx writes, in the whole polemic by M. Proudhon against Bastiat, Proudhon's argument revolves around the fact that lending appears as something quite different to him from selling. To lend at interest, is the ability of selling the same object again and again, and always receiving its price anew, without ever giving up ownership of what one sells. The different form in which the reproduction of capital appears here deceives him into thinking that this constant reproduction of the capital whose price is always obtained back again, and which is always exchanged anew for labor at a profit which is realized again and again in purchase and sale constitutes its concept. What leads him astray is that the object does not change owners, as with purchase and sale, thus basically only the form of reproduction peculiar to capital lent at interest changes into the form of reproduction peculiar to fixed capital. However, if the circulating capital is regarded in its whole process, then it may be seen that, although the same object is not always sold anew, the same value does always reproduce itself anew, and the sale concerns only the form, not the substance. Thus, according to Proudhon, everything should be sold, not lent. He wants to cling to the simplest, most abstract form of exchange, at the same time failing to grasp that the exchange of commodities rests on the exchange between capital and labor, and that not only does the category of profit proceed necessarily from this very exchange, but also that of interest. That is, he does not understand that in order to abolish interest, he also has to abolish capital itself, the mode of production based on exchange value, and hence wage labor. 2.34 His demand that capital should not be loaned out and should bear no interest, but should be sold like a commodity for its equivalent, amounts at bottom to no more than the demand that exchange value should never become capital, but always remain simple exchange value, that capital should not exist as capital. This demand, combined with the other, that wage labor should remain the general basis of production, reveals a happy confusion with regard to the simplest economic concepts. 35. 5. The rough draft on the role of credit in the capitalist economy. At this point we must be careful to make a distinction between the possibility and the necessity of the credit system. We saw how the possibility of credit relations originated in money's function as means of payment. We saw, further, how on the basis of the capitalist mode of production any sum of money capable of being laid out as capital represented a claim to alien labor, and could therefore be lent at interest as a potential source of profit. The actual provision of such loan capital, on a regular basis and in sufficient quantity, is taken care of by the circulation process of capital, within which sums of money are periodically released, which are superfluous to the requirements of the individual's own enterprise and can therefore be put at the disposal of other capitalists through the medium of credit. 36. The possibility of credit is therefore a product of the inner nature of the capitalist mode of production itself, it is inherent to its concept. There are, however, moments in the development and life cycle of capital, which establish not only the possibility, but also the necessity of the credit system, which in fact cause credit to appear as a necessary condition of capitalist production. The chief of these is the striving for continuity, for the uninterrupted flow of the production process. Why this striving is necessary is quite obvious. Capital only creates surplus value in the production process. The constant continuity of this process therefore appears as a fundamental condition for production based on capital. On the other hand, each phase of production must be followed by a phase of circulation, which constantly interrupts the continuity of production. Thus the conditions of production arising out of the nature of capital itself contradict each other. The contradiction can be superseded and overcome only in two ways. First, by the division of capital into portions, and secondly through credit. A pseudo-buyer, i.e. someone who really pays but does not really buy, mediates the transformation of capitalist A's products into money. But B himself is paid only after capitalist C has brought A's products. Whether the money which this credit man B gives to A is used by A to buy labor or to buy raw material and instrument, before A can replace either of them from the sale of his product, does not alter the case. In this case capital B replaces capital A, but they are not valorized at the same time. Now B takes the place of A, i.e. his capital lies fallow, until it is exchanged with capital C. It is frozen in the product of A, who has made his product liquid in capital B. 37. According to Marx, this is an aspect of credit which arises out of the direct nature of the production process, and thus constitutes the foundation of the necessity for credit. 38 But the other moments which establish the necessity of credit are no less important. We know that circulation time is always a barrier to the creation and realization of value, a barrier arising not from production generally but specific to the production of capital. 39 Consequently, the necessary tendency of capital is not only to shorten circulation time, but to reduce it to nothing wherever possible, i.e. to bring about circulation without circulation time. Marx stresses that it is precisely this tendency which is the fundamental determinant of credit and of capital's credit contrivances. 40 In this context we should refer first to the function of money as a circulation machine, which is bound up with large unproductive expenditure. Insofar as it is value in itself, it is to be characterized as one of the principal costs of circulation of capitalist production. 41 Hence capital strives to economize on money, and to posit it as a merely formal moment, so that it mediates the formal transformation of commodities, without itself being capital, i.e. value. 42 On the other hand, the striving to give circulation time value, the value of production time, in the various organs which mediate the process of circulation time and of circulation, to posit them all as money, and, more broadly as capital. All this springs from the same sources. All the requirements of circulation, although they take on different and seemingly quite heterogeneous forms, are all derived from circulation time. The machinery for abbreviating it is itself a part of it. And it is precisely for this reason that the contradiction of labor time and circulation time contains the entire doctrine of credit, to the extent, namely, that the history of currency etc. enters here. 43. However, circulation time is not the only barrier against which capital's drive for valorization collides. There is also the barrier presented by the sphere of exchange. This consists in the fact that on the one hand capital must produce on a capitalist basis without regard to the limited dimensions of consumption, but that on the other, as value, it presupposes a counter-value against which it can be exchanged. 44 Credit is also enormously significant in this context, as the course of the industrial cycle shows. In fact, adds Marx, this appears more colossally classically, in the relation between peoples than in the relation between individuals. Thus e.g. the English forced to lend to foreign nations, in order to have them as customers. At bottom the English capitalist exchanges doubly with productive English capital, as himself, as Yankee etc., or in whatever other form he has placed his money. 45. Remaining constant, the productive power of social labor is, eo ipso, increased. Hence, so far as the forms of existence which develop with the credit system have this effect, they increase capitalist wealth directly, either by performing a large portion of the social production and labor process without any intervention of real money, or by improving the ability of the quantity of money actually functioning to perform its functions. 6. The barriers of the credit system. As we have just seen, the entire credit system, and the overtrading, overspeculation etc. connected with it, rests on the necessity of expanding and leaping over the barrier to circulation and the sphere of exchange. 47. It is in the sense that credit is an inherent form of the capitalist mode of production upon which the entire connection of the reproduction process is based. 48. Nevertheless, the role of credit should not be overestimated. 4. Just as money overcomes the barriers of barter only by generalizing them, i.e. separating sale and purchase entirely, credit, similarly, only overcomes the barriers to the valorization of capital by raising them to their most general form, positing one period of overproduction and one of underproduction as two periods. 49. Although its development results in the acceleration of the individual phases of circulation, or of the metamorphosis of commodities, and with it an acceleration of the process of reproduction in general, at the same time credit helps to keep the acts of buying and selling further apart in time and serves thereby as the basis for speculation. 50. For this reason Marx mocks in capital productively, i.e. profitably. The English, for example, are forced to lend their capital to other countries in order to create a market for their commodities. Overproduction, the credit system, etc. are means by which capitalist production seeks to break through its own barriers and to produce over and above its own limits. Capitalist production, on the one hand, has this driving force, on the other hand, it only tolerates production commensurate with the profitable employment of existing capital. Hence crises. The circulation artists, who imagine that they can do something with the velocity of circulation other than lessen the obstacles to reproduction. Even madder, of course, are those circulation artists who imagine that credit institutes and inventions which abolish the lag of circulation time will not only do away with the delays and interruptions in production caused by the transformation of the finished product into capital, but will also make the capital, with which productive capital exchanges, itself superfluous, i.e. they want to produce on the basis of exchange value but at the same time to remove, by some witchcraft, the necessary conditions of production on this basis. The most that credit can do in this respect as regards mere circulation is maintain the continuity of the production process, if all other conditions of this continuity are present, i.e. if the capital to be exchanged with actually exists etc. 51. These arguments from the rough draft are clearly still valid today. The same also applies to Marx's critique of the illusions concerning the miraculous power of the credit and banking system in the socialist sense. As soon as the means of production have ceased to be transformed into capital, credit as such no longer has any meaning. On the other hand, as long as the capitalist mode of production continues to exist, interest-bearing capital, as one of its forms, also continues to exist and constitutes in fact the basis of its credit system. 52. And consequently, the conception of the essentially socialist character of credit belongs in the arsenal of petit bourgeois utopias. This is clearly not contradicted by the fact that credit reveals itself as the driving force in the development of the capitalist order to its highest and ultimate form. 53. And hence works towards its dissolution. The reason is that it is credit which represents the form in which capital tries to posit itself as distinct from the individual capital and in which the social character of capitalist production is most strikingly point, so that in fact it constitutes an imminent fetter and barrier to production, which is continually broken through by the credit system. Hence, the credit system accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the establishment of the world market. It is the historical mission of the capitalist system of production to raise these material foundations of the new mode of production to a certain degree of perfection. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent eruptions of this contradiction crises and thereby the elements of disintegration of the old mode of production. Expressed point 54. The highest result it achieves in this line is, on one side, fictitious capital, on the other side, credit only appears as a new element of concentration, of the destruction of capitals by individual, centralizing capitals. 55. However, this raises a series of questions which go far beyond the study of capital in general, and which are therefore not dealt with in detail in the rough draft. We should bear in mind that the reason for this exclusion is that the basic tendencies of credit are only dealt with in the rough draft as they emerge from the abstract, general analysis of the capitalist process of production and circulation. Point 56. It is nonetheless amazing to see the extent to which many of the later results of the analysis of the credit system in Volume 3 of Capital were anticipated by this method in the rough draft. Appendix. On recent criticisms of Marx's law of the falling rate of profit. There can scarcely be one basic principle in Marx's entire system which has been so unanimously rejected by both academic and non-academic critics as his law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, yet the arguments used by his critics on the issue are perhaps the least satisfactory of any. Two writers who have recently concerned themselves with Marx's law can be cited as examples of this. They are Joan Robinson 1 and the American Marxist, Paul Sweezy. Point 2. As with earlier critics of the law, Robinson and Sweezy consider that Marx is guilty of what is primarily a methodological inconsistency. Marx allegedly formulated his law under the assumption of a constant rate of surplus value. He arbitrarily separated the factors which reduce the rate of profit from those which increase it, in order to derive his law from the former, and the countervailing influences from the latter. Or, as the original proponent of this objection, von Bortkiewicz, stated, the error in the proof of the law which Marx offers chiefly consists in the fact that he neglected the mathematical relation between the productivity of labor and the rate of surplus value. He regarded the latter as a separate factor. The absurdities to which such a way of isolating factors generally leads can be seen from the following simple example. Take a positive value a, which is related to other positive values b and c through the function a equals b/c. The question is, how does a change, when each of the values b and c depend on d? For example, where b equals d5, and c equals d3. The correct solution to the question is clearly this. One eliminates b and c from the expression for a, finds that a equals d2 and concludes from this that a varies in the same direction as d. But if Marx's method of isolating is used in this example, one could express e.g. a by b/d3 and draw the conclusion from this formula, that a gets smaller as d increases, and larger as d decreases. If one were to add to this that a change in b could obscure this connection, but that this is a separate thing, then the essential identity of this procedure with Marx's method of isolating becomes even clearer. 3. Is this objection valid? Did Marx really lay himself open to the accusation that he violated the elementary rules of logic? Let us take a closer look. To the first page of chapter 13 in volume 3 of Capital, which deals with the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, seems, in fact, to prove the correctness of the above statement. Marx begins with a numerical example intended to show how differences in the organic composition of capital affect the particular rates of profit in the 5 different branches of production. Naturally, this can be shown most easily if one temporarily abstracts from other factors which could influence the rate of profit, chiefly differences in the degree of exploitation of labor. Consequently, Marx assumes, as in the previous sections in Volume 3, that the rate of surplus value is equal to 100% in all 5 branches of production, i.e. that the workers work half a day for themselves and half a day for the employer. Marx demonstrates that the rates of profit in the 5 branches of production have to stand in an inverse relation to the level of the organic composition. Point 4. However, what applies to branches of production standing alongside one another at one point in time also applies to the various successive states of the total social capital. The average composition of social capital continually increases, and this is precisely the reason why the gradual growth of constant capital in relation to variable must necessarily lead to a gradual fall of the general rate of profit, so long as the rate of surplus value, or the intensity of exploitation of labor by capital, remains the same. 5. But we also read on the very same page, the hypothetical series expresses the actual tendency of capitalist production. This mode of production produces a progressive relative decrease of the variable capital as compared to the constant capital, and consequently a continually rising organic composition of the total capital. The immediate result of this is that the rate of surplus value, at the same, or even a rising, degree of labor exploitation, is represented by a continually falling rate of profit. 6 and 2 pages further on, the law of the falling rate of profit, which expresses the same, or even a higher rate of surplus value, states, in other words, that any quantity of the average social capital, say, a capital of 100, comprises an ever larger portion of the means of labor, and an ever smaller portion of living labor. Therefore, since the aggregate mass of living labor operating the means of production decreases in relation to the value of these means of production, it follows that the unpaid labor and the portion of value in which it is expressed must decline as compared to the value of the advanced total capital. Or, an ever smaller aliquot part of total invested capital is converted into living labor, and this total. Thus, in this case too, the rate of profit would gradually fall despite the sharply rising rate of surplus value. Capital, therefore, absorbs in proportion to its magnitude less and less surplus labor, although the unpaid part of the labor applied may at the same time grow in relation to the paid part. 7. Marx says the same thing on pages 22,021, 22,627, 229, 23,334 and 24,142 of Volume 3. And finally at the end of chapter 14 he regarded it as necessary in order to avoid misunderstandings to repeat, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is bound up with the tendency of the rate of surplus value to rise, hence with the tendency for the rate of labor exploitation to rise. The rate of profit does not fall because labor becomes less productive, but because it becomes more productive. Both the rise in the rate of surplus value and the fall in the rate of profit are but specific forms through which growing productivity is expressed under capitalism. 8. The passages above are also complemented by equally categorical statements in the theories. 9. Marx clearly had no intention of restricting his law to the case of a constant rate of surplus value. According to him, even a rising rate of surplus value must eventually be expressed in a falling rate of profit. However, this does not prevent his critics from interpreting the law in a completely different sense. Thus, Joan Robinson writes on this law, Marx's theory, as we have seen, rests on the assumption of a constant rate of exploitation. This then leads on to the following objection. 10. This proposition stands out in startling contradiction to the rest of Marx's argument. For if the rate of exploitation tends to be constant, real wages tend to rise as productivity increases. Labor receives a constant proportion of an increasing total. Marx can only demonstrate a falling tendency in profits by abandoning his argument that real wages tend to be constant. This drastic inconsistency he seems to have overlooked. But, secondly, Robinson believes that Marx's law consists simply in the tautology: when the rate of exploitation is constant, the rate of profits falls as capital per man increases. Assuming constant periods of turnover, so that C plus V measures the stock of capital, when S/V is constant and C/V is rising, S/ is falling. 11. It is hardly surprising that Joan Robinson comes to the totally negative judgment that Marx's explanation of the falling tendency of profits explains nothing at all. 12. 3. It is clear that we can now simply brush both objections aside, since Marx in no way connected his law to the assumption of a constant rate of surplus value. He cannot be criticized either for an inconsistency or a tautology on this question. However, this does not completely take care of the criticisms directed against his method of isolating factors. For, if Marx's law is in fact based on the assumption of a constant rate of surplus value, Why does he treat the factors which raise the rate of profit as things for themselves? Why does he leave the study of such important factors as the increase in the degree of labor exploitation, or relative surplus population etc. until after the presentation of the law itself, i.e. until chapter 14, and merely allot them the role of countervailing influences to the law? This objection plays a large part in Sweezy's criticism. It seems hardly wise to treat an integral part of the process of rising productivity separately and as an offsetting factor. A better procedure is to recognize from the outset that rising productivity tends to bring with it a higher rate of surplus value. Furthermore, this is what Marx usually does. 13. This is really a strange argument. The problem which confronted Marx was this: how does the continually growing productivity of social labor affect the average rate of profit? Since the level of the rate of profit depends on two factors, the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital, and since the growth in the productivity of labor affects both factors, then we would indeed be presented with the method of isolation, criticized by Bortkiewicz, if Marx only looked at the increase in organic composition, for example, without noting that the growing productivity of labor must simultaneously raise the rate of surplus value, or, conversely, if he saw only the increase in the rate of surplus value resulting from the growth of productivity, and left out of consideration the even stronger tendency towards an increase in the organic composition of capital which is bound up with it. There are also, of course, moments which only affect one of the two factors, without immediately affecting the other. For example, any attentive reader of the chapter dealing with countervailing influences will notice that Marx only looks at those methods of exploitation in which a rise in the rate of surplus value is not simultaneously accompanied by an increase or proportional increase of constant capital as against variable, i.e. where the organic composition remains initially unchanged. 14. By contrast, methods which include a growth in constant capital as against variable, i.e. a fall in the rate of profit, were of course already considered in the exposition of the law itself in chapter 13. And for this reason relative overpopulation is examined in chapter 14 only insofar as it facilitates the continued existence of branches of production with an especially low organic composition, as a consequence of the cheapness and abundance of disposable or unemployed wage laborers, and of the greater resistance which some branches of production, by their very nature, opposed to the transformation of manual work into machine production. 15. This restriction also applies to the subsequent devaluation of constant capital. 16. As well as to all methods of production which, but, notably, it is the prolongation of the working day, this invention of modern industry, which increases the mass of appropriated surplus labor without essentially altering the proportion of the employed labor power to the constant capital set in motion by it, and which rather tends to reduce this capital relatively. 15. Sweezy is therefore wrong when he raises the following objection to the argument of this section: it would seem, however, that a more important effect of the reserve army is through competition on the labor market with the active labor force, to depress the rate of wages and in this way to elevate the rate of surplus value. Without a doubt, if Marx had discussed this subject in chapter 14, this would have led, in fact, to what Bortkiewicz criticized him for. 16. The fact that Marx included the devaluation of constant capital in the tendencies which counteract the fall in the rate of profit arouses Sweezy's disapproval. He says, it might seem that it would be preferable to look first at what might be called the original increase of the organic composition, to observe the effects of this on the rate of profit, and only then to take account of the cheapening of the elements of constant capital which is itself due to the rise in productivity associated with the original increase. It might be held that if this were done, the rate of increase of the organic composition would appear much larger, and that this fact is prevented from showing in the statistics only by one of the counteracting causes. It is doubtful, however, whether any useful purpose can be served by such an attempt to preserve Marx's implied distinction between the primary rise in the organic composition and the counteracting fall due to the cheapening of the elements of constant capital. All that can be observed is the net change in the organic composition which is the resultant of both forces. It seems better, therefore, to use the expression change in the organic composition of capital only in the net sense, which takes account of cheapening of the elements of constant capital. If this is done, there will perhaps be less temptation to think of the organic composition in physical instead of value terms. If we are to believe Sweezy, Marx takes the technical composition of capital as the basis of the law so that he can smuggle in the value composition as a counteracting influence. Raise the rate of profit at a constant rate of surplus value, or independently of the rate of surplus value. 17. And if the critics fail to notice the methodological distinction between chapters 13 and 14, this probably has less to do with the rather complex structure of these chapters, than with the preconceived ideas with which they set about their study. For however, if Marx himself did take account of the mutual relation between the organic composition and the rate of surplus value, i.e. if his law is not based on an arbitrary method of isolation, aren't we then compelled to accept an interpretation which denies the tendency of the rate of profit to fall? Wouldn't we then have every reason to agree with Sweezy that, if both the organic composition of capital and the rate of surplus value are assumed variable, then the direction in which the rate of profit will change becomes indeterminate? All we can say is that the rate of profit will fall if the percentage increase in the rate of surplus value is less than the percentage decrease in the proportion of variable to total capital. However, there is no general presumption that changes in the organic composition of capital will be relatively so much greater than changes in the rate of surplus value that the former will dominate movements in the rate of profit. On the contrary, it would seem that we must regard the two variables as of roughly coordinate importance. In the general case, therefore, we ought to assume that the increasing organic composition of capital proceeds pari passu with the rising rate of surplus value. 18. Or, as Natalie Moskowska says, the rate of profit would only fall with technical progress, if it were only the composition of capital which rose and not labor productivity as well. If the rising productivity of labor causes the value of the material and human means of production to fall, then the composition of capital will subsequently fall and the rate of surplus value rise. Immediately after the introduction of a technical innovation, equipping the workers with expensive means of production does indeed raise the composition of capital, but after the cheapening of the means of production due to rising productivity of labor, it falls again. And since wages also fall after cheapening of the workers' consumer goods, i.e. the rate of surplus value rises, then the rate of profit cannot fall. 19. Marx's critics consequently stake their arguments on factors which counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. On the one hand, the subsequent devaluation of the elements of constant capital, and, on the other, the increase in the rate of surplus value. No one can deny that these factors are at work. The key question is, to what extent do they assert themselves? As far as the first factor is concerned, it is sufficient in this context to look at one passage in Part 3 of Theories, the chapter on turbules, which the critics did not notice. We read there can be no doubt that machinery becomes cheaper, and this for two reasons: the application of machinery to the production of raw materials from which the machinery is made. The application of machinery in the transformation of these materials into machinery. In saying this, we already say two things. Firstly, that in both these branches, compared with the instruments required in the manufacturing industry, the value of the capital laid out in machinery also grows as compared with that laid out in wages. Secondly, what becomes cheaper is the individual machine and its component parts, but a system of machinery develops. The tool is not simply replaced by a single machine, but by a whole system, and the tools which perhaps played the major part previously are now assembled in thousands. Each individual machine confronting the worker is in itself a colossal assembly of instruments which he formerly used singly, e.g. 1,800 spindles instead of one. But, in addition, the machine contains elements which the old instrument did not have. Despite the cheapening of individual elements, the price of the whole aggregate increases enormously, and the productivity consists in the continuous expansion of the machinery. Marx continues, It is therefore self-evident or a tautological proposition that the increasing productivity of labor caused by machinery corresponds to increased value of the machinery relative to the amount of labor employed, the variable capital 20. But what about the raw materials? It is obvious that the quantity of raw material must increase proportionally with the productivity of labor, that is, the amount of raw material must be proportionate to that of labor. 21. If, for example, productivity in spinning increases tenfold, that is, a single worker spins as much as 10 did previously, why should not one Negro produce 10 times as much cotton as 10 did previously, that is, why should the value ratio not remain the same? The spinner uses 10 times as much cotton in the same time. The 10 times larger amount of cotton therefore costs no more than a tenth of this amount cost previously. This means that despite the increase in the amount of the raw material, its value ratio to variable capital remains the same. To this it is quite easy to answer that some kinds of raw materials, such as wool, silk, leather, are produced by animal organic processes, while cotton, linen etc. are produced by vegetable organic processes, and capitalist production has not yet succeeded, and never will succeed in mastering these processes in the same way as it has mastered purely mechanical or inorganic chemical processes. Raw materials such as skins etc. and other animal products become dearer partly because the law of rent increases the value of these products as civilization advances. As far as coal and metal are concerned, they become much cheaper with the advance of production. This will however become more difficult as mines etc. are exhausted. Marx concludes, the cheapening of raw materials, and of auxiliary materials, etc. checks but does not cancel the growth in the value of this part of capital. It checks it to the degree that it brings about a fall in profit. This rubbish is herewith disposed of. 22. Finally, how should we judge the main counter-argument offered by Marx's critics, namely, as they put it, the increase in the rate of surplus value pari passu with the rise in organic composition? This argument overlooks several details. First, that the value of labor power does not fall in the same degree as the productivity of labor or of capital increases. This is because this increase in productive power likewise increases the ratio between constant and variable capital in all branches of industry which do not produce necessaries without giving rise to any kind of alteration in the value of labor. The development of productive power is not uniform. It is in the nature of capitalist production that it develops industry more rapidly than agriculture. 23. This is not due to the nature of the land, but to the fact that in order to be exploited really in accordance with its nature, land requires different social relations. An additional factor is that, as a consequence of land ownership, agricultural products are expensive compared with other commodities, because they are sold at their value and are not forced down to the price of production. They form, however, the principal constituent of the means of subsistence. 24. Furthermore, if 1/10 of the land is dearer to exploit than the other 9/10, these latter are likewise hit artificially by this relative barrenness, as a result of the law of competition. 25. On the other hand, however, impeding factors enter here, such as, for example, that the workers themselves, although they cannot prevent reductions in wages, will not permit them to be reduced to the absolute minimum. On the contrary, they achieve a certain quantitative participation in the general growth of wealth. 26. This is not the only reason for the mistakes made by Marx's critics. Much more important is the fact that they also overlook that the increase in the rate of profit secured by raising the intensity of the exploitation of labor is no abstract procedure or arithmetical operation, rather, it is always related to actual living workers, and their performance. In other words, the surplus labor which a worker can perform has definite limits. On the one hand, the length of the working day, and on the other the part of the working day necessary for the reproduction of the workers themselves. For example, if the normal working day amounts to 8 hours, no increase in productive power can squeeze more surplus labor out of the worker than 8 minus as many hours as correspond to the production of the wage. If the technique of production succeeded in reducing the necessary labor time from e.g. 4 hours to half an hour, then surplus labor would still not come to more than 15/16 of the working day, it would increase from 4 to 7.5, i.e. not even double. At the same time the productivity of labor would have to grow enormously. The larger the surplus value of capital before the increase of productive force, the larger the amount of presupposed surplus labor, or surplus value of capital, or the smaller the fractional part of the working day which forms the equivalent of the worker, which expresses necessary labor, the smaller is the increase in surplus value which capital obtains from the increase of productive force. Its surplus value rises, but in an ever smaller relation to the development of the productive force. Thus the more developed capital already is, the more terribly must it develop the productive force in order to valorize itself, i.e. to add surplus value to itself, even to a slight degree, because its barrier always remains the relation between the fractional part of the day which expresses necessary labor, and the entire working day. It can move only within these boundaries. 27. We should not forget that the increase in productivity is not simply expressed in the decline of variable capital relative to constant, but also in the decline of the entire living labor applied to the means of production, in relation to the value of these means of production, i.e. the relation C also falls. This is not, however, essentially a question of a change in the value composition of capital, but is rather related to the change in its technical composition, which characterizes technical progress. Thus, if, given a constant capital of definite size, 20 workers were reduced to 10, and if previously the 20 workers worked 80 hours for themselves and 80 for the employer, then it would be impossible for the remaining 10 workers to perform as much surplus labor as the 20 did before, since their entire working time only amounts to 80 hours. 28. 27. We have already cited these arguments in chapter 16. See also Grundriss, p. 340. 28 cf. Capital 3, p. 247, inasmuch as the development of the productive forces reduces the paid portion of employed labor, it raises the surplus value, because it raises its rate, but inasmuch as it reduces the total mass of labor employed by a given capital, it reduces the factor of the number by which the rate of surplus value is multiplied to obtain its mass. 2 workers, each working 12 hours a day, cannot produce the same mass of surplus value as 24 who only work 2 hours, even if they could live on air and hence did not have to work for themselves at all. In this respect, then, the compensation of the reduced number of workers by intensifying the degree of exploitation has certain insurmountable limits. It may, for this reason, well check the fall in the rate of profit, but it cannot prevent it altogether. Joan Robinson even succeeds in misinterpreting this passage, which she quotes word for word in the following commentary: productivity may rise without limit, and, if real wages are constant, the rate of exploitation rises with it. Marx appears to have been in some confusion upon this point, for when he begins to discuss the effect of a rise in productivity on the rate of exploitation, he switches over in the middle of the argument to discussing the effect of changing the length of the working day. 30. Robinson seems now to interpret the problem in this sense when she writes, "The trouble probably arose, like most of the obscurities in Marx's argument, from his method of reckoning in terms of value. With given labor time, of given intensity, the rate of value created is constant. Thus V plus C is constant. It might seem, at the first glance, that S/V can rise only if wages fall. But this is an illusion. An increase in productivity reduces the value of commodities, and the value of labor power, with constant real wages. Thus V falls towards zero, and S/V rises towards infinity, and all the time real wages are constant. Admittedly, as the working day consists of 2 parts, necessary and surplus labor, it follows that if necessary labor constantly falls, surplus labor must rise. However, this tautology cannot bring about miracles. It cannot alter the fact that the increase in the extent of exploitation of labor can only make up within definite, narrow limits for the loss of actually performed surplus labor, the loss which arises through the continual reduction in the number of workers employed per unit of capital. Law, Marx adds, is of importance for the explanation of many phenomena, arising from a tendency of capital to reduce as much as possible the number of workers employed, i.e. the amount of its variable component, the part which is changed into labor power, which stands in contradiction with its other tendency to produce the greatest possible mass of surplus value. 31. This is clearly an allusion which prepares us for the solution of the riddle of the falling rate of profit contained in volume 3 of Capital, but once again, this was not noticed by the critics. Von Bortkiewicz enjoys great popularity in the Anglo-American school of Marxist economics, not so much because of his objections to Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, but rather his critique of Marx's transformation of values into prices of production. To us, this second aspect of Bortkiewicz's critique seems even less satisfactory than the first, and we regard it as a mere academic whim. Bortkiewicz's supporters propose the thesis that Marx's method of transformation would lead to a violation of the equilibrium of simple reproduction, and is therefore logically unsatisfactory. 32. However, this objection would only be valid if Marx were in fact a harmonist, i.e. if his schemes of reproduction were to be interpreted in the way adopted by Tagan-Baranovsky. There is also a second point. Von Bortkiewicz's supporters overlook the fact that Marx's prices of production are not in fact prices at all, but simply values modified by the intervention of the average rate of profit, and so the price calculation suggested by Bortkiewicz cannot make the slightest contribution towards solving the question of the actual transformation of values into prices. Marx had already set out the way in which the actual transition from values to prices occur both in the Grundrisse and the Critique, and it is superfluous to look for a surrogate solution to this problem. Part 6. Conclusion. 28. The historical limits of the law of value. Marx on the subject of socialist society. According to Marx's original outline, the last book of his work was to conclude with an examination of those moments which point beyond the presupposition and drive towards the adoption of a new historical form. That is, it was intended to deal with the dissolution of the mode of production based on exchange value and its transition to socialism. Point 1. The central focus of this was naturally the question of the destiny of the law of value, and it is to this subject that we now turn our attention. 1. Marx on the development of human individuality under capitalism. It is well known that the founders of Marxism rejected all forms of depicting the future, inasmuch as this involved the construction of completed socialist systems, to be derived from the eternal principles of justice and the immutable laws of human nature. Although such systems may have been necessary and justified in those periods when they were first expounded, they developed into a hindrance to the growing workers' movement as soon as it had acquired a scientific basis in the materialist interpretation of history, established by Marx and Engels. This basis was far superior to the doctrines of the utopian socialists and had to pose the question of a socialist conception of the future in a radically different way. Socialism no longer appeared as a mere ideal, but as a necessary phase in the development of humanity, the real culmination of all previous history. Consequently, the socialist society of the future could only be spoken of inasmuch as visible seeds of this new social form could be discovered in history and its developmental tendencies. This does not of course mean that Marx and Engels had no conception of the socialist economic and social order, or that they simply left the entire matter to our grandchildren, as if this constituted the scientific character of their theories. On the contrary, such conceptions played a prominent role in Marx's theoretical system. This can be convincingly shown if we examine the main works of the founders of Marxism. Take, for example, Marx's Capital, which sought both to investigate the inner structure and laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production and to produce the proof and necessity of the great change which was to bring about the abolition of human self-alienation, through which humanity would become the real conscious rulers of nature and their own association. We therefore constantly encounter discussions and remarks in Capital, and the works preparatory to it, which are concerned with the problems of a socialist society, and which make especially clear both what Marx had in common with the theories of the utopian socialists, and where he differed from them. These discussions were a necessary product of Marx's dialectical and material method, which sought to grasp every social phenomenon in the flow of its becoming, existence, and passing away. This method therefore directs our attention both to earlier historical modes of production and looks forward to those points at which the suspension of the present form of production relations gives signs of its becoming, foreshadowing the future. Just as, on the one side, the pre-bourgeois phases appear as merely historical, i.e. suspended presuppositions, so do the contemporary conditions of production likewise appear as engaged in suspending themselves and hence in positing the historic presuppositions for a new state of society. 3. Thus the dialectical materialist study of the capitalist mode of production leads directly to counterposing this mode of production. On the one hand, to pre-capitalist social formations, and on the other, to the socialist social order which replaces it. The private exchange of all products of labor, all activities, and all wealth stands in antithesis not only to a distribution based on a natural or political super and subordination of individuals to one another, but also to free exchange among individuals who are associated on the basis of common appropriation and control of the means of production, for this yields a division of the whole of human history into 3 stages, in the form of a dialectical triad. Relations of personal dependence are the first social forms, in which human productive capacity develops only to a slight extent and at isolated points. Personal independence founded on objective dependencies is the second great form, in which a system of general social metabolism, of universal relations, of all-round needs and universal capacities is formed for the first time. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal, social productivity as their social wealth, is the third stage. The second stage creates the conditions for the third. 5. Human history is therefore seen in terms of its most basic final outcome, as a necessary process of the elaboration and development of the human personality and its freedom. However, from Marx's point of view, the issue was not so much to demonstrate the necessity of this process, but rather to liberate this discovery from ideological illusions and place it on the firm foundation of real history, i.e. the development of the social relations of production. This task could only be accomplished with the assistance of the materialist method. The rough draft states, when we look at social relations which create an undeveloped system of exchange values, and of money, then it is clear from the outset that the individuals in such a society, although their relations appear to be more personal, enter into connection with one another only as individuals imprisoned within a certain definition, as feudal lord and vassal, landlord and serf etc., or as members of a caste etc., or as members of an estate etc. In the money relation, in the developed system of exchange, the ties of personal dependence, of distinctions of blood, education, etc. are in fact exploded, ripped up, and individuals seem independent. 6. Free to collide with one another and to engage in exchange within this freedom, but they appear thus only for someone who abstracts from the conditions of existence within which these individuals enter into contact. The definedness of individuals, which in the former case appears as a personal restriction of the individual by another, appears in the latter case as developed into an objective restriction of the individual by relations independent of him and sufficient unto themselves. Since the single individual cannot strip away his personal definition, but may well overcome and master external relations, his freedom seems to be greater in case 2. A closer examination of these external relations, these conditions, shows, however, that it is impossible for the individuals of a class etc. to overcome them en masse without destroying them. A particular individual may by chance get on top of these relations, but the mass of those under their rule cannot, since their mere existence expresses subordination, the necessary subordination of the mass of individuals. These external relations are very far from being an abolition of relations of dependence, they are rather the dissolution of these relations into a general form. They are merely the elaboration and emergence of the general foundation of the relations of personal dependence. 7. We read in a marginal note to the examination of the objective power of money in the rough draft, it has been said and may be said that this is precisely the beauty and greatness of it, this spontaneous interconnection, this material and mental metabolism which is independent of the knowing and willing of individuals, and which presupposes their reciprocal independence and indifference. And certainly the subjective connection is preferable to the lack of any connection, or to a merely local connection resting on blood ties, or on primeval, natural, or master-servant relations. Equally certain is it that individuals cannot gain mastery over their own social interconnections before they have created them. 8 But it is an insipid notion to conceive of this merely objective bond as a spontaneous, natural attribute inherent in individuals and inseparable from their nature. This bond is their product. It is a historic product. It belongs to a specific phase of their development. The alien and independent character in which it presently exists vis-a-vis individuals proves only that the latter are still engaged in the creation of the conditions of their social life, and that they have not yet begun, on the basis of these conditions, to live it. It is the bond of individuals within specific and limited relations of production. However, in earlier stages of development the single individual seems to be developed more fully, because he has not yet worked out his relationships in their fullness, or erected them as independent social powers and relations opposite himself. It is as ridiculous to yearn for a return to that original fullness as it is to believe that with this complete emptiness, which characterizes the New Age, history has come to a standstill. 10 The bourgeois viewpoint has never advanced beyond this antithesis between itself and this romantic viewpoint, and therefore the latter will accompany it as legitimate antithesis up to its blessed end. 11. The main defect with the bourgeois concept of freedom is now clear: it is the unhistorical approach of its advocates, who regard the development of individuality, which is specific to one particular epoch and one particular mode of production, as being absolute, and confuse this with the realization of freedom tout court. They simply fail to grasp that bourgeois freedom, far from representing the embodiment of freedom in general, is rather a highly specific product of the capitalist mode of production, and consequently shares all its limitations. For human beings, having been liberated from earlier limitations, are subject to a new fetter under capitalism, namely the reified rule of their relations of production, which have grown up over them, the blind power of competition and chance. 13 In one respect they have become freer, but in another they have become less free. This unhistorical mode of thinking is shown most clearly in the attitude of bourgeois economists towards capitalist competition. Marx says that although competition appears historically as the dissolution of compulsory guild membership, government regulation, internal tariffs, and the like within a country, as the lifting of blockades, prohibitions, and protection on the world market, it has never been examined for this merely negative side. Its merely historical side. And this has led at the same time to the even greater absurdity of regarding it as the collision of unfettered individuals who are determined only by their own interests as the mutual repulsion and attraction of free individuals, and hence as the absolute mode of existence of free individuality in the sphere of consumption and of exchange. Nothing can be more mistaken, Marx adds. For, in the first place, while free competition has dissolved the barriers of earlier relations and modes of production, it is necessary to observe first of all that the things which were a barrier to it were the inherent limits of the earlier mode of production, within which they spontaneously developed and moved. The limits became barriers only after the forces of production and the relations of intercourse had developed sufficiently to enable capital as such to emerge as the dominant principle of production. The limits which it tore down were barriers to its motion, its development, and realization. It is by no means the case that it thereby suspended all limits, nor all barriers, but rather only the limits not corresponding to it, which were barriers to it. 14 Within its own limits, however much they may appear as barriers from a higher standpoint, it feels free, and free of barriers, i.e. as limited only by itself, only by its own conditions of life. Exactly as guild industry, in its heyday, found in the guild organization all the fullness of freedom it required, i.e. the relations of production corresponding to it. After all, it posited these out of itself, and developed them as its inherent conditions, and hence in no way as external and constricting barriers. The historical side of the negation of the guild system etc. by capital through free competition signifies nothing more than that capital, having become sufficiently strong, by means of the mode of intercourse adequate to itself, tore down the historic barriers which hindered and blocked the movement adequate to it. Nevertheless, competition has by no means only this negative, merely historical significance. It is, in essence, the realization of the capitalist mode of production. 15. Thus, the statement that within free competition the individuals, in following purely their private interest, realize the communal or rather the general 16 interest simply expresses an illusion. For it is not individuals who are set free by free competition, it is rather capital which is set free. As long as production resting on capital is the necessary, hence the fittest form for the development of the force of social production, the movement of individuals within the pure conditions of capital appears as their freedom, which is then also dogmatically propounded as such through constant reflection back on the barriers torn down by free competition. 17. Hence the insipidity of the view that free competition is the ultimate development of human freedom, and that the negation of free competition equals negation of individual freedom and of social production based on individual freedom. It is nothing more than free development on a limited basis, the basis of the rule of capital. This kind of individual freedom is therefore at the same time the most complete abolition of individual freedom, and the most complete subjugation of individuality under social conditions which assume the form of objective powers, even of overpowering objects. The analysis of what free competition really is the only rational reply to the middle-class prophets who laud it to the skies or to the socialists who damn it to hell. 18. In fact, the assertion that free competition equals the ultimate form of the development of the forces of production and hence of human freedom means nothing other than that middle-class rule is the culmination of world history, certainly an agreeable thought for the parvenus of the day before yesterday. 19. It is clear that what we are reading here is simply a continuation of ideas previously encountered in the German ideology, namely, that in the course of human history the development of the productive forces has created a situation in which the original, personal relations of dependence have been replaced by simple objective ones, and where the local and national social connection between people has been replaced by a universal connection. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels already pointed to the contradictory and two-sided character of previous social progress, which on the one hand gave rise to the creation of a social individual, more capable of development, and with abundant needs, but on the other hand produced the most extensive alienation and emptying of this individual. And finally we also find the argument according to which the liberation of mankind from feudal and other constraints, by capitalism, produces an apparent freedom only, and complete freedom, the original and free development of individuals will only become a reality under communism. We read in the German ideology, in imagination individuals seem freer under the dominance of the bourgeoisie than before, because their conditions of life seem accidental. In reality, of course, they are less free, because they are more subjected to the violence of things. And it was just this right to the undisturbed enjoyment, within certain conditions, of fortuity and chance has up to now been called personal freedom. 20. This conception is developed further in the rough draft, except that there the alternative, positive aspect of the contradiction, the actual progress which apparent bourgeois freedom brings about, is expressed much more clearly and emphatically. This is best seen in the remarkable passage dealing with the childish world of antiquity in antithesis to the modern world of capitalism. Marx says there, "Do we never find in antiquity an inquiry into which form of landed property etc. is the most productive, creates the greatest wealth? Wealth does not appear as the aim of production, although Cato may well investigate which manner of cultivating a field brings the greatest rewards, and Brutus may even lend out his money at the best rates of interest. The question is always which mode of property creates the best citizens. The situation is completely different in the modern world. Here wealth appears in all forms in the shape of a thing, be it an object or be it a relation mediated through the object, which is external and accidental to the individual. Thus the old view, in which the human being appears as the aim of production, regardless of his limited national, religious, political character, seems to be very lofty when contrasted to the modern world, where production appears as the aim of mankind and wealth as the aim of production. In fact, however, when the limited bourgeois form is stripped away, What is wealth other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces etc., created through universal exchange? The full development of human mastery over the forces of nature, those of so-called nature as well as of humanity's own nature? The absolute working out of his creative potentialities, with no presupposition other than previous historic development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. the development of all human powers as such the end in itself, not as measured on a predetermined yardstick? Where he does not reproduce himself in one specificity, but produces his totality. Strives not to remain something he has become, but is in the absolute movement of becoming. In bourgeois economics and in the epoch of production to which it corresponds, this complete working out of the human content appears as a complete emptying out, this universal objectification as total alienation 21 and the tearing down of all limited, one-sided aims as sacrifice of the human end in itself to an entirely external end. This is why the childish world of antiquity appears on the one side as loftier. On the other side, it really is loftier in all matters where closed shapes, forms, and given limits are sought for. It is satisfaction from a limited standpoint, while the modern age gives no satisfaction, or, where it appears satisfied with itself, it is vulgar 22. The antithesis between the Marxist and the Romantic critique of capitalism is expressed here with particular clarity. Marx did not just attack the Romantics because of their sentimental tears 23 or because they waved the alms bag of the proletariat in front for a banner, for demagogic reasons, while at the same time hiding the old feudal coat of arms behind their backs. 24 He reproached them much more with being totally incapable of grasping the course of modern history, i.e. the necessity and the historical progressiveness of the bourgeois social order which they criticized, and for confining themselves instead to moralistic rejection of it. No one would deny that the rule of capital is based on the most callous extraction of surplus labor, on the exploitation and oppression of the mass of the people. In this respect, it certainly surpasses all previous systems of production, which were based on directly compulsory labor, in its energy and its quality of unbounded and ruthless activity. 25 But only capital has subjugated historical progress to the service of wealth. 26 It is only the capitalist form of production which becomes an epoch-making mode of exploitation, which, in the course of its historical development, revolutionizes, through the organization of the labor process and the enormous improvement of techniques, the entire economic structure of society in a manner eclipsing all former epochs. 27 Capitalist production is therefore radically different from all previous modes of production by virtue of its universal character, and its drive to continually revolutionize the material forces of production. If pre-capitalist stages of production were never able to increase labor beyond that required for immediate subsistence, due to their primitive, undeveloped techniques, then the great historic aspect of capital consists in the fact that it produces surplus labor, surplus from the standpoint of simple use value, of mere subsistence, and it carries out this task by developing, on the one hand, the social forces of production, and on the other, human needs and capacities for labor, to an extent that has never existed before. A particularly striking passage from the rough draft reads as follows: The historic destiny of capital is fulfilled as soon as, on one side, there has been such a development of needs that surplus labor above and beyond necessity has itself become a general need arising out of individual needs themselves, and, on the other, when the severe discipline of capital acting on succeeding generations has developed general industriousness as the general property of the new species. 28 And finally, when the development of the productive powers of labor, which capital incessantly whips onwards with its unlimited mania for wealth, and of the sole conditions in which this mania can be realized, have flourished to the stage where the possession and preservation of general wealth require a lesser labor time of society as a whole, and where the laboring society relates scientifically to the process of its progressive reproduction in a constantly greater abundance. Hence where labor in which a human being does what a thing could do for him instead has ceased. Capital's ceaseless striving towards the general form of wealth drives labor beyond the limits of its natural paltriness, and thus creates the material elements for the development of the rich individuality which is as all-sided in its production as in its consumption, and whose labor also therefore appears no longer as labor, but as the full development of activity itself. 29 In which natural necessity in its direct form has disappeared, because a historically created need has taken the place of a natural one. This is why capital is productive, an essential relation for the development of the social productive forces. It ceases to exist as such only where the development of these productive forces themselves encounters its barriers in capital itself. 30. In other words, whereas all previous modes of production had to be content with a situation in which the forces of production progressed only very slowly 31 or even remained stationary over long periods, capital proceeds directly from the constant overthrow of its prevailing presuppositions, as the presupposition of its reproduction. Although limited by its very nature, it strives towards the universal development of the forces of production, and thus becomes the presupposition of a new mode of production, which is founded not on the development of the forces of production for the purpose of reproducing or at most expanding a given condition, but where the free, unobstructed, progressive, and universal development of the forces of production is itself the presupposition of society and hence of its reproduction, where advance beyond the point of departure is the only presupposition. 32 Only on this new foundation does the universality of the individual become possible, not an ideal or imagined universality, but the universality of his real and ideal relations, hence also the grasping of his own history as a process and the recognition of nature as his real body. 33. Thus, it is the development of capitalism itself which lays the basis for the resolution of the problem of the human personality and human freedom which is posed by history. And seen from this perspective, the historic achievement of capital which Marx himself pointed to so often and so forcefully cannot be emphasized enough. 2. The role of machinery as the material precondition of socialist society. Marx states in the rough draft, if we did not find, concealed in society as it is, the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of exchange prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode existing society would be quixotic. 34 What are, then, the material conditions of production which render the transition to a classless society both possible and necessary? The answer is to be found primarily in Marx's analysis of the role of machinery, which shows us, on the one hand, how the development of automatic systems of machinery debases the individual worker to the level of a partial tool, a mere moment in the labor process, but also, on the other hand, how this very same development simultaneously creates the preconditions for the reduction of the expenditure of human energy in the production process to a minimum. And further, that this process permits the replacement of the one-sided worker of today by all-round developed individuals, for whom the different social functions are interchangeable modes of activity. All this can be found in both Capital Volume I, and the Rough Draft. However, the Rough Draft also contains discussions on machinery which are not in Capital, and which, despite the fact that they were written more than 100 years ago, still generate a feeling of awe and excitement, containing as they do some of the boldest visions attained by the human imagination. Marx writes, the exchange of living labor for objectified labor, i.e. the positing of social labor in the form of the contradiction of capital and wage labor, is the ultimate development of the value relation and of production resting on value. Its presupposition is and remains the mass of direct labor time, the quantity of labor employed, as the determinant factor in the production of wealth. But to the degree that large industry develops, the creation of real wealth comes to depend less on labor time and on the amount of labor employed than on the power of the agencies set in motion during labor time, whose powerful effectiveness is out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production, but depends rather on the general state of science and on the progress of technology, or the application of the science to production. Real wealth manifests itself rather, and large industry reveals this in the monstrous disproportion between the labor time applied, and its product, as well as in the qualitative imbalance between labor reduced to a pure abstraction, and the power of the production process it superintends. Labor no longer appears so much to be included within the production process, rather, the human being comes more to relate as watchman and regulator to the production process itself. No longer does the worker insert a modified natural thing as middle link between the object and himself, rather he inserts the process of nature, transformed into an industrial process, as a means between himself and inorganic nature, mastering it. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. The theft of alien labor time, on which the present wealth is based, appears a miserable foundation in face of this new one, created by large-scale industry itself. As soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases to be its measure, and hence exchange value of use value. The surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. 35 With that, production based on exchange value breaks down, and the direct, material production process is stripped of the form of penury and antithesis. The free development of individualities, and hence not the reduction of necessary labor time so as to posit surplus labor, but rather the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, which then corresponds to the artistic, scientific etc. development of the individuals in the time set free, and with the means created, for all of them. 36. Another section from the rough draft reads, the creation of a large quantity of disposable time apart from necessary labor time for society generally and each of its members. This creation of not labor time appears in the stage of capital, as of all earlier ones, as not labor time, free time, for a few. What capital adds is that it increases the surplus labor time of the mass by all the means of art and science, because its wealth consists directly in the appropriation of surplus labor time, since value. Directly its purpose not use value. It is thus, despite itself, instrumental in creating the means of social disposable time, in order to reduce labor time for the whole society to a diminishing minimum, and thus to free everyone's time for their own development. But its tendency, always, on the one side, to create disposable time, on the other to convert it into surplus labor. If it succeeds too well at the first, then it suffers from surplus production, and then necessary labor is interrupted, because no surplus labor can be realized by capital. 37 The more this contradiction develops, the more does it become evident that the growth of the forces of production can no longer be bound up with the appropriation of alien labor, but that the mass of workers must themselves appropriate their own surplus labor. Once they have done so and disposable time thereby ceases to have an antithetical existence, then on one side, necessary labor time will be measured by the needs of the social individual, and, on the other, the development of the power of social production will grow so rapidly that, even though production is now calculated for the wealth of all, disposable time will grow for all. For real wealth is the developed productive power of all individuals. The measure of wealth is then not any longer, in any way, labor time, but rather disposable time. Labor time as the measure of value posits wealth itself as founded on poverty, and disposable time as existing in and because of the antithesis to surplus labor time, or, the positing of an individual's entire time as labor time, and his degradation therefore to mere worker, subsumption under labor. 38. This, then, is Marx's analysis of the historical changes which are brought about by machinery in the capitalist process of production. It is hardly necessary today in the course of a new industrial revolution to emphasize the prophetic significance of this enormously dynamic and essentially optimistic conception. For the dreams of the isolated German revolutionary in his exile in London in 1858 have now, for the first time, entered the realm of what is immediately possible. Today, for the first time in history, thanks to the developments of modern technology, the preconditions for a final and complete abolition of the theft of alien labor time actually exist. Furthermore, The present period is the first in which the development of the productive forces can be carried so far forward that, in fact, in the not too distant future it will be not labor time, but rather disposable time, by which social wealth is measured. Whereas previously all methods for increasing the productivity of human labor proved themselves in capitalist practice to be at the same time methods involving increasing degradation, subordination, and depersonalization, today technological development has reached a point where the workers can be finally liberated from the serpent of their agonies, from the torture of the assembly line, from fast and monotonous, subdivided work, and instead of being the appendages of the production process, become its real superintendents. There has never been a time when the conditions for a transformation to a socialist society have been so ripe. Socialism has never been as indispensable or economically feasible as it is today. One is reminded of the trite bourgeois objection according to which socialism must collapse from the necessity of carrying out hard and unpleasant tasks, which everyone tries to unload onto someone else. 39 Such an objection, based on the nature of the normal bourgeois person, must appear laughable in the face of today's unprecedented development of the productive forces. Naturally, as long as water had to be carried into the house in buckets, there could have been few people who did not try to impose this drudgery on someone else. However, the construction of water pipes made the profession of water carrier superfluous. It is now clear that the development of technology works towards a situation where the previous crippling division of labor and its accompanying drudgery disappears, and where, in its place, labor can be posed as the free activity of mental and physical powers. To go back to a witty comparison made by Trotsky, 40 just as it would be stupid for boarders at a good hotel with a plentiful lunch to squabble over butter, bread, and sugar, so, in the new society, the exploitation of person by person, the theft of alien labor time would appear senseless and economically pointless. Not until then will the construction of a really classless, really socialist society, be finally secured. 3. The withering away of the law of value under socialism. And then it is not work as such which will disappear, but the surplus labor of the masses in the interests of, and under the directives of the few. This is because, stresses Marx, labor is the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and it is therefore independent of every form of that existence, or rather it is common to all forms of society in which human beings live. 41. In the sweat of thy brow shalt thou labor, was Jehovah's curse on Adam. And this is labor for Adam Smith, a curse. Tranquility appears as the adequate state, as identical with freedom and happiness. It seems quite far from Smith's mind that the individual, in his normal state of health, strength, activity, skill, facility 42 also needs a normal portion of work, and of the suspension of tranquility. Certainly, labor obtains its measure from the outside, through the aim to be attained and the obstacles to be overcome in attaining it. But Smith has no inkling whatever that this overcoming of obstacles is in itself a liberating activity and that, further, the external aims become stripped of the semblance of merely external natural urgencies, and become posited as aims which the individual himself posits, hence as self-realization, objectification of the subject, hence real freedom. His action is, precisely, labor. 43 He is right, of course, that, in its historic forms as slave labor, serf labor, and wage labor, labor always appears as repulsive, always as external forced labor, and not labor, by contrast, as freedom, and happiness. Marx continues, this holds doubly, for this contradictory labor, 44 and, relatedly, for labor which has yet created the subjective and objective conditions in which labor becomes attractive work, the individual's self-realization, which in no way means that it becomes mere fun, mere amusement, as Fourier, with grisette-like naivete, conceives it. Really free working, e.g. composing, is at the same time precisely the most damned seriousness, the most intense exertion. 45 And Marx comes later to speak of Fourier's conception. Labor cannot become play as Fourier would like. Free Time, which is both idle time and time for higher activity, has naturally transformed its possessor into a different subject, and he then enters into the direct production process as this different subject. This process is then both discipline, as regards the human being in the process of becoming, and, at the same time, practice, experimental science, materially creative and objectifying science, as regards the human being who has become, in whose head exists the accumulated knowledge of society. 46. Thus productive human activity, work, will also be of decisive importance in socialist society. Of course, it will undergo dramatic qualitative and quantitative changes. It will be distinguished in qualitative terms from the capitalist form of work, the form which Smith so accurately described as a sacrifice of freedom and happiness, by the fact that firstly, the worker will be turned into a conscious director of the production process, whose task will be more and more confined to the simple supervision of the enormous machines and natural forces which operate in production, and secondly, through its character as directly socialized communal work, the product of which will no longer confront the worker in the form of an alien and dominating thing. 47. In this way labor, under socialism, freed from the dross of the past, will lose the repulsive character of forced labor and become attractive work in the sense adopted by Fourier and Owen. 48. This total transformation of work will express itself quantitatively in a fundamental reduction of working time, and a consequent creation and extension of disposable, free, time. For although even socialist society will not be able to dispense with surplus labor altogether, 49, it will be in a position, thanks to the full unfolding of its productive forces, to reduce the amount of work for individual members of society to a minimum. When this has been accomplished, not only will the traditional division of labor, with its separation of people into manual and mental workers, fall to one side, but also the difference between work time and free time will lose its present-day antithetical character, since work time and free time will begin to resemble one another, and complement each other. 50. Of course, even though labor has been transformed and reduced to a minimum, it will have to be distributed among the various branches of production and individuals, and compared with the desired levels of production, this will require measurement by means of a unitary measure. On the basis of communal production, the determination of time remains, of course, essential. The less time the society requires to produce wheat, cattle, etc., the more time it wins for other production, material or mental. Just as in the case of an individual, the multiplicity of its development, its enjoyment, and its activity depends on the economization of time. Economy of time, to this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Society likewise has to distribute its time correctly in a purposeful way, in order to achieve a production adequate to its overall needs. 51. Just as the individual has to distribute his time correctly in order to achieve knowledge in proper proportions or in order to satisfy the various demands on his activity. Thus, economy of time. 52. Along with the planned distribution of labor time among the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of communal production. It becomes law, there, to an even higher degree. However, this is essentially different from a measurement of exchange values by labor time. 53. With this we come to a question which has been raised very often, that of the operation of the law of value under socialism. It is generally known that value counted for the founders of Marxism as an economic category which expressed the most extensive servitude of the producers to their own products. It is clear from this that they could not possibly have extended the operation of the law of value to a socialist society. On the contrary, any eternalization of the concept of value was always opposed as a petit bourgeois utopia. We read in the theories, where labor is communal, the relations of men in their social production do not manifest themselves as values of things. 54. The very necessity of first transforming individual products or activities into exchange value, into money, proves two things: 1. That individuals now produce only for society and in society; 2. That production is not directly social, is not the offspring of association, which distributes labor internally. 55. Thus in a community producing society labor is posited as general only through exchange. The mediation between the private labors of individuals takes place through the exchange of commodities, through exchange value, and through money. All these are expressions of one and the same relation. By contrast, under socialism, the labor of the individual is posited from the outset as social labor. He therefore has no particular product. His product is not an exchange value. The product does not first have to be transposed into a particular form in order to attain a general character for the individual. Instead of a division of labor, such as is necessarily created with the exchange of exchange values, there would take place an organization of labor whose consequence would be the participation of the individual in communal consumption. 56 Consequently, the measurement of labor by labor time would only be a means for social planning. 57 And would naturally have nothing in common with the famed value and the law of value. From what has been said, it is clear that the measurement of work by labor time can fulfill two distinct functions in a socialist society. Firstly, in the production process itself, it would serve to determine the amount of living labor required for the production of the various goods, so that labor could be used more economically, and secondly, this measurement can also be regarded as a means of distribution, by which individual producers would be allotted their shares in the social product destined for consumption. It can, but it does not have to be regarded in this way. For whether the future socialist society resorts to this method of distribution will clearly depend on the degree of development of the social forces of production, i.e. primarily, on how much there is to divide up. We read in Capital, the way this division is made will vary with the particular kind of social organization of production and the corresponding level of social development attained by the producers. We shall assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, adds Marx, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. It is clear that what Marx has in mind in this latter instance is a socialist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. This society has indeed expropriated the capitalists and transformed the means of production into communal property, the people's property. However, it is not yet capable of realizing the communist principle of distribution, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Its mode of distribution is therefore still dominated by bourgeois right, which is a right of inequality, in its content, like every right. 60 Therefore the individual producer receives back from society after the deductions 61 have been made exactly what he gives to it. What he has given to it is his individual quantum of labor. He receives a certificate from society that he has furnished so much labor. And with this certificate he draws from the social stock of means of consumption as much as costs the same amount of labor. 62 In other words, he receives mere certificates of labor, the sole purpose of which is to regulate social distribution according to the labor principle. However, there is no room for a law of value in such a society, because the form of production which exists here is completely different from commodity production, and because the regulation of production and distribution is not left to the blind play of the market, but is subject to the conscious control of society. It would of course be tempting to go into the question of the operation of the law of value in the Soviet Union and the so-called people's democracies in this connection. However, this subject goes beyond the framework of our immediate task. In addition, we do not think that we could say anything on this question which could measure up to the clarity and depth of the work of E. Preobrazhensky. 63 The most famous economist of the Russian Revolution. The main line of his argument consists in the view that any anti-capitalist transformation in an industrially backward country must take place under the conditions of a continuous struggle between the law of value, inherited from the capitalist past, and the diametrically opposed principle of socialist planning, and that the destiny of socialism depends on the outcome of this struggle. And if today numerous economists in the Soviet bloc elevate the law of value to the ranks of a socialist principle of distribution, This shows not only the extent of the theoretical gulf between them and Preobrazhensky and his contemporaries, but also how far social and economic relations in the Soviet Union have become separated from the original aims of the October Revolution of 1917. Let us summarize. The chief distinction between Marx's conception of socialism and that of his predecessors is its scientific character, the fact that he uses the scientific understanding of the present social order as the basis for deriving the future socialist vision through an analysis of the capitalist relations of production. The object of the investigation is the same in both instances, namely, modern capitalist society, except that in the one case the concern is with its present-day form, and in the other, with the society of the future which grows out of it. We can therefore see that the economic interrelations studied by Marx must be understood largely as dialectical laws of development. This reveals the real meaning of the much-discussed historicism of Marx's critique. It is a method which seeks to examine both the conditions of existence and the historical barriers of capitalism. 64 The socialist consequences 65 which follow from this method, and which are aimed at the overthrow of capitalism, are therefore just as fundamental to Marx's system as a whole as his actual study and critique of the economic categories in themselves. The reification of the economic categories and the true conception of the process of social production. Marx says, as the system of bourgeois economy has developed for us only by degrees, so too its negation, which is its ultimate result, but this has certainly proved to be a long, hard, and difficult journey. It has not only involved the examination and presentation of the development of capital in its concrete shape, but also the step-by-step deciphering of the mystified forms in which capital appears, and the uncovering of their real content. Regarded in this way, the system of bourgeois economics at the same time represents the history of human self-alienation, in the study of which we not only have to reveal the alienated character of the economic categories, but also grasp that the inversion of subject and object too, which is unique to the capitalist mode of production, is both necessary and a product of real causes. This is the problem which the young Marx set himself in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, but which was not to find its solution until the completion of Capital. However, this task could not have been accomplished without the basic preliminary work of the great classical economists, and Marx himself was the first to recognize this fact. We read in the theories, like all economists worth naming. Ricardo emphasizes labor as human activity, even more, as socially determined human activity. It is precisely through the consistency with which he treats the value of commodities as merely representing socially determined labor, that Ricardo differs from the other economists. However, all the classical economists understand more or less dearly that the exchange value of things is a mere expression, a specific social form, of the productive activity of men, something entirely different from things and their use as things, whether in industrial or in non-industrial consumption. For them value is, in fact, a simply and objectively expressed relation of the productive activity of man, of the different types of labor to one another. 3. And this is emphasized even more decisively in the section of the theories devoted to Richard Jones. It states there, even in Ricardo's works the theoretical analysis goes so far that the independent material form of wealth disappears and wealth is shown to be simply the activity of men. Everything which is not the result of human activity, of labor, is nature and, as such, is not social wealth. The phantom of the world of goods fades away and it is seen to be simply a continually disappearing and continually reproduced objectivization of human labor. All solid material wealth is only transitory materialization of social labor, crystallization of the production process whose measure is time, the measure of a movement itself. With Ricardo, however, even the manifold forms in which the various component parts of wealth are distributed amongst different sections of society lose their apparent independence. Interest is merely a part of profit, rent is merely surplus profit. Both are consequently merged in profit, which itself can be reduced to surplus value, that is, to unpaid labor for. However, the reification of the social relations of production reaches its high point in the economic trinity, capital, profit, land rent, labor wages, where the capitalist mode of production appears as an enchanted, perverted topsy-turvy world, in which Monsieur Le Capital and Madame La Terre do their ghost walking as social characters and at the same time directly as mere things. 5. To this extent the classical economists, especially Ricardo, provided a great service, in destroying this false appearance and illusion, this mutual independence and ossification of the various social elements of wealth, this personification of things and reification of production relations, this religion of everyday life. 6. At the same time Marx stresses that even the best of the classical economists, remain more or less in the grip of the world of illusion which their criticism had dissolved, as cannot be otherwise from a bourgeois standpoint, and thus they all fall more or less into inconsistencies, half-truths and unsolved contradictions. 7. And we would add to this that all these economists lack a clear awareness that in general economics deals with reified categories, and that the inverted way in which the social relationships are presented in capitalist production arises necessarily from the essence of this production. However, if they had possessed this awareness they would not have conducted political economy as such, but rather, as Marx did, a critique of political economy, that is, they would have accomplished something which could only be accomplished from the standpoint of the socialist proletariat. In other words, Marx was the first to succeed in finally overcoming the forms of thinking of bourgeois economics, and it is due to him that we possess the proof that the more the capitalist mode of production develops, the more the social relations of production confront mankind as external, dominating and alien powers. This process of alienation corresponds to the progressive reification of the economic categories. Marx says this in one of the sections of Volume 3 of Capital 8 dealing with the alienation of surplus value. We have already pointed out the mystifying character that transforms the social relations, for which the material elements of wealth serve as bearers in production, into properties of these things themselves, and still more pronouncedly transforms the production relation itself into a thing. All forms of society, insofar as they reach the stage of commodity production, take part in this perversion. 9. Of course, this process of reification goes further still in the capitalist mode of production, if one considers capital to begin with, in the actual process of production, as a means of extracting surplus labor, then this relationship is still very simple, and the actual connection impresses itself upon the bearers of this process, the capitalists themselves, and remains in their consciousness. The violent struggle over the limits of the working day demonstrates this strikingly. 10. In fact, it is quite simple. If with £100, i.e. the labor of 10, one buys the labor of 20, the value of the product will be £200 and the surplus value will amount to £100, equal to the unpaid labor of 10. Or, supposing 20 workers worked half a day each for themselves and half for capital, 20 half days equal 10 whole ones. The result would be the same as if only 10 workers were paid and the others worked for the capitalist gratis. Here, in this embryonic state, the relationship is still very obvious, or rather it cannot be misunderstood. The difficulty is simply to discover how this appropriation of labor without any equivalent arises from the law of commodity exchange, out of the fact that commodities exchange for one another in proportion to the amount of labor time embodied in them, and, to start with, does not contradict this law. 11. The circulation process obliterates and obscures the connection. For whatever the surplus value extorted by capital in the actual production process and appearing in commodities, the value and surplus value contained in the commodities must first be realized in the circulation process. And both the restitution of the values advanced in production and, particularly, the surplus value contained in the commodities seem not merely to be realized in the circulation, but actually to arise from it, an appearance which is especially reinforced by two circumstances. First, the profit made in selling depends on cheating, deceit, inside knowledge, skill and 1,000 favorable market opportunities, and then by the circumstance that added here to labor time is a second determining element, time of circulation. This acts, in fact, only as a negative barrier against the formation of value, but it has the appearance of being as definite a basis as labor itself and of introducing a determining element that is independent of labor and results from the nature of capital. 12. A still higher degree of reification is shown by capital in its completed form, as it appears as the unity of the circulation process and the production process. 13. Completed capital gives rise to new formations, in which the vein of internal connections is increasingly lost, the production relations are rendered independent of one another, and the component values become ossified into forms independent of one another. In the first place, surplus value, in the form of profit, is no longer related back to that portion of capital invested in labor from which it arises but to the total capital. The rate of profit is regulated by laws of its own, which permit, or even require, it to change, while the rate of surplus value remains unaltered. All this obscures more and more the true nature of surplus value and thus the actual mechanism of capital. This happens to an even greater extent with the transformation of profit into average profit, and of values into prices of production. A complicated social process intervenes here, the equalization process of capitals, which divorces the relative average prices of the commodities from their values, as well as the average profits in the various spheres of production, from the actual exploitation of labor by the particular capitals. Not only does it appear so, but it is true in fact that the average price of commodities differs from their value, thus from the labor realized in them, and the average profit of a particular capital differs from the surplus value which this capital has extracted from the workers employed by it. The value of commodities appears directly, solely in the influence of a fluctuating productivity of labor upon the rise and fall of the prices of production, upon their movement and not upon their ultimate limits. Profit seems to be determined only secondarily by direct exploitation of labor, insofar as the latter permits the capitalist to realize a profit deviating from the average profit at the regulating market prices which apparently prevail independent of such exploitation. Indeed, the basis itself, the determination of the value of commodities by the labor time embodied in them, appears to be invalidated as a result of the conversion of values into prices of production. 14. This fetishistic semblance is still further consolidated by the fact that the same process of the equalization of capital, which gives profit the form of average profit, separates part of it in the form of rents as something independent of it and arising from a different foundation, the land. It is true that rent originally emerges as part of profit, which the farmer pays to the landlord. But since this surplus profit is not pocketed by the farmer, and the capital he employs does not differ in any way as capital from other capitals, the land itself appears to be the source of this part of the value of the commodity. In this formula, in which rent, a part of surplus value, is represented in relation to a particular natural element, independent of human labor, not only the nature of surplus value is completely obliterated, because the nature of value itself is obliterated, but, just as the source of rent appears to be land, so now profit itself appears to be due to capital as a particular material element of production. Land is part of nature, and brings in rent. Capital consists of products and these bring in profit. The fact that one use value which is produced brings in profit, while another which is not produced brings in rent, are simply two forms in which things produce value, and the one form is just as comprehensible and as incomprehensible as the other. 15. However, it is only the division of profit into profit of enterprise and interest, consummates the individualization of the form of surplus value, the ossification of its form as opposed to its substance, its essence. One portion of profit separates itself entirely from the relationship of capital as such and appears as arising not out of the function of exploiting wage labor, but out of the wage labor of the capitalist himself. 16. In contrast thereto, interest then seems to be independent both of the worker's wage labor and the capitalist's own labor, and to arise from capital as its own independent source. 17. Consequently, the fetish of capital appears in its most complete, and at the same time most insane form in interest. Bearing capital. 18. The sketch on the alienation of surplus value, which we have quoted in detail, does not merely offer an excellent summary of the content of all 3 volumes of Capital. More than this, it shows what the essential result of Marx's critique of political economy consists in, namely, in the proof that economics is not concerned with things, but with relations between people, and in the last instance between classes, but these relations are always bound to things and appear as things. The epoch-making significance of this discovery is immediately apparent. Only in this way could Marx posit in the place of the reified categories of bourgeois economy, a true conception of the process of social production. 19 In the sense meant in Galliani's fine expression, the real wealth is man himself. 20 Only in this way could the science of political economy be turned into a social science. As already stated in the rough draft, when we consider bourgeois society in the long view and as a whole, then the final result of the process of social production always appears as the society itself, i.e. the human being itself in its social relations. Everything that has a fixed form, such as the product etc., appears as merely a moment, a vanishing moment, in this movement. The direct production process itself here appears only as a moment. The conditions and objectifications of the process are themselves equally moments of it, and its only subjects are the individuals, but individuals in mutual relationships, which they equally reproduce and produce anew. The constant process of their own movement in which they renew themselves even as they renew the world of wealth they create. 21. Part 7. Critical Excursus. 30. The dispute surrounding Marx's schemes of reproduction. The main aim of this work has been of a methodological nature. We set out from the position that previous research was excessively concerned with the material content of Marx's economic work, and exhibited far too little interest in his specific method of investigation. We therefore tried to show how much the rough draft has to teach on the subject of methodology. But if this is true, then the methodological insights which can be gained from a study of this work should also throw a new light on certain of the old disputes in Marxist economics, in particular, the much discussed question of the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital, and the so-called problem of realization. Introduction. Numerical form of the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2. In his presentation of the conditions for the reproduction of the total social capital, Marx divided social production into two large departments, of which Department I produces means of production, and Department II articles of consumption. The value of the product in each department is divided into C plus V plus S, that is, the constant capital used in one phase of production, the variable capital expended in wages, and finally the surplus value created in this phase of production. He then examines to what extent the value components of the product of each of the departments must be mutually exchanged, so that the next phase can take place. The first question is that of the conditions which make simple reproduction possible. Marx drew up the following scheme to illustrate this. Since under the conditions of simple reproduction, Department I requires exactly as much constant capital as it used in the preceding period of production, i.e. 4,000 C, it can cover these 4,000 units by means of its own production, without having to resort to exchange with Department II. Similarly, Department II, whose products consist of consumer articles, can directly use 500 V and 500s, which it employs for the personal consumption of the workers and capitalists, without exchange with Department I. However, what does have to be exchanged between both departments is that part of the product of Department II whose value corresponds to its constant capital, and that part of the product of Department I which is equal to its variable capital and its surplus value. Hence the general formula for equilibrium in the simple reproduction of social capital is clearly: surplus value accumulates, and instead of being consumed by the capitalists is added to the constant and variable capital of each department. We can adopt Bukharin's method of denoting that portion of surplus value to be consumed by the symbol A, the portion of surplus value to be added to constant capital in the succeeding production period by SSC, and the portion to be added to variable capital by SSV. In this case, the previous formula for equilibrium must be altered as follows in order to correspond to the conditions of extended reproduction. This is in fact the general formula which forms the basis of Marx's scheme of reproduction in Chapter XXI of Volume 2 of Capital. We find two schemes in this chapter which, according to Marx, were meant to illustrate the process of accumulation at two different stages of capitalist development. Point 2. The first is as follows. And so on. The second scheme, which corresponds to a more advanced stage of capitalist development, proceeds under the assumption of a higher organic composition of capital. Moreover, in contrast to the first scheme, the composition of capital is the same in both departments. In the second scheme, reproduction takes place as follows. And so forth. Both schemes were sharply criticized by Rosa Luxemburg. She maintained against the first that Marx could only obtain the precise logical rules which specify the relations of accumulation in Department I at the cost of any kind of principle in the construction of these relations in Department II, by allowing this department to accumulate and consume without any visible rule and merely in an erratic fashion. Point 3. Luxemburg does concede that accumulation in the second scheme proceeds in an orderly way in both departments, so that such arbitrary changes in the distribution of surplus value in two no longer occur there. However, she thought it was possible to maintain that even in this instance, accumulation in Department II is completely determined and dominated by accumulation in Department I. That Department I has taken the initiative and actively carries out the whole process of accumulation, while Department II is merely a passive appendage for. As far as the second objection is concerned, this has been convincingly refuted by Joan Robinson, who proved that the arithmetic is perfectly neutral between the two departments, and that the impulse to accumulation could come equally well from either department. Point 5. However, accumulation in Marx's first diagram is by no means as variable and erratic as it seemed to Luxemburg, and as has generally been thought up to now. Because, if the first year is disregarded, it can be seen that in the scheme Department I constantly accumulates 50% of the surplus value and Department II 30%. This is, of course, no accident, but rather the necessary result of the difference in the organic composition of capital in each of the departments. It can be algebraically shown 6 that if the rate of surplus value is the same in both departments and does not change in the course of reproduction, the formula for equilibrium requires a strict correlation between the rate of accumulation and the organic composition of capital in each department. If we assume, with Marx, that the organic composition of capital and the rate of accumulation remain the same in succeeding periods of production, then the rates of accumulation in both departments must move in inverse proportion to the rates of organic composition, or, expressed in an equation. Thus in Marx's first diagram the relation between the rates of accumulation in both departments was 50%, 30%. The relation of VC was 1/3 in Department II and 1/5 in Department I. Since 5:3 equals 1/3:1/5, the required conditions for equilibrium of reproduction are given. However, this is enough on Rosa Luxemburg's mathematical error. She was probably distracted by the form of Marx's numerical example, which in fact does appear to be rather difficult and confusing. The confusing aspect consists in the fact that in both schemes accumulation in the initial year does not follow the rule which guides accumulation in the succeeding years. We can only guess at why Marx chose this form of presentation. Perhaps it was simply a question of a preliminary attempt, which he found no time to correct. Strangely enough, the cumbersome form of Marx's diagrams also misled Luxemburg's most severe critic, Bukharin. As already mentioned, it was Bukharin who first formulated the general relation of equilibrium for extended reproduction C2 plus SSC2 equals VI plus AI plus SSVI. However, he derived two other, totally incorrect formulae from this one, namely, C2 equals VI plus AI, and SSVI equals SSC27. It is in fact correct that in the initial year of Marx's first scheme C2 equals VI plus AI and also SSVI equals SSC2. However, this is only the case because Marx was not able to ascertain directly the correct proportion between Ci and C2. In all the succeeding years of the first scheme, and in all the years of the second, C2 is necessarily smaller than VI plus AI, and SSC2 greater than SSVI. In other words, Bukharin completely forgot that the extended reproduction of the total social capital must not only lead to the growth of C and V but also to that of A, i.e. to the growth of the individual consumption of the capitalists. Nevertheless, this elementary mistake remained unobserved for almost 2 decades, and Bukharin was generally regarded as the most authoritative defender of Marxist orthodoxy against Rosa Luxemburg's attacks on those parts of Marx's analysis, in which the incomparable master has handed down to us the completed product of his genius. 9 Nevertheless, Bukharin's general formula for equilibrium is very useful, although he too mistook the mere formulation of the problem for its solution. 2. The approximation to reality of Marx's schemes of reproduction. This is sufficient on the form of Marx's schemes of reproduction. When we come to examine their content, we must first be clear on the question as to whether and to what extent Marx wanted to use these schemes to describe processes taking place in the real world of capitalism. Curiously, only very few Marxists have tried to deal with this question. If, for example, one follows the discussions on the schemes of reproduction which revolved around Luxemburg's book, then one immediately comes across a strange paradox. The Austro-Marxists, the opponents of Luxemburg, knew, of course, only too well that Marx's schemes were conceived at the highest level of abstraction and therefore ignored many key features of capitalist reality, such as the existence of non-capitalist classes, and areas of the world, external trade, the average rate of profit, prices of production which diverge from values, etc. Yet despite this, all these authors looked for concrete proof of the unlimited economic viability of the capitalist form of economy in these very same schemes. Let us begin with the founder of the Austro-Marxist school, Karl Rosdolsky. In his magnum opus he strongly criticizes Rosa Luxemburg's hypothesis that capitalism must break down for economic reasons. He asserts that Luxemburg finds herself in opposition to Marx, who proved the opposite in the second volume of Capital, i.e. in the schemes of reproduction. 10. Rosdolsky did not in fact come to this conclusion until after the First World War. However, members of his school proposed similar views much earlier. As we shall see, Rudolf Hilferding's interpretation of Marx's schemes in 1909 amounted to saying that according to these schemes, capitalist production given the correct proportions between the individual branches of production could be extended indefinitely, without leading to an overproduction of commodities. 11 And at the Vienna Conference of the Verein für Sozialpolitik in 1926, Hilferding reminded his academic audience that he had always been an opponent of the breakdown theory. He declared, "I consider that on this point I find myself in complete agreement with the theories of Karl Marx, to whom a breakdown theory is always falsely attributed." The second volume of Capital shows how production is possible on an ever-extended scale inside the capitalist system. He then added jokingly, "I've often thought that it is not at all so bad that this second volume is so little read, since, under certain conditions, it could be interpreted as a hymn of praise to capitalism." 12. We can see that Hilferding, too, wishes to derive a direct refutation of the breakdown theory from the reproduction schemes in Volume 2, he too confuses a numerical illustration with a theoretical proof, and on top of that he confuses the sphere of the abstract with that of the concrete. Otto Bauer proceeds in much the same way. Although he concedes to Luxemburg that the figures which Marx uses in Volume 2 of Capital for the presentation of the reproduction process are arbitrarily chosen and not free from contradictions, he goes on to say, however, the fact that Marx's presentation is open to objection does not mean that this line of reasoning is in itself false. With this in mind, Bauer drafted his own non-arbitrary scheme of reproduction, and continued to assert that the figures which he constructed demonstrate or prove his interpretation of Marx's theory of reproduction, interpreted as meaning the capacity of the capitalist mode of production to extend itself without limit. 13. The weakest of Luxemburg's critics, Eckstein, even manages to lump together two perspectives, the purely theoretical and the empirical, in one and the same sentence. Thus we read at the beginning of his discussion, if one wishes to study the problem of crises 14, one must above all pose the question of how the reality of capitalist accumulation relates to Marx's schemes for equilibrium, which only demonstrate the possibility of equilibrium. But following this, on the next page, he writes, Marx's schemes show how capitalist production must proceed if it is to remain in equilibrium. They show, in actual fact, the size of the social requirement for the various types of product. And on the following page to this, the capitalist mode of production is guided by the search for profit. The question is, then, whether Marx's schemes show how this profit is realized for the capitalists. This is the case throughout. The schemes show exactly who buys the products. 15. The foregoing examples are sufficient to illustrate our point. They show just how right Henrik Grossman was when he wrote, "The neo-harmonists glorify the schemes for equilibrium, not because they are a particularly excellent methodological tool of analysis, but rather because they, in confusing the method of analysis with the phenomena to be analyzed, considered themselves to have found within the schemes a real tendency to equilibrium in capitalism." 16. How can we explain this mistake on the part of the Austro-Marxists? How could they be guilty of such an elementary error? It would be too easy to say that the wish was father to the thought, and that the Austro-Marxists, who were totally immersed in reformist practice, instinctively resisted the idea of an economic breakdown of the prevailing social order. This unconscious motive certainly played a prominent role. We believe, however, that their error must also be attributed to a lack of understanding of Marx's economic methodology. If this methodology is regarded as a positivist science, then it is clearly difficult to distinguish Marx's economic method from the conceptual procedure of academic theory, which first of all eliminates individual and particular features of economic phenomena in order to reintroduce these same features in successive stages. However, since these individual and particular features are only eliminated and reintroduced externally, i.e. without any kind of dialectical mediation, the illusion can easily arise that there is no qualitative bridge between the abstract and the concrete. 17. One could well adopt the view that the theoretical model in fact contains all the essential elements of the concrete object of study in much the same way as an aerial photograph shows all the fundamental elements of scenery. Although only ranges of mountains, large rivers, and forests etc. are visible on it. If the reciprocal relation between abstract and concrete is understood in this way, then the necessary contradiction between the general law and further developments in the concrete circumstances 18 must be overlooked. One falls into the illusion that the abstract picture simply reflects the concrete circumstances, without any form of mediation. And in our opinion this was precisely the methodological source of the error made by Luxemburg's Austro-Marxist critics. Namely, they forgot that the abstract formulae in Volume 2 of Capital simply represent one stage of the analysis. 19 cannot therefore be directly applied to concrete capitalist reality, and first require numerous intermediary links. In other words, the Austro-Marxists mistakenly compounded two different phases of Marx's analysis, and inevitably ended up on the wrong track. Their disregard of Marx's dialectics thus took its eventual revenge on them. 3. The basic presupposition of Marx's schemes of reproduction. We have already pointed out in Chapter 3 that the category of use value also enters into the social relations of reproduction. Marx says on this, right at the beginning of his analysis of the reproduction process in Volume 2, so long as we looked upon the production of commodities and the value of the product of capital individually, the bodily form of the commodities produced was wholly immaterial for the analysis, whether it was machines, for instance, corn, or looking glasses. It was always but a matter of illustration, and any branch of production could have served that purpose equally well. So far as the reproduction of capital was concerned, it was sufficient to assume that that portion of the product in commodities which represents capital value finds an opportunity in the sphere of circulation to reconvert itself into its elements of production and thus into its form of productive capital, just as it sufficed to assume that both the worker and the capitalist find in the market those commodities on which they spend their wages and the surplus value. However, this merely formal manner of presentation is no longer adequate in the study of the total social capital and of the value of its products. the reconversion of one portion of the value of the product into capital and the passing of another portion into the individual consumption of the capitalist as well as the working class form a movement within the value of the product itself in which the result of the aggregate capital finds expression, and this movement is not only a replacement of value, but also a replacement in material and is therefore as much bound up with the relative proportions of the value components of the total social product as with their use value, their material shape. 20. Our reason for quoting this passage at such length, although it was not developed any further in the final version of Volume 2, is that we consider that it provides a guide to a better understanding of Marx's schemes of reproduction. 21. What Marx had in mind here was evidently the antithesis between use value and exchange value, which we have often mentioned in the course of this work, which we have already encountered in the analysis of value and money, and which in fact penetrates the entire system of bourgeois economics. Admittedly, Marx's examination of the process of production and circulation of individual capital could give rise to the impression that the sole objective of capitalist production is the creation of value and surplus value. Now, however, in the study of the reproduction of social capital, it turns out that this creation of value and surplus value collides with a barrier which was not taken into consideration in the foregoing analysis, the barrier of use value on a social scale. 22. In order to reproduce its capital, the society, i.e. the total capitalist, must not only have a fund of values at its disposal, but also find these values available in a particular useful form in the form of machines, raw materials, means of subsistence, and all this in the proportions determined by the technical requirements of production. Thus the creation of value and surplus value is already technically bound up with the social change of matter, even disregarding the necessity of disposing of the commodities produced, that is, finding buyers for them. But does this actually mean that in the final analysis the capitalist economic order does after all have as its aim the satisfaction of society's production and consumption requirements? Not at all. The most conspicuous feature of this economic order is, and remains, its insatiable urge for constantly growing profits. Consequently, only those goods are produced as are at the same time values, and so material human needs are only satisfied to the extent that satisfying them appears indispensable for increasing surplus value. Thus, for example, the creators of all social wealth, the workers, have large needs. However, they can only satisfy these needs if their labor power is a saleable commodity on the market, and it can only be sold if it proves itself to be capable of creating surplus value. The same applies to the so-called objective factors. Even the most perfect machines and techniques of production are only employed if they promise to raise the rate of profit. And finally, even the total capitalist himself is limited in his comforts and pleasures by the necessity for constant accumulation. Thus, even if the category of value seems conditioned by that of use value when regarded from the standpoint of the social process of reproduction, this latter process is totally subject to value and the creation of value in the capitalist economy. And it is this very antinomy between contradictory aims, the constant interaction of the categories of value and use value, which must, however, be reconciled, which should be kept in mind when we are discussing the reproduction of total social capital, as analyzed by Marx. Of course, the fundamental possibility of a solution to this antinomy can only be demonstrated by a highly abstract, yet simple, model. Marx's schemes of reproduction provide just such a model in that they divide total social production into two large departments, means of production and means of consumption, and set each department to work for the other. In order to be able to repeat the production process, each of the two departments has primarily to attend to the replacement of the value of its elements of production. However, it can only do this if it obtains a portion of these elements of production from the other department, in a suitable material form. However, on the other hand, each department can only come into the possession of the use values which it requires if it obtains them from the other department by means of the exchange of value equivalents. This mutual dependence between society's replacement of value and its replacement of material, is clearly expressed in the schemes of reproduction, but the schemes can only show this dependence by strictly separating the two departments from one another and confining their mutual relations exclusively to the exchange of value equivalents. Thus the alleged rigidity of the scheme's basic presuppositions corresponds exactly to the problem which they first had to solve, and if numerous theoreticians attempt to improve Marx's schemes by the introduction of less strict conditions to make them more real, this merely proves how little they have grasped the meaning and the structure of these schemes. Admittedly, one could question the point of presenting the possibility of a solution to the conflict between use value and value, as revealed in the process of social reproduction, when this solution occurs millions of times over in capitalist practice by the adjustment of the prices of commodities to social demand, and the bankruptcy of individual firms. Certainly actual capitalist practice shows us the phenomena of economic crises, in which the periodically recurring impossibility of a solution to the conflict is demonstrated, and in which the contradictions and antagonisms of bourgeois production are strikingly revealed. Point 23 looked at in this way the question as to what extent the antinomy between use value and value can be overcome at all within the capitalist economic order is certainly of theoretical interest, and the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 which serve as an answer to this question, can be of great service in this respect. 4. The schemes of reproduction and the realization problem. So much on the basic presupposition of the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2, namely, that the relations of exchange between the two main departments of social production must accord with one another, both from the point of view of value, and from that of use value, if equilibrium conditions for the reproduction of total social capital are to be maintained. Naturally, this is not the only aspect which a study of the schemes offers and not the only task which Marx set himself by constructing them. His main aim following Quesnay's example was to design a new tableau économique, which was to summarize the innumerable individual acts of circulation, on the surface of bourgeois society, in their characteristic social mass movement, that is, the circulation between the great functionally determined economic classes of society. Point 24 Marx's comments on Quesnay's tableau also, therefore apply to the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital. They too have the aim of portraying the whole production process of capital as a process of reproduction, and at the same time of including in this reproduction process not only the origin of revenue and the exchange between capital and revenue, but also the relation between reproductive consumption and final consumption and the circulation between consumers and producers. Point 25 The only difference is that Marx's scientific project was incomparably more complex and difficult than Quesnay's. In the first place, as far as Quesnay was concerned, value still coincided with use value 26, and so the fundamental question of a contradiction between use value and exchange value simply did not exist for him. And secondly, Quesnay dealt merely with simple reproduction, whereas Marx's central concern was, necessarily, the extended reproduction of total social capital. Accordingly, Marx's schemes of reproduction are not only supposed to demonstrate how all the component parts of the annual value product of society mutually replace each other, but also how a portion of the surplus value produced can be devoted to the further expansion of capitalist production, which naturally presupposes the regular exchange of these value components, and their realization on the market. In this sense, the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 can be regarded as a solution to the so-called problem of realization. During the course of its history, political economy has offered three solutions to the problems of realization. The first solution goes back to J. Mill, D. Ricardo and J. B. Say. All these economists thought they could solve the problem of the realization of surplus value by equating capitalist production with simple commodity production, but naively reduced the latter to the simple exchange of products. Since any act of production, they teach, creates its own demand, and since in the last analysis products are always exchanged for products, there is a metaphysical equilibrium of sellers and buyers. So in the last analysis all commodities can be disposed of on the market provided they are produced in the right quantities, in correct proportions. For these economists the realization problem as such did not really exist, and was reducible in fact to the problem of the proportionality between the different branches of social production. The position of a contemporary critic of the classical school, Sismondi, was quite different. Sismondi was the first bourgeois economist to be aware of the historically specific character of the capitalist type of economy. Thus he regarded the commodities appearing on the market not simply as products but as products of capital. That is, the owner of the capital obtains an increase in value in their production, not because the product of his enterprise yields more than the amount of production costs, but because he does not pay the full production costs, because he gives the worker an insufficient wage for his labor. 27 It is precisely this increase in value, this surplus product which forms the source of the accumulation of capital. But how can the surplus product be sold? If the workers who have produced it can only buy back that part of the product which corresponds to the wage for their labor, and if the capitalists themselves do not consume the entire surplus product, since a portion of it must be capitalized. Sismondi regarded this as an insuperable difficulty. He thought that in the final analysis the realization of the surplus product would be impossible unless it were disposed of and thus realized, abroad. What was Marx's solution to the problem? It can be regarded as a unique synthesis of the views of Ricardo and Sismondi. Marx in no way denied that the realization of surplus value represented one of the thorniest problems of bourgeois economics. However, he categorically rejected Sismondi's doubts as to the possibility of realization. According to Marx, capitalist production does in fact create its own market and in this sense also solves the problem of the realization of surplus value. It does not solve this problem by completely abolishing it, but by creating the form in which it can move, i.e. by transferring the difficulties of realization to a wider sphere, giving them greater latitude. 28.29 The dialectical solution of the realization problem can, therefore, only lie in the advance of the capitalist mode of production, in the constant extension of its internal and external market. Looked at from this perspective, the extended reproduction of capital is neither impossible, nor can it proceed ad infinitum, since the capitalist mode of production must reproduce its internal contradictions at a continually higher level, until the spiral of capitalist development reaches its end. This dialectic of the realization problem should be kept in mind if we really want to appreciate the breadth and significance of half a century of debate on the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital. 2. The discussion between the Narodniks and the legal Marxists in Russia. Curiously, the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital remained unnoticed by German Marxist literature for almost 2 decades. Kosky, the sole writer who did deal with this subject, devoted a mere 2 lines to them in a review of Volume 2 of Capital. Finally, the accumulation of surplus value, the expansion of the production process brings further complications. 30 And this was literally everything which was said on the schemes of reproduction during those decades. It was not until a translation of Tegan Baranovsky's book was published in Germany that the attention of Marxist theoreticians there was drawn to Marx's analysis of the process of social reproduction. It was first extensively discussed in Hilferding's Finanzkapital. This strange state of affairs is perhaps not too difficult to explain. There was clearly no particular contemporary social reason arising from conditions in West and Central Europe which would have prompted the theoreticians of the Second International to discuss the contents of Part 3 of Volume 2 of Capital. And so this volume simply remained in total oblivion. The situation was completely different in Russia, where the date of the publication of Volume 2 of Capital coincided with the period of debate on the subject of the possibility and necessity of capitalist development in Russia, a debate which particularly occupied the minds of the progressive intelligentsia. Both camps in the dispute appropriated the analyses in Volume 2, the Narodniks who denied the possibility and the Marxists who insisted on it in order to try and find the means to resolve the question which was of such vital importance to them. 31 And so Russia became the first country in which the crucial theoretical significance of these analyses emerged. 1. Engels's debate with Danielson. The most famous of the Narodnik theoreticians was the translator of Capital, N. Danielson, who engaged in a lively correspondence with Engels after Marx's death. In his letter of February 3, 1887, Danielson informed Engels that he intended to write a book, which would offer the reading public an explanation of our economic life and its developmental tendencies in the light of the author's theories. 32 Engels naturally agreed to Danielson's scheme, and stressed how important it would be, to show how our author's theory could be applied to your conditions. 33 However, 4 years had elapsed, with Danielson's work on the book underway, before he and Engels began a vigorous discussion which immediately revealed the extent of the differences in their theoretical assumptions. Danielson wrote on November 24, 1891, "In my last letter I wanted to show you a Russian version of the creation of the internal market for the industrial classes. I wanted to demonstrate how the destruction of the subsidiary trades of the countryside, the process whereby manufacture is divorced from agriculture, takes place, in order to prove that it is only the destruction of rural domestic industry which can give the internal market of a country that extent and stability which the capitalist mode of production requires." 34 I wanted to direct your attention to our unique situation. We make our appearance on the world market at a time when the capitalist mode of production and the technical progress which it brings with it, have won the upper hand. As a result, we have, on the one hand, a peasantry which is growing ever poorer, and on the other hand, an industrial sector which is becoming continually more concentrated and technically advanced, but which is completely dependent on the fluctuations of the internal market, i.e. dependent on the extent of the separation of industry and agriculture. 35. Thus, Danielson's doubts as to the possibility of a full development of capitalism in Russia are already evident in this letter. But his skepticism on this subject is first really revealed in a letter of March 24, 1892. He writes, "We liberated between 20 to 25% of our rural population from the land. Those peasants now wander around looking for work. What can they do? Go into factories. But we know that the number of workers employed in present-day industry is constantly declining." 36. How many workers can our own internal market absorb, until it is totally satiated? As buyers of commodities, the workers are important for the market. But as sellers of their commodity labor power, capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price. 37. Here we have our starting point, our internal market. A capitalist nation resolves the contradiction pointed out by our author by the extension of its external markets. But how can we escape this contradiction? Just as it is impossible to imagine a capitalist factory whose production were to be dedicated exclusively to the consumption of the workers employed by it, so a capitalist nation without foreign markets appears equally impossible. 38 And it is precisely for this reason that every capitalist country summons all its powers to conquer the markets of its rivals. There is no capitalism without markets. But could Russia obtain external markets? We enter the world arena at a time when all the efforts of our competitors are stretched to the utmost, when they have to be content with even the slightest rate of profit. It therefore seems that our beloved child capitalism, which destroys the basis of peasant domestic industry, but which has neither an internal, nor an external market, possesses no solid foundation for its development. 39. It is clear that Danielson is wrong here, but what is the source of his error? He was correct when he asserted that neither the workers of an individual capitalist factory, nor those of a capitalist country would be in a position to buy back the product of their labor, rather, that they can always buy only the part of this product which corresponds to their wage, and he was also correct when he saw the disproportion between the total sum of wages and the size of the value product newly created by the workers, as constituting one of the glaring contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. 40 However, one should not regard this question statically, as he did. For, as long as accumulation progresses, and a portion of accumulated surplus value is used to employ additional labor power, i.e. workers, then these will help to realize the surplus value created in the previous period of production by spending their wages. Of course, the newly employed workers will also in turn create a value product, whose size must exceed the total sum of their wages. And so the above contradiction will be constantly reproduced at a new, higher level. However, This dialectical study of the question is totally different to the abstract and hence extremely simplified conception of the Russian Narodniks. But how did Engels react to Danielson's letter? Did he deny the existence of the problem itself? Did he declare it to be a simple misunderstanding, as did the Russian opponents of the Narodniks? Not at all. In fact, he energetically stressed the point that according to Marx's theory, the solution to the conflict between capital's unrestricted drive for valorization and capitalist society's limited ability to consume was to be sought primarily in the expansion of the capitalist economic order, in the creation of the internal market. But he conceded to his correspondent that this would be a contradictory and painful process, especially for a country such as Russia, which started along the road of capitalist development at a relatively late stage, and had no significant external market at its disposal. For, as long as Russian industry is confined to the internal market, production can only cover internal consumption. And that can only grow slowly. Because it is one of the necessary accompanying phenomena of large-scale industry that it destroys its own market by precisely the process through which it creates it. It creates it by means of the destruction of peasant domestic industry. But the peasantry cannot live without domestic industry. They are ruined as peasants, their purchasing power is reduced to a minimum, and until they are established in new conditions of existence as proletarians, they furnish only a very poor market for the newly arisen factories. However, the capitalist mode of production is full of internal contradictions, and the tendency to destroy its own internal market at the same time as it creates it is one of them. Another contradiction is the hopeless position to which capitalism leads in the last analysis, and which comes about more quickly in a country without external markets than in countries which are more or less capable of competing on the open world market. Engels concluded his exchange with Danielson in a further letter with the words, "I will gladly agree with you that insofar as Russia is the last country to be conquered by capitalist large-scale industry, and at the same time is also a country with an incomparably larger rural population than all other countries, the revolutionary change caused by the economic revolution must be much deeper and more acute there than anywhere else. The process of the replacement of no less than 500,000 large landowners and approximately 80 million peasants can only be accomplished at the cost of terrible suffering and convulsions. History is the cruelest of goddesses, and she drives her chariot of triumph over mountains of corpses not only in war, but also in peaceful economic development." 42. 2. Bulgakov's and Tagan-Baranovsky's interpretation of Marx's analysis of extended reproduction. In contrast to Engels, the Russian adversaries of the Narodniks seized the bull by the horns. Their main aim was to expose the theoretical shortcomings in the Narodniks theory, and in so doing they skillfully used Marx's analysis of the reproduction of total social capital. However, as Rosa Luxemburg pointedly remarked, they proved too much. The question was whether capitalism in general and Russian capitalism in particular was capable of development. These Marxists, however, have proved this capacity to the extent of even offering us the theoretical proof that capitalism can go on forever. 43. What is most immediately obvious in the essays and books of the Russian legal Marxists in question is that they continually confuse Marx's abstract analysis with capitalist reality, and therefore draw conclusions from this analysis which are in no way justified. This is evident even in the case of the most gifted and orthodox of the legal Marxists, Bulgakov. 44. Bulgakov of course realized that Marx's schemes look at neither the industrial cycle nor the periodically recurring crises, and that they consequently cannot accurately represent the real course of economic life. However, the point is that they in principle demonstrate the possibility of extended reproduction, and that this possibility will also become a reality. 45. Nonetheless, despite this reservation, Bulgakov is convinced that these schemes, just as they are, offer the final and absolute solution to the realization problem. He writes, "The most important questions of the theory of markets are resolved by the analysis of the exchange between the two departments. Such an investigation shows where the market for surplus value is to be found, how those parts of the commodity product of the various capitals, which represent the value of the used constant capital, circulate, and how, finally, the consumption of the wages and surplus value of those enterprises which produce non-consumable products is possible. 46. And in another passage of his book we read, the main difficulty in the analysis of the process of extended reproduction is to explain how the extension of production in departments I and II is possible, although the first department only produces constant capital and the second only variable. This difficulty is overcome by the fact that I accumulates constant capital for itself and for II, and II accumulates variable capital for itself and for I. Hence the difficulty of accumulation reduces itself to the exchange of those portions of the product which each department accumulates for the other. 47. So far, so good. In fact, Bulgakov overlooks the fact that the solution to the realization problem, which the schemes offer, is only a solution at a quite abstract level and cannot, therefore, be a complete solution. Apart from this shortcoming there is little to object to in his formulation. Not satisfied with this, however, Bulgakov goes further. Because departments I and II are exclusively dependent on one another in the schemes in Volume 2, and require no other purchases, he outlines a grotesque picture of the absolute self-sufficiency of capitalist production not only in the hypothetical world of the schemes, but also in reality. He says, M. Artagan-Baranovsky was absolutely right in maintaining that capitalist production creates, simply by means of its growth, an uninterruptedly expanding market, and that the degree of this expansion of the market depends solely on the presence of productive forces. 48. But why was Tagan right? Simply because, in Marx's schemes, Department I, which produces means of production, provides, from the first year, an independent demand for the means of consumption from Department II, and Department II a similar demand for means of production from I. In this way a closed circle is already formed at the initial stage of capitalist production, in which it is totally independent of the external market, but is self-sufficient and in the position to grow automatically, as it were, by means of accumulation. 49. And in one of the concluding chapters of his book Bulgakov even asserts, in so many words, that the only market for the products of capitalist production is this production itself, and that consequently, the only barrier to the extension of production lies in capital itself and in its need for growth. 50. As we see, despite his Marxist orthodoxy, Bulgakov ends up attributing a meaning to Marx's schemes which is not essentially different from the harmonistic understanding expounded by Ricardo, Mikulik, and Say. But, could he reconcile this interpretation with Marx's numerous remarks on the limited consuming power of the masses as the ultimate cause of all real crises? Or, in other words, how does the limited purchasing power of society affect the realization of products in general, and the realization of surplus value in particular? Bulgakov thought he had answered this question when he said, consumption, the satisfaction of human needs, represents but an incidental moment in the circulation of capital. The volume of production is determined by the volume of capital and not by the size of social requirements. Therefore the extension of production does not have to be accompanied by a growth in consumption, an antagonism can even exist between them. As we have seen, capitalist production strives to reduce, relatively, both the share of variable capital and the consumption fund of the capitalists. Evidently the extension of capitalist production is primarily due to Department I, that is, the production of constant capital, and only a relatively small part can be credited to Department II, which produces immediately for consumption. And this alone, continues Bulgakov, shows well enough the role which consumption plays in capitalist production and indicates where we should expect to find the principal market for the commodities produced under capitalism. Thus, capitalist production can expand without limit even within the narrow limits of the profit motive and crises, independent of consumption, and even when the latter is declining. To be sure, capitalist production pays with crises for its divergence from the real aim of production. However, it is itself independent of consumption. 51. Consumption is expressed in periodically recurring economic crises. But he denies that these crises have anything to do with the realization problem. According to him they are solely the result of the uneven development of the individual branches of production, and are therefore to be regarded as mere crises of disproportionality. For the fundamental and sole condition for the possibility of extended production consists in the proportionality of the different branches of industry. If this condition is adhered to, the level of production is then simply determined by the extent of capital accumulation, by the necessity of its growth. 52 And everything which Marx had to say on crises is to be interpreted in this sense. The question of foreign markets occupies a special place in Bulgakov's work. He confronts the fantastic dogma according to which capitalist production necessarily requires external markets, and emphatically denies that this is the case. As Luxemburg expressed it, his main argument is that the sceptics from Sismondi to the Narodniks obviously consider external commerce as a bottomless pit into which the internally produced, undisposable surplus of capitalist production disappears never to be seen again. Bulgakov, for his part, triumphantly points out that foreign trade is indeed not a pit, and certainly not a bottomless one, but rather appears as a double-edged sword, that exports always belong with imports, and both of them have to balance each other. Thus, whatever is pushed out over one border will be brought back over another, simply in a changed useful form. We must find room for the commodities that have been imported as an equivalent for those exported within the bounds of the given market, and as this is impossible ex hypothesi, to have recourse to an external demand would only generate new difficulties. 53. At first sight Bulgakov's arguments appear very convincing, all the more so as he can still call on the well-known passage from Volume 2 of Capital where Marx declares the introduction of external trade into the analysis of the process of social reproduction to be irrelevant. 54 However, it should not be overlooked that in Volume 2, as we have already pointed out several times, Marx studied the reproduction of social capital only in its basic form. 55 That is, at a quite abstract level. At this stage of the analysis the bringing in of external trade would only have served to confuse without contributing any new element to the problem, or to its solution. 56 However, as soon as one approaches the more developed concrete relations matters appear in a quite different light, as Rosa Luxemburg pointed out in her polemic against Bulgakov. Difficulties arise in the sphere of realization which cannot be dealt with in the schemes in Volume 2, 57 the very same difficulties which can be ameliorated, for a shorter or longer period of time by external trade. Thus, imported commodities can be directly employed in the production process. So the change in the useful form was nothing other than the act of realizing the value of the exported commodities. On the other hand, Bulgakov himself admits that partial overproduction of one or two commodities can be overcome if the surplus can be exported and sold on external markets. In this case external trade provides a safety valve, which can protect any one given country from a partial or general crisis of overproduction. 58. Thus, Bulgakov's arguments lose all their persuasiveness when we turn to individual branches of production in particular countries in the concrete capitalist world. After having denied any theoretical connection between the realization problem and the question of external trade, Bulgakov had to construct a specific theory of external trade which, as Luxemburg said, was not borrowed from Marx, but rather from the German scholars of bourgeois political economy. In fact, there is no room in this theory for foreign trade. If capitalism forms a closed circle from the very beginning, if, chasing its tail like a puppy and in complete self-sufficiency it creates a limitless market for itself and can spur itself on to ever greater expansion, then every capitalist country must also be a closed and self-sufficient economic whole. 59. From this perspective the necessity of the external market for a capitalist country has causes which do not have their origin in the organization of capitalist production itself, but which are external to this organization. 60 Such causes can therefore only be of a historical or geographical nature. 61 So, for example, England has to compensate for certain deficiencies which are due to its climate and the conditions of its soil. However, this does not apply to vast countries of a continental type, such as the USA or Russia, which can produce all or nearly all the necessary raw materials and foodstuffs themselves. 62 So it is hardly surprising that Bulgakov, in opposition to the Narodniks, predicted a great and brilliant future 63 for Russian capitalism, still in its infancy, and even cherished the hope that Russia would soon be in a position to defeat its competitors on the world market 64, a strange wish for a follower of Marx's theory. But Bulgakov was not the only one to indulge in such dreams. Let us now turn to another opponent of the Narodniks, the Russian professor Tikhon Baranovsky, who, although less gifted and original than Bulgakov, gained a big reputation in the West, and whose writings had a great influence on the thinking of German social democratic theoreticians. Rosa Luxemburg pointed out the difference in the approach of the two authors when she wrote, like Bulgakov, Tikhon Baranovsky starts from Marx's analysis of social reproduction, which gave him the key to finding his whereabouts in this bewildering maze of problems. But while Bulgakov, the enthusiastic practitioner of Marx's theory, only sought to follow him faithfully and simply attributed his conclusions to the master, Tikhon Baranovsky, on the other hand, lays down the law to Marx, who in his opinion did not know how to turn his brilliant exposition of the reproduction process to good account. And in another passage, Bulgakov made an honest attempt to project Marx's scheme onto the real, concrete relations of the capitalist economy and capitalist exchange. He endeavored to overcome the difficulties resulting from this. But Tikhon Baranovsky does not need any proof, he does not greatly exercise his brains. Because the arithmetical proportions come out satisfactorily and can be continued ad infinitum, this is to him proof that capitalist production can likewise proceed without let or hindrance, provided the said proportion continues to obtain 65. We can add to this that Tikhon Baranovsky also loved to push his arguments to extremes and to indulge in paradoxes, which certainly did not add to the scientific value of his analyses. However, the conclusions of his first book do not differ fundamentally from Bulgakov's. Point 66. Like Bulgakov, Tikhon also proclaimed the absolute self-sufficiency of capitalist production and its alleged independence from social consumption. Like Bulgakov, he too denied that the spur to obtain external markets originated in the inherent laws of capitalism. And finally, he too derived economic crises solely from the disproportionality between the various branches of industry. In all these aspects, both authors can be regarded as forerunners of the later neo-harmonist trend in Marxist economics. If we can discover a difference in their views, this is to be found more in the accent given to different aspects, not what Tikhon says, but how he says it. A few passages from his book will suffice to illustrate this. The schemes quoted must, as evidence, demonstrate the in itself simple axiom that capitalist production creates a market for itself. If social production can be extended, if the productive forces are sufficient for this, then, with the proportional division of social production, demand too must undergo a corresponding expansion, for, under these conditions, every newly produced commodity represents newly appearing purchasing power for the acquisition of other commodities. 67. However, if the expansion of production has no practical limits, then we must assume that the expansion of the market is likewise unlimited, for if social production is organized proportionally, there is no other barrier to the expansion of the market except the productive forces, which society has at its disposal. 68. This already unwittingly constitutes an interpretation of Marx's schemes along the lines of Say's theory. But this is not the only thing which Tikhon wants to derive from the schemes. According to him, one can also derive the highly important conclusion that in capitalist society the demand for commodities is in a certain sense independent of the total volume of social consumption. This total volume of social consumption can decrease, and at the same time aggregate social demand for commodities can grow, regardless of how absurd that might appear from a common sense point of view. The accumulation of social capital leads to a contraction of the social demand for means of consumption, and simultaneously to an increase in the aggregate social demand for commodities. 69. This is, of course, the exact opposite of Marx's schemes, in which the advance of accumulation is accompanied by a steady growth in social consumption. In order to corroborate his hypothesis, Tikhon has to have recourse to one factor which was not considered in the schemes in Volume 2, namely the law of the increasing organic composition of capital. Technical progress is expressed by the fact that the significance of the means of labor, machines, increases in comparison to living labor, to the worker himself. Compared to the machine, the worker recedes into the background, and at the same time the demand which arises from the worker's consumption is also placed in a position of less importance in comparison to the demand which arises from productive consumption by the means of production. The entire workings of the capitalist economy take on the character of a mechanism existing for itself, as it were, in which human consumption appears as one simple moment of the process of the reproduction and circulation of capital. 70. And what does Tegan conclude from all this? Simply that machines have stepped into the place of living labor, the means of production have replaced the means of consumption as the market for commodities. Thus, national income can fall and national demand simultaneously rise. The increase in national wealth can be accompanied by a reduction in national income, although that may sound paradoxical. 71. As we see, Tegan has succeeded in totally separating production from social consumption. It comes as no surprise that his fantasy later 72 led him to present a picture of capitalist society in which the entire working class has disappeared, with the exception of one single worker, and this single worker serves an enormous mass of machinery, which in turn produces new machines, without this situation leading to a discrepancy between production and social consumption. 73. This is enough on the subject of Tegan-Baranovsky's Marxism gone mad, which in fact only differs from Bulgakov's version in the extreme manner in which it is formulated, rather than in its fundamentals. 74. However, Tegan and Bulgakov do differ on one point, their evaluation of Say's law. Whereas Bulgakov, in accordance with his orthodox Marxism, was critical of Say, Tegan accepted the latter's thesis almost without any reservations whatsoever. He writes, "For my part, I in no way assert that this theory is correct in every detail. Despite this, I regard the kernel of the theory, its principal idea, namely that with the proportional division of social production the supply of commodities must coincide with demand, not only as correct, but as indisputable. In my opinion, every objection which has been raised against this idea exhibits a serious lack of understanding of it." 75. However, it must be admitted that in this respect Tegan was merely more consistent than Bulgakov, since the harmonistic interpretation of Marx's theory by the legal Marxists was, at root, merely a revival of classical optimism in Marxist guise. This indeed demonstrates the unexpected consequences which follow from the use of Marx's schemes of reproduction outside of their overall context, and taken in isolation. 3. Lenin's theory of realization. 76. We characterized Bulgakov and Tegan-Baranovsky as forerunners of the later neo-harmonist tendency in Marxist economics. But doesn't this observation put us in a theoretical dilemma? It is well known that both authors had an ally in their controversy with the Narodniks in the young revolutionary Marxist, Lenin, who shared many of their views on this subject. Does this mean that Lenin also has to be attributed with a harmonistic interpretation of Marx's economic theory? Bulgakov and Tegan-Baranovsky both left the socialist movement after a few years and became ideologues for the liberal Russian bourgeoisie. However, a scientific theory cannot be judged by the political careers of its advocates, and the later ideological development of Bulgakov and Tegan-Baranovsky is therefore no more relevant than that of Lenin in this respect. So the dilemma we have just referred to is perhaps not as great as it might appear at first sight. We should remember that economic and sociological theories do not exist in the ether of pure knowledge, but also, as a rule, fulfill certain social functions. Looked at in this way, Lenin's theoretical alliance with the legal Marxists does not appear quite so remarkable. At that time the Russian Marxists saw it as one of their main tasks to put up a determined opposition to the ideology of the Narodniks, which denied the special historical role of the Russian working class and wanted to drag the socialist movement of the country back onto the utopian path of a specifically Russian agrarian socialism. In order to overcome this ideology, the theoretical assumptions on which it was based had to be shown to be without foundation. Thus, when the Narodniks spoke of the basic impossibility of the realization of surplus value in the capitalist economy, and proved this by reference to the external markets which the Russian bourgeoisie lacked, to declining social consumption and to the crises of overproduction inherent in capitalism, then their Marxist opponents sought to prove that the realization of surplus value was also possible without foreign markets and even with a low level of consumption, and that consequently the phenomenon of crises of overproduction should not be derived from the difficulty of realization but from the anarchy of the capitalist economic system. The abstract analysis of the hypothetical conditions for equilibrium in the process of expanded reproduction in a pure capitalism was supposed to provide adequate proof of this. It is hardly surprising then that the Marxist opponents of the Narodniks far overestimated the scope of this analysis, and occasionally interpreted it in a way which could scarcely be reconciled with the real meaning of Marx's theory. From this perspective the pointed remark which Plekhanov inserted into the second edition of his pamphlet Our Differences, in which he distanced himself both from the legal Marxists and from Lenin, is understandable. He wrote, "I never subscribed to those theories of the market in general, and of crises in particular which overcame our legal Marxist literature like an epidemic in the 90s. According to this theory, whose chief propagandist can be regarded as Tikhon Baranovsky, reproduction has no barriers, and crises are simply explained by the disproportion of the means of production." Werner Sombart regarded Tikhon Baranovsky as the father of this supposedly new theory. However, the real father of this by no means new theory was J.B. Say, in whose treatise it is elaborated in detail. Apart from Tikhon Baranovsky, this theory is also propagated by V. Lenin in both his remarks on the question of the theory of markets, and his book The Development of Capitalism in Russia 77. Plekhanov's critique of Lenin, the polemical sharpness of which is mainly attributable to the factional struggles inside social democracy at that time, is certainly exaggerated. It does seem to contain an element of truth, however, especially if Lenin's earliest writings on the question of realization are considered. For example, we find the following sentence in his first work on the so-called question of markets: "The market is simply the expression of the division of labor in the commodity economy, and therefore its growth is as limitless as that of the division of labor." 78. This is an assertion which lends itself to an interpretation similar to that of the optimistic perspective expounded by the classical economists. There are also several passages, dealing with crises in Lenin's significant work A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, which are equally questionable, where he agrees with Ricardo, and even Mikulik, in their dispute with Sismondi 79. However, if we turn to Lenin's later writings, and in particular to those cited by Plekhanov, we must reject the view that there is a fundamental similarity between Lenin's and Say's conception. These works do nonetheless contain some one-sided arguments and exaggerated formulations which we ought to deal with here. Lenin was of course right when he referred the Narodniks to the fact that their doubts as to the possibility of the realization of surplus value could be answered by Marx's analysis of the social process of reproduction. In fact, Marx showed in his schemes how, if definite proportions are maintained in the exchange between the production goods and consumption goods industries, capitalist society can not only renew its constant and variable capital, but also enlarge it by means of the capitalization of a portion of surplus value. Lenin referred his Narodnik adversaries to these schemes several times, and adds, once these basic propositions, the basis of Marx's schemes of reproduction, are taken into account, the problem of the realization of the social product in capitalist society no longer presents any difficulty. And further on, by establishing these main theoretical propositions, Marx fully explained the process of the realization of the product in general, and of surplus value in particular in capitalist society 80. But the question then arises, can the proof of the possibility of the realization of surplus value in principle, as offered by Marx's analysis, actually count as the complete explanation of the realization problem? In fact, the analysis in Volume 2 consciously disregards such decisive factors in the real capitalist world as the growth in the organic composition of capital, and the increase in relative surplus value, i.e. factors which continually disturb the balance between production and consumption and consequently must place even greater obstacles in the way of the realization of the social product. Along with the legal Marxists, Lenin thought that this objection could be countered by reference to the relatively faster growth in the industries producing the means of production. Thus, he stresses, on the problem of interest to us here, that of the home market, the main conclusion from Marx's theory of realization is the following: capitalist production, and consequently, the home market, grow not so much on account of articles of consumption as on account of means of production. In other words, the increase in means of production outstrips the increase in articles of consumption. 81. And in another passage, this disparity of production and consumption is expressed, as Marx demonstrated clearly in his schemes, by the fact that the production of the means of production can and must outstrip the production of articles of consumption. 82. In actual fact, however, Marx's schemes show nothing of the kind, since, in both examples in Volume 2, Department 2 develops at exactly the same speed as Department I. Hence, Lenin's thesis cannot be proved by reference to the schemes in Volume 2, and like Tugin and Bulgakov before him, he is forced to connect the analysis of the reproduction process in Volume 2 of Capital, with the law of the increasing composition of capital which was expounded in Volume 3. He continually refers to the fact that, according to the general law of capitalist production, constant capital grows faster than variable. Consequently, the department of social production which makes the means of production must grow faster than the one which produces the means of consumption. Thus, for capitalism, the growth of the internal market is to a certain extent independent of the growth of individual consumption. Of course, continues Lenin, the development of production chiefly on account of means of production seems paradoxical and undoubtedly constitutes a contradiction. It is real production as an end in itself, the expansion of production without a corresponding expansion of consumption. But it is a contradiction not of doctrine, but of actual life. For this is the feature that corresponds to the historical mission of capitalism and to its specific social structure. The former consists in the development of the productive forces of society, the latter rules out the utilization of these technical achievements by the mass of the population. 83. The passages quoted here seem to be particularly characteristic of Lenin's interpretation of the theory of realization. It is clear that his views on this were formed in the context of the specific situation of Russia during the early period of capitalism, in which the industrialization of the still semi-feudal country seemed to in fact offer an unlimited market for the means of production. From this point of view, Lenin's conception is certainly correct for all those countries which are at the stage of their industrial revolution and have yet to create the basis for modern industry, a transport system and mechanized agriculture which normally takes place at the cost of a very low level of subsistence for the mass of the population. And when Lenin stressed the necessity and progressive nature of this process, he demonstrated his profound sense of historical reality and proved himself far superior to his Narodnik adversaries. But was he justified in extrapolating this hypothesis, which was based on a particular historical situation, to capitalism in all its phases? It is quite clear that capitalism must complete vast numbers of factories and machines, railways, harbors, etc. while it is building up its industrial base, and that this process provides a rapidly growing market for the means of production, stretching over decades. However, sooner or later the basic phase of industrialization is completed, and the industrial apparatus which has been created must produce goods for individual use. Then the problem of the purchasing power of the masses enters the foreground, and this cannot be evaded unless one believes in M. Artagan-Baranovsky's Carousel 84, i.e. in his fantastic conception of the production of machines for their own sake. So much on Lenin's attempt to project the law of the increasing composition of capital onto Marx's schemes of reproduction and to interpret these schemes as implying a necessarily more rapid growth of the production goods industries. We saw previously that the schemes of reproduction, which assume a parallel and equal development of departments I and II, do not permit such an interpretation, and we now see that Lenin's thesis can only be valid for a limited period of time, namely the epoch of initial industrialization, and can therefore in no way be regarded as a universal developmental law of capitalism. However, this is not the only objection which can be raised against Lenin's interpretation of the schemes of reproduction. What appears even more questionable to us is the fact that he regarded the abstract analysis in Volume 2 as the final and definite word of the Marxist theory of realization, and accordingly did not wish to recognize the relevance of the later enlargements and modifications to this analysis, as found in Volume 3. This creates considerable theoretical difficulties for him, which are mainly attributable to a certain misconceived orthodoxy as far as Marx's writings are concerned. This is evident in his polemic against THIRD-WORLDISM. As a revisionist and follower of Say, Tugin could not accept many passages in Volume 3 of Capital which contradicted his harmonistic interpretation of Marx's schemes. Above all, he attacked the well-known section in which Marx writes, "The conditions of direct exploitation, and those of realizing it are not identical. The first are only limited by the productive power of society, the latter by the proportional relation of the various branches of production, and 85 by society's power of consumption." 86. THIRD-WORLDISM interprets this passage to the effect that, according to Marx, proportionality on its own does not guarantee the possibility of marketing the products. The products may not find a market even if the distribution is proportional. That is apparently the meaning of Marx's above quoted words. This is an interpretation which one must agree to, as Marx's formulation does not in fact permit any other. However, Lenin denies this. He replies, "No, that is not the meaning of these words. There are no grounds for seeing in them some sort of a correction to the theory of realization expounded in Volume 3. Marx is here merely substantiating that contradiction of capitalism which he indicated in other places in Capital, that is the contradiction between the tendency towards the unlimited expansion of production, and the inevitability of restricted consumption." Mr. THIRD-WORLDISM will of course not dispute the fact that this contradiction is inherent in capitalism, and since Marx points to it in the passage quoted, we have no right to look for some other meaning in his words. 87. The question is then, what other meaning? One different to the one which THIRD-WORLDISM attributes to the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2, namely that the realization of the social product depends exclusively on the proportionality between the various branches of production? In this instance Lenin's polemic misses its target, since, instead of attacking Tugin's harmonistic interpretation of Marx's theory of realization as a mere theory of proportionality, he seems to sanction this interpretation, simply attempting to give it a further modified form. In his view, the consuming power of society and the proportional relation of the various branches of production are not conditions that are isolated, independent of and unconnected with each other. On the contrary, a certain level of consumption is one of the elements of proportionality. 88. As far as Lenin's interpretation of the concept of proportionality is concerned, it is indisputable that any disturbance of the balance between production and consumption sooner or later also brings about a disturbance in the proportionality of the various branches of production. On the other hand, it is clear that the concept of proportionality, if thought out to its conclusion, must also comprise the mutual correspondence of production and consumption. However, it in no way follows from this that the concepts of proportionality and equilibrium of consumption and production cannot be separated from one another, or that they should always be regarded as equivalent. Thus, for example, Marx deduced partial crises precisely from the disproportionality of the various branches of production. Without regard to the relation of production and consumption. 89 Lenin too wrote in an article directed against Struve, Marx's theory not only does not restore the apologetic bourgeois theory, but on the contrary, provides a most powerful weapon against apologetics. It follows from this theory that even with an ideally smooth and proportional reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital, the contradiction between the growth of production and the narrow limits of consumption is inevitable. 90. But if this is the case, then Tugin's interpretation of Volume 3 was correct. It must then be admitted that according to Marx, the realization of the social product does not only depend on the proportional relation between the various branches of production, but also on society's capacity to consume, and it is difficult to see what could be the theoretical use of Lenin's concept of proportionality in a further sense. And Lenin's oft-repeated argument that Marx merely stated the contradiction between production and consumption in the cited passages from Capital, and nothing more, is even less convincing. Point 91. This contradiction plays a key role in Marx's theory and was only left out of consideration in the analysis in Volume 2 for methodological reasons which we have yet to deal with. It is evident that Lenin's postulate, according to which the relation of production and consumption is to be subsumed under the concept of proportionality, brings him uncomfortably close to Bulgakov's Antigon's disproportionality theory of crises. We read in his book The Development of Capitalism in Russia, if one speaks of the difficulties of realization of crises etc. which arise from them, one must admit that these difficulties are not only possible, but necessary. Difficulties of this kind, due to the disproportion in the distribution of the various branches of industry, constantly arise, not only in realizing surplus value, but also in realizing variable and constant capital, in realizing not only the product consisting of articles of consumption, but also that consisting of means of production. 92. And even more clearly in another passage, the irregular production of an unrealizable product is inevitable in capitalist society, as a result of the disturbance in the proportion between the various branches of industry. 93. This essentially amounts to the disproportionality theory of crises, even if this theory is modified in such a way that the proportionality of the branches of production now also depends on the relations of consumption. Lenin's interpretation of Marx's theory of realization also explains his complete rejection of Rosa Luxemburg's book The Accumulation of Capital, which we will deal with later. Thus, in March 1913, he wrote to the publishers of the Russian journal Sotsial Demokrat, which was published in Paris, "I have just read Rosa's new book. She has got into a shocking muddle. She has distorted Marx. I'm very glad that Pannekoek, Eckstein, and Otto Bauer have all condemned her book with one accord and used the same arguments which I already used against the Narodniks in 1899. I intend to write about Rosa in number 4 of Prosvshchiny 94. Unfortunately, Lenin never wrote the planned article. However, in his well-known essay on Marx, which was published in the Russian Encyclopedia Granite in 1915, we find the following bibliographical note: Marx's theory of the accumulation of capital is dealt with in a new book by R. Luxemburg. An analysis of her incorrect interpretation of Marx's theory can be found in Eckstein's discussions in Vorwärts. See also O. Bauer's article in Neue Zeit and Pannekoek's in the Bremer Burger Zeitung 95. Apart from the abnormally severe tone of Lenin's letter, which can largely be explained by the factional disputes at this time between the Bolsheviks and the Social Democracy of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, led by Luxemburg, what is noticeable about Lenin's comments is his complete agreement with the criticism of Rosa Luxemburg by the Austro-Marxists Bauer and Eckstein. But what is the source of this curious theoretical agreement between the spokesman of the most radical wing of Marxism and such exponents of social democratic neo-Harmonism as Bauer and Eckstein? This situation certainly requires an explanation. In this connection we should remember that in the years before the outbreak of the First World War Lenin's political sympathies lay more with Koskai's center than with the German left led by Luxemburg. 96. However, what is of interest to us is not the political, but the theoretical background to Lenin's attitude to Luxemburg's book. This background was clearly stated by Lenin himself, in the letter quoted above, in 1913. He adopted a position of solidarity with the Austro-Marxist critics of Rosa Luxemburg for precisely the reason that their views coincided with the arguments he had put forward against the Narodniks in 1899, and he rejected Luxemburg's book not only because of its erroneous criticism of Marx's reproduction schemes, but also because its theoretical conception ran so counter to the version of the realization theory which he himself had proposed. And it is evident that he still adhered to the version which he had defended alongside the legal Marxists in the 1890s. 97. However, the methodological aspect of the question is perhaps still more important. When the young Lenin wrote his treatise on the realization problem, neither Marx's theories nor the Grundrisse were known to him. He could have had only a less than adequate insight into the methodologically very complex structure of Marx's economic work. We now know that according to Marx's plan for the structure of the work, the first 2 volumes only figure as the analysis of capital in general, and that consequently the results which Marx obtained in these volumes, although extraordinarily important, still had to be concretized and supplemented by a later stage of the analysis, that of capital in concrete reality. The early Marxists, including Lenin, understandably overlooked this. It is no great surprise that Lenin rather exaggerated the theoretical validity and relevance of the analysis in Part 3 of Volume 2 of Capital, and tended to regard it as Marx's last word on the theory of realization. This also explains his attempts to reconcile the results of this analysis in a literal and scholastic fashion with the numerous passages in Volume 3, which apparently contradicted it, and which Tugan and the Narodniks were so happy to rely on for their case. 98 Nevertheless, in actual fact, the exposition in Volume 3 in no way contradicts that in Volume 2. It does, however, represent a further stage of the analysis, a stage at which the question is no longer that of the conditions for the equilibrium of the capitalist economy in its normal course, but that of the causes of the necessary disturbances to this equilibrium, i.e. the analysis of crises and the tendency to breakdown which is inherent to capitalism. What follows from this is that the schemes of reproduction and the analysis of Volume 2 can in no way, on their own, offer the complete explanation of the realization problem, but can only do this in connection with Marx's theory of crisis and breakdown. And it seems to us that the greatest deficiency in Lenin's theory of realization is that he overlooked this fundamental fact. 99. 4. Hilferding's interpretation of Marx's schemes of reproduction. We saw that Marx's analysis of the social reproduction process primarily assisted the Russian Marxists of the 1890s in demonstrating the possibility and inevitability of capitalist development in Russia, in opposition to the Narodnik sceptics. The situation was different in Germany and Austria, however, where this analysis was interpreted by the official theorists of social democracy to mean that capitalism could be extended without limit, and that it was not threatened by any kind of breakdown conditioned by its inner laws. In fact, Hilferding, the most famous economist of the Austro-Marxist school, wanted to read practically everything possible into the schemes in Volume 2. Not only that if the reproduction of total social capital is to take place normally definite proportions have to be maintained between departments I and II, production goods and consumption goods industries, which is self-evident from the schemes, but rather also that capitalist production and reproduction both on a simple and extended scale, can proceed undisturbed, only if these proportions are kept to 100. But there is still more to come. Hilferding continues, it therefore in no way follows that the crisis has to have its origin in the underconsumption of the masses, which is inherent in capitalism. Nor does it follow from the schemes in themselves, that there is the possibility of a general overproduction of commodities, rather it is shown that any extension of production that can in fact take place with the available forces of production is possible. 101. Hilferding is of course right about the last point. The possibility of overproduction does not follow from the schemes in themselves, because they only, in fact, investigate the conditions for a normal, undisturbed course of reproduction. However, since the impossibility of overproduction also does not follow from these schemes, it is difficult to see what purpose is served by referring to them at all, i.e. what conclusions can be drawn from them as far as the actual capitalist world is concerned. It naturally does not occur to Hilferding to deny the empirical facts of overproduction and the underconsumption of the masses, or the role which these facts play as moments in actual crises. What he is aiming at with his observation of the schemes in themselves is something different, that in the last analysis only the proportional relation of the individual branches of production is decisive in the process of social reproduction. His disproportionality theory of crises, as well as his rejection of any breakdown theory, then follows quite consistently from this. But let us look more closely at how Hilferding furnishes the evidence for this. He states at the beginning of the section on crises in his book, the expression overproduction of commodities in general says as little as the expression underconsumption. One can only speak of underconsumption, understood strictly, in a physiological sense. By contrast, the expression has no meaning in economics, where it can only mean that society has consumed less than it has produced. 102. However, it is not easy to see how that can be possible if production has taken place in the correct proportions. Since the aggregate product is equal to constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, both V and S must be consumed, and the elements of constant capital used up must be replaced. It follows that production can be extended indefinitely, and this will never lead to the overproduction of commodities, i.e. to a situation in which more commodities, which in this context and for this standpoint means more use values, more goods, are produced than can be consumed. 103. This is really a strange argument. Almost everything which Marx wrote on crises was intended to prove that it was just this periodically recurring overproduction which represented the basic phenomenon of crises. 104, and that this overproduction has its ultimate cause in the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses. 105. But now we discover that although this might apply in the crude world of fact, it does not apply in the for itself world of the schemes, and that consequently the expressions overproduction and underproduction have no meaning in political economy. But why? Simply because the imaginary society in general, which Hilferding substitutes in this context for the real world, could never produce too many use values, goods, and because it is also in its power to eliminate any shortage of articles of consumption by a more proportional division of production. Of course, the concept of underconsumption could only have a physiological meaning for such a society. However, we are not discussing physiology here, but an economy, and not merely an economy in general, but a capitalist economy. That is, not society as such, but a class society, in which the mass of producers remains more or less restricted to necessities. In which consequently this great majority of producers remains more or less excluded from the consumption of wealth insofar as wealth goes beyond the bounds of the necessary means of subsistence. 106, and in which, on the other hand, the ruling class likewise have to subject their consumption to the drive for valorization, i.e. to fulfill the role of a producer of overproduction. 107. For this reason periodic crises of overproduction must occur in this society even with the most perfect proportionality of the branches of production, and it is impossible to see what we could gain theoretically, by renaming these crises crises of disproportionality, or by equating the overproduction of commodities with the overproduction of goods. Let us leave to one side Hilferding's theory of crisis, which in our opinion merely represents another version of the critique offered by the Ricardian school. 108 on the theory of crises of overproduction. Our concern is Hilferding's thesis that, as the schemes show, capitalist production could be extended indefinitely. How does he prove this thesis? By presenting us with Marx's scheme for simple reproduction, where not only do the elements of constant capital used replace each other, but also where both V and S are consumed, i.e. where it is impossible to speak of a problem of the realization of surplus value. Perhaps Hilferding made a slip of the pen, perhaps he actually meant the scheme for extended reproduction, and simply forgot to say that S is consumed individually as well as industrially. It is certainly consumed in this way in Marx's schemes. However, the fact that the cited scheme can be continued indefinitely does not mean that actual capitalist production could be extended indefinitely. Hilferding simply neglects the fact that the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 deliberately disregard technical progress, i.e. the increase in the organic composition of capital, increase in the rate of surplus value, etc., and that the introduction of any one of these aspects would completely overturn them. This is convincing evidence of the kind of absurdities to which a confusion of the abstract schemes with actual capitalist reality must lead, especially, if like Hilferding, one tries to prove, on the basis of these schemes, that the idea of an economic breakdown of capitalism is in no way a rational idea. 109 Marx's schemes of reproduction are simply a tool of analysis, and can difference. Then this is in fact in line with his presupposition that the bourgeois mode of production is the absolute mode of production, hence it is a mode of production without any definite specific characteristics. And, further, all the objections which Ricardo and others raise against overproduction etc. rest on the fact that they regard bourgeois production either as a mode of production in which no distinction exists between purchase and sale, or as social production, implying that society, as if according to a plan, distributes its means of production and productive forces in the degree and measure which is required for the fulfillment of the various social needs. This explanation of overproduction in one field by underproduction in another field therefore means merely that if production were proportionate, there would be no overproduction. The same could be said if demand and supply corresponded to each other, or if all spheres provided equal opportunities for capitalist production and its expansion. I.e., if all countries which traded with one another possessed the same capacity for production. Thus overproduction takes place because all these pious wishes are not fulfilled. It is clear how much Hilferding's theory coincides, in its fundamentals, with Ricardo's. Not therefore be used for such a purpose. As an alternative to Hilferding's disproportionality theory of crises, we would like to cite a number of Marx's own comments on the subject of crises, which deal with the antithesis of production and consumption. Thus Marx writes against Ricardo in the chapter on crisis in Volume 2 of Theories. He overlooks the fact that the commodity has to be converted into money. The demand of the workers does not suffice, since profit arises precisely from the fact that the demand of the workers is smaller than the value of their product, and that it is all the greater the smaller, relatively, is their demand. In the long run the demand of the capitalists amongst themselves is equally insufficient. Overproduction arises precisely from the fact that the mass of the people can never consume more than the average quantity of necessities, that their consumption therefore does not grow correspondingly with the productivity of labor. 110 This is because the mere relationship of wage laborer and capitalist implies 1. That the majority of the producers are non-consumers of a very large part of their product, namely of the means of production and the raw material. 2. That the majority of the producers, the workers, can consume an equivalent for their product only so long as they produce more than this equivalent, that is, so long as they produce surplus value, or surplus product. They must always be overproducers, produce over and above their needs, in order to be able to be consumers or buyers within the limits of their needs. 111. In another passage in the Theories we read, the whole process of accumulation in the first place resolves itself into production on an expanding scale, which on the one hand corresponds to the natural growth of the population, and on the other hand forms an inherent basis for the phenomena which appear during crises. The criterion of the expansion of production is capital itself, the existing level of the conditions of production and the unlimited desire of the capitalists to enrich themselves and enlarge their capital, but by no means consumption, which from the outset is inhibited since the majority of the population, the working people, can only expand their consumption within very narrow limits, whereas the demand for labor, although it grows absolutely, decreases relatively, to the same extent as capitalism develops. 112. Finally, from the same part of the Theories, overproduction is specifically conditioned by the general law of the production of capital, to produce to the limit set by the productive forces, that is to say, to exploit the maximum amount of labor with the given amount of capital, without any consideration for the actual limits of the market or the needs backed by the ability to pay, and this is carried out through continuous expansion of reproduction and accumulation, and therefore constant reconversion of revenue into capital, while on the other hand, the mass of the producers remain tied to the average level of needs, and must remain tied to it according to the nature of capitalist production. 113. Marx remarks in the same sense in one of the manuscripts of Capital, contradiction in the capitalist mode of production, the workers as buyers of commodities are important for the market. But as sellers of their own commodity labor power, capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price. Further contradiction, the periods in which capitalist production exerts all its forces regularly turn out to be periods of overproduction, because production potentials can never be utilized to such an extent that more value may not only be produced but also realized, but the sale of commodities, the realization of commodity capital and thus of surplus value, is limited, not by the consumer requirements of society in general, but by the consumer requirements of a society in which the vast majority are always poor and must always remain poor. 114. However, The contradiction which we are discussing is pointed out most acutely in a passage in Volume 3 which has already been cited. The conditions of direct exploitation, and those of realizing it, are not identical. They diverge not only in place and time, but also logically. The first are only limited by the productive power of society, the latter by the proportional relation of the various branches of production and the society's power of consumption. But this last named is not determined either by the absolute productive power, or by the absolute consumer power, but by the consumer power based on antagonistic conditions of distribution, which reduce the consumption of the bulk of society to a minimum varying within more or less narrow limits. It is furthermore restricted by the tendency to accumulate, the drive to expand capital and produce surplus value on an extended scale. Consequently, the more productive power develops, the more it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the conditions of consumption rest. 115. In another passage we read, since the aim of capital is not to minister to certain wants, but to produce profits, and since it accomplishes this purpose by methods which adapt the mass of production to the scale of production, not vice versa, a rift must continually ensue between the limited dimensions of consumption under capitalism and a production which forever tends to exceed this imminent barrier. 116. This is because as matters stand, the replacement of the capital invested in production depends largely upon the consuming power of the non-producing classes, while the consuming power of the workers is limited partly by the laws of wages, partly by the fact that they are used only as long as they can be profitably employed by the capitalist class. The ultimate reason for all real crises remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, as opposed to the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as though only the society's absolute capacity for consumption constituted their limit. 117. The above passages 118 at least show the large role which Marx attributed to the contradiction between production and consumption, as the reason for crises of overproduction, although he was himself an opponent of the traditional underconsumption theory. The following passage from Capital shows how he also, on the other hand, rejected the so-called disproportionality theory of crises, to say that there is no general overproduction, but rather a disproportion within the various branches of production, is no more than to say that under capitalist production the proportionality of the individual branches of production springs as a continual process from disproportionality. It amounts furthermore to demanding that countries in which capitalist production is not developed should consume and produce at a rate which suits the countries with capitalist production. If it is said that overproduction is only relative, this is quite correct, but the entire capitalist mode of production is only a relative one, whose barriers are not absolute. They are absolute only for this mode, i.e. on its basis. How could there otherwise be a shortage of demand for the very commodities which the mass of the people lack, and how would it be possible for this demand to be sought abroad, in foreign markets, to pay the laborers at home the average amount of necessities of life? This is only possible because in this specific capitalist interrelation the surplus product assumes a form in which its owner cannot offer it for consumption, unless it first reconverts itself into capital for him. In short, all these objections to the obvious phenomena of overproduction amount to the contention that the barriers of capitalist production are not barriers of production generally, and therefore not barriers of this specific, capitalist mode of production. The contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, however, lies precisely in its tendency towards an absolute development of the productive forces, which continually come into conflict with the specific conditions of production in which capital moves, and alone can move. 119. So much then, on the so-called disproportionality theory. V. Rosa Luxemburg's critique of Marx's theory of accumulation. 1. The historical and methodological background. Our discussion of Hilferding has illustrated how Germany's official Marxist theory made use of the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2. Although this theory seemed both radical and orthodox, in fact it simply led to a rejection of the theory of breakdown and to a vulgar economic explanation of crises as mere crises of disproportionality. That is, completely in the spirit of Tugin and the Russian legal Marxists. Rosa Luxemburg's book The Accumulation of Capital, whose central theme disregarding the secondary and subsidiary material involves stressing the idea of breakdown and hence the revolutionary kernel of Marxism, can only be understood against this background. That is, as a reaction to the neo-harmonist interpretation of Marx's theory. But why did this task fall to Rosa Luxemburg rather than Lenin? The explanation lies in the different historical situation of Russian and German Marxism. In contrast to Russian Marxists of the 1890s, whose theoretical interests were constrained by their struggle against Narodnik ideology and who were compelled to prove the viability of a Russian capitalism which was still in its infancy, Rosa Luxemburg lived and was politically active in a country in which capitalism had not only reached the summit of its power, but was already showing clear signs of its future decline. Furthermore, her adversaries were not the disciples of a utopian peasant socialism, but a powerful workers' bureaucracy, strongly rooted in the masses, which despite its Marxist principles located itself squarely within the prevailing social order and hoped to achieve all its demands for social and political progress within its confines. Thus, whereas in Russia at the turn of the century it was still necessary to stress the inevitability and historical progressiveness of capitalist development, the task of the Marxist left in Germany was just the opposite, to give prime place to the idea of the inevitable economic and political breakdown of the capitalist social order. Rosa Luxemburg's book was intended to fulfill precisely the latter theoretical task. However, it in no way follows from this that we accept Rosa Luxemburg's specific theory of accumulation, according to which capital accumulation can only be explained by having recourse to the so-called third person, i.e. exchange with the non-capitalist milieu, 120, or that we regard her critique of Marx's schemes of reproduction as correct. On the contrary, it is regrettable that Luxemburg was only able to defend the concept of breakdown in the extreme form of a basically incorrect critique of Marx's theory of reproduction. It would nevertheless be pedantic to re-examine this critique, which has long been recognized as incorrect, and whose main defect consisted in the fact that Luxemburg, without noticing it, continually fell back on the presuppositions of simple reproduction in the analysis of extended reproduction. What is more important, and educative, is to examine the reasons which led her to do this. Henrik Grossman seems to have hit on the right idea when he wrote, "It is to Rosa Luxemburg's great historical credit that in conscious opposition and protest against attempts at distortion by the neo-harmonists she adhered to the basic idea of capital and attempted to support it by demonstrating an absolute economic limit to the further development of the capitalist mode of production." But, instead of examining Marx's reproduction scheme in the context of Marx's entire system, and his theory of accumulation, in particular, she unintentionally succumbed to the influence of those she wanted to oppose, i.e. she believed that Marx's scheme did in fact permit a limitless accumulation ad infinitum in a circle as in Tagan-Baranovsky's theory. And because she considered that the possibility of limitless accumulation ad infinitum actually resulted from Marx's schemes of reproduction, and that Tagan, Hilferding, and later Otto Bauer had correctly deduced this notion from the schemes, she abandoned it in order to save the concept of breakdown which originated in Volume I of Capital 121. In our opinion, Grossman here goes far towards explaining Rosa Luxemburg's mistakes. In addition to this, however, her incorrect interpretation of the schemes of reproduction seems to have its roots in an insufficient understanding of the methodology of Marx's work. It is of course true, as Lukács remarked, that Luxemburg was a genuine dialectician 122, and this explains the great theoretical satisfaction which a study of her work provides. Despite this, she clearly underestimated the so-called Hegelian inheritance in Marx's thought 123 and was therefore not entirely conscious of the real structure of his work. We have already dealt with her confusion of the distinction between individual capital and total social capital. With the much more important distinction between capital in general and capital in reality elsewhere 124, and we do not therefore have to return to it here. We also know that she incorrectly compounded total social capital with capital as it concretely, historically exists. In her view, Marx's concept of a pure capitalist society could only be of use in the study of the production and circulation process of individual capital. This concept would lose all meaning as soon as one turned to capitalist society as a whole, and in particular to the problem of the accumulation of the total social capital. In other words, Rosa Luxemburg also misunderstood the role allotted to the model of a pure capitalist society in Marx's work. She did not grasp that it represented a heuristic device, intended to help in the illustration of the developmental tendencies of the capitalist mode of production, free from all disturbing accompanying circumstances. 125 The methodological intent of this procedure is clear. If, even under the strictest assumptions, i.e. in the abstract model of a pure capitalist society, it is possible for surplus value to be realized and for capital to accumulate within certain limits, then there is no theoretical need to have recourse to external factors, such as foreign trade, the existence of a third person, or state intervention. In this sense Marx's model completely stood the test. And because Rosa Luxemburg overlooked this fact, she also neglected to realize that the results of the analysis of reproduction in Volume 2 could only be of a provisional nature, i.e. they needed to be supplemented at a later, more concrete, stage of the analysis. Rosa Luxemburg's methodological error must seem all the more surprising in that she came very near to a correct understanding of the methodological assumptions behind Marx's schemes when she the moment. However, this remark does show that Rosa Luxemburg sometimes overlooked the dialectical content hiding behind Marx's Hegelian style. Wrote, the premises which are postulated in Marx's diagram of accumulation accordingly represent no more than the historical tendency of the movement of accumulation and its final theoretical result. The process of accumulation strives everywhere to substitute simple commodity economy for natural economy, and the capitalist economy for the simple commodity economy, and to establish the exclusive and universal domination of capitalist production in all countries and for all branches of production. 126. And in Rosa Luxemburg's anti-critique we read, Marx himself never dreamed of presenting his own mathematical models as any sort of proof that accumulation was in fact possible in a society consisting solely of capitalists and workers. Marx investigated the internal mechanism of capitalist accumulation and established certain economic laws on which the process is based. He started roughly like this: if the accumulation of gross capital, that is, in the entire class of capitalists, is to take place, then certain quite exact quantitative relations must exist between the two large departments of social production, the production of the means of production and the production of means of consumption. Progressive expansion of production and, at the same time, progressive accumulation of capital, which is the object of it all, can only proceed unhindered if such relations are maintained so that the one large department of production continuously works hand in hand with the other. Marx sketched a mathematical example, a model with imaginary numbers, to illustrate his thoughts clearly and exactly, and he uses it to show that if accumulation is to proceed, then the individual points in the model must behave in such and such a way to each other. 127. But if this is correct, if Marx's model was simply a tool for showing the conditions for equilibrium in an expanding capitalist economy in their pure form, then Rosa Luxemburg's assertion that it represents a bloodless abstraction cannot be upheld. It simply proves that her critique of Marx's schemes of reproduction was also methodologically without foundation. 2. The schemes of reproduction and technical progress. We do not wish, however, to discuss merely what was defective in Rosa Luxemburg's critique. It also has its positive sides, which have mostly gone unmentioned by her detractors. We mean by this her pointing out of the fact, already known to us, that Marx's schemes of extended reproduction disregard all those changes in the mode of production which are caused by technical progress, namely, the increasing organic composition of capital, the increase in the rate of surplus value, and the rising rate of accumulation. As soon as one attempts to introduce these changes, the conditions for equilibrium are disturbed, and the formula CII plus SSCII equals VI plus I plus SSVI can no longer be employed. Consider the following numerical example based on Tagan-Baranovsky's scheme for reproduction, which is intended to illustrate the extended reproduction of capital. This diagram corresponds to the general formula for equilibrium as. However, as soon as we increase the organic composition of the capital accumulating in each department from 2:1 to 3:1, we obtain the following result. In this instance a commodity surplus is produced in Department 2, which can no longer exchange its 600 plus 112.5 SSC equals 712.5 units of value without a remainder for 420 V plus 210 A plus 52.5 SSV equals 682.5 units, but is left with an indisposable remainder of commodities amounting to 30 units. This corresponds to the fact that with the rising organic composition of capital fewer workers are taken on, and therefore social consumption cannot be expanded sufficiently to absorb the entire commodity product of Department 2. Similar disturbances necessarily arise if the rate of surplus value rises or if a larger portion of the newly created surplus value is accumulated than in previous periods of production. In such cases the smooth progress of extended reproduction, as envisaged in the scheme, becomes impossible as the disproportion in the relations of exchange between the two departments, which comes about as a consequence of technical progress, must explode their previous proportionality. We see then that if we take into consideration technical changes in the mode of production, in the context of the advance of accumulation, it cannot come about without completely disrupting the basic relations of Marx's scheme. 128 Rosa Luxemburg is undoubtedly right on this point. However, it cannot be concluded from this failure of the schemes of reproduction, that accumulation is completely impossible, but simply that any revolution in the productive forces which takes place on a social scale must bring the given state of equilibrium of the branches of production to an end and lead, via all kinds of crises and disturbances, to a new temporary equilibrium. Therefore the results of Rosa Luxemburg's critique are only the necessary limits of the area within which Marx's schemes are valid, schemes which are deliberately confined to the investigation of the relations of equilibrium of extended reproduction under constant conditions of production, and which must therefore disregard all the moments which alter these conditions. But if one still wanted to introduce the changes in the mode of production which result from the rising productivity of labor, this would only prove how the hypothetical conditions of the normal course of reproduction change into so many conditions of abnormal movement, into so many possibilities of crisis. 129 which in no way belong to the tasks of the analysis in Volume 2 of Capital. However, doesn't this underestimate the importance of this analysis? Not at all. It is clear that Marx's model of extended reproduction in a condition of equilibrium in pure capitalism was not supposed to be a true reflection of the concrete capitalist world, nor could it be. For one thing, it leaves to one side the anarchy of production which rules in actual capitalism, and furthermore it takes no account of the conflict between production and consumption which is inseparable from the essence of capitalist production. Consequently, the proportional development of the various branches of production, and the equilibrium between production and consumption, can only be obtained, in this mode of production, in the midst of continuous difficulties and disturbances. Naturally, this equilibrium must at least be attained for short periods of time, or else the capitalist system could not function at all. In this sense, however, Marx's schemes of reproduction are in no way a mere abstraction, but a piece of economic reality, although the proportionality of the branches of production postulated by these schemes can only be temporary, and spring as a continual process from disproportionality. 130. 3. The neo-harmonist applications of the schemes. The fact that the formula for the equilibrium of extended reproduction, which forms the basis of Marx's schemes, only applies to accumulation under constant conditions of production, induced several authors to undertake painstaking mathematical work in order to show that the failure of this formula does not follow from the formula itself, but results from the far too strict assumptions to which Marx tied his schemes, and that consequently, with an appropriate modification of these assumptions, a scheme of extended reproduction could be constructed, which, even taking into consideration technical progress, would exhibit a permanent equilibrium between the two departments of social production. What lurks behind all these attempts, although its original proponents were not always aware of this, is the desire to present the reproduction and accumulation of capital as an automatic and permanent process, which does not encounter any of the barriers which originate in the nature of the capitalist mode of production, and which could not, therefore, lead to an economic breakdown of this mode of production. The best known example of this kind is the scheme of reproduction set out by Otto Bauer in his critique of Rosa Luxemburg 131, the intention of which is to prove the possibility of an undisturbed progress of accumulation, even with a constantly rising organic composition of capital. In order to accomplish this, Otto Bauer must drop one of the basic assumptions of Marx's schemes, namely the assumption that the only relation between departments I and II is the mutual exchange of their respective products. Instead he allows Department II, which is always left with an indisposable remainder of commodities as a result of the technical changes caused by the rising organic composition of capital, to invest each year a sum of money corresponding to the value of this remainder in Department I, so that the latter extends its production and buys the real remainder of commodities in the next year. In this way both departments of social production are able to grow and accumulate without a discrepancy arising in the value of the products to be exchanged by them and without the perpetual motion of capital accumulation threatening to come to a standstill. These are the main points of Bauer's method. It is clear that his numerical example only apparently represents a further development of Marx's scheme of reproduction. For he could have demonstrated what he wanted to prove just as well by means of an industrial combine which sets up a subsidiary agricultural industrial concern in order to provide the combine's workers and capitalists with the necessary means of subsistence. In the bookkeeping of the complex the auxiliary plant could figure as Department II, which regularly invests a part of its surplus value in the main plant and exchanges the means of subsistence produced by it for the machines from the main plant. However, such investments and exchanges would be of a purely fictitious nature and it is difficult to see what such calculations could contribute to the understanding of the actual process of reproduction in the real capitalist world. 132. But isn't Otto Bauer's scheme of reproduction more realistic than Marx's? Isn't it in fact true that in actual capitalist society portions of the surplus produced in one particular department are constantly transferred to other branches of production to be invested there? Shouldn't we therefore regard Otto Bauer's procedure as a considerable improvement on Marx's? This is clearly the opinion of the Polish political economists Otto Lang and T. Kołlik. The latter writes, as far as the transfer of accumulation from one department to the other is concerned, history has without doubt proved Otto Bauer to be correct, for in economic practice capital is transferred both in its material and in its money form. Thus a considerable portion of social production can be used alternatively in the role of means of production as well as for the aim of personal consumption, and this fact is confirmed by the practice of the socialist countries, where accumulation primarily takes place in Department II, but the main part of this accumulation is invested in Department I. 133. We can disregard here Kołlik's naively empiricist attitude. He seems to believe that questions of pure theory such as the question of the hypothetical equilibrium in the capitalist society of Marx's diagrams can be decided by reference to the practice of the socialist countries. What can be said on his argument itself is this: as far as the transfer of capital in its material form is concerned, Kołlik has clearly overlooked the fact that products which can be employed either as means of production or as means of consumption are excluded from Marx's schemes from the outset. We read on this subject in Capital II, nor does it change matters if a part of the products of II is capable of entering into I as means of production. It is covered by a part of the means of production supplied by I, and this portion must be deducted on both sides at the outset, if we wish to examine in pure and unobscured form the exchange between the two large classes of social production, the producers of means of production and the producers of articles of consumption. 134. Thus the transfer of capital in material form cannot get us over the difficulties raised by Rosa Luxemburg. And of equally little help is the transfer of capital in money form, which underlines Bauer's method regardless of how much it corresponds to the everyday practice of the capitalists, since this transfer has been practiced since time immemorial, without any regard to the changes caused by technical progress. Therefore, in methodological terms, there is no reason at all to introduce it if the formula for the equilibrium of extended reproduction seems to fail, that is, when the issue is that of the difficulties of realization which arise as a result of the increase in the organic composition of capital. Why did Marx himself not resort to the mode of capital transfer recommended by Otto Bauer, instead of drawing up schemes with such complicated quantitative relations in the two departments? The answer is simple, because he wanted to use these schemes to show how the antinomy of use value and exchange value can be, and is, resolved at a social level. However, this can only be shown if the industries making production goods and consumption goods are considered as completely autonomous departments of social production which can only obtain their respective products by means of exchange, and only in this way accomplish the social change of form and matter. This is enough on the methodological deficiencies of the solution to the problem proposed by Otto Bauer. Our primary interest here is the question as to whether he is able to prove what he wants to prove with the aid of his method, namely the possibility of an unlimited accumulation of capital. 135. A moment's reflection shows that this attempt is bound to fail. That is, if the scheme for extended reproduction is constructed under the assumption of a constantly rising organic composition of capital, then sooner or later one must arrive at a completely unrealistic and economically meaningless hypertrophy of Department I, i.e. the production of the means of production. Otto Bauer does precisely this. In order to express the growth in the organic composition of capital, he allows society's variable capital to grow by 5% per year, but constant capital to grow by 10% annually. These differing rates of growth come about because the organic composition of newly accumulated capital in his scheme is considerably higher than capital which has been invested previously. Bauer begins with the following diagram, which, for the sake of clarity, we express in Bukharin symbols. The general formula for equilibrium is in keeping with this diagram, since 80,000 C plus 10,000 SSC equals 90,000 units of value of Department 2 can be exchanged for 50,000 V plus 37,500 plus 2,500 SSV equals 90,000 units of value from Department I. Despite this, the capitalists would be in a predicament if they wanted to invest the surplus value obtained in the first year in the proportions shown above in the same departments in which it was. However, if one searches for this limit to accumulation, it turns out that he only means the tendency for accumulation to adjust itself to the increase in population. He writes, the increase of productive capital in the country itself always remains limited by the growth of the available working population. Variable capital can never grow faster than the population, and constant capital can only grow more rapidly than variable capital in a proportion determined by the level of development of the productive forces. However, if this is the case, if the accumulation of capital collides only with the barrier of available working population which shows itself temporarily in the prosperity phase of the industrial cycle, then this accumulation can proceed into eternity, and Bauer's disavowal of apologetics is simply a pious wish. Produced, as we would then obtain the following product values in the second year. However, in this case 90,000 C2 plus 10,500 SSC would equal 100,500 units of value, whereas Department I would only have 52,500 V plus 39,375 A plus 2,625 SSV equals 94,500 units of value to transfer. Thus, an indisposable remainder of commodities would remain in Department 2, a remainder which would get larger every year, and which would eventually lead to a crisis in the disposal of the product. This does not occur in Bauer's scheme, however, because the capitalists in Department 2 invest a portion of their surplus value in Department I, instead of proceeding with the production process according to the above diagram. Bauer says they can do this either by setting up new factories to produce means of production, or by buying up the shares in existing factories. In fact, according to Bauer's calculation, the production process in the second year must be continued in the following value composition, after the capital transfers from Department 2 to Department I. If the above quantitative relations are established by transfers of capital, the general formula for equilibrium can once more be applied, since 85,334 C2 plus 10,756 SSC2 equals 96,090 and 53,667 VI plus 39,740 I plus 2,683 SSVI equals 96,090. And since Bauer from this point onwards allows the capitalists of Department 2 annually to invest their excess surplus value in Department I, at first sight it seems as if the numerical example could carry on ad infinitum. In reality, however, this is nothing other than Tagin's carousel, namely the production of machines for its own sake. Not unexpectedly the production of the means of production increases enormously rapidly in Bauer's diagram, whereas the production of consumption goods only increases slowly. Admittedly, Otto Bauer's scheme only continues for 4 years, but Henrik Grossman took the trouble to extend the same scheme up to 35 years. And in the 20th year the following value composition for the aggregate product of departments I and II is the result. These figures show that the total social product has grown to 1,727,634, of which, however, only 383,157 are intended for human consumption, whereas the other 1,344,477 have to be thrown back into production as constant capital. And all this simply to secure the undisturbed disposal of the capitalists' commodities and a frictionless course for Bauer's scheme. Such a hypertrophy of the production of means of production, without a corresponding increase in social consumption, as necessarily follows from Bauer's scheme, is surely incompatible with the spirit of Marx's theory. Marx pointed out that constant capital is never produced for its own sake but solely because more of it is needed in spheres of production whose products go into individual consumption. 136. It is sufficient to confront this passage with Bauer's scheme to see to what extent it in fact amounts to the same thing as Tagin's carousel. 137. It could naturally be objected that the extremely rapid pace at which the production goods industries overtake the consumption goods industries in Bauer's scheme is to be attributed to the unrealistic rates of growth of 10% in Department I and 5% in Department II which Bauer assumes. However, if one insists on constructing a scheme which is supposed to reflect the rising organic composition of capital, and despite this to show a frictionless course for capitalist accumulation, the first department must be allowed to grow faster than the second, so that even if a smaller discrepancy between the rates of growth of the two departments was to be assumed than that in Bauer's scheme, one would attain the same absurd result, although after a longer period of time. But this is not all. Already in those few years for which Bauer continues his scheme it becomes clear that the growing organic composition of capital leads to the progressive fall in the rate of profit. In Bauer's example the profit rate has already fallen from 33.3% to 30.3% in the 4th year. It is now an easy task for Grossman to prove mathematically that on the basis of Bauer's assumptions the capitalist system would have to break down in year 35, because the relation of surplus value to capital employed would have fallen so much that the capitalist class could no longer accumulate. At this point we should remember that in Bauer's example the growth of relative surplus value, which is supposed to accompany the increased organic composition, is not considered. However, can't the fall in the rate of profit be compensated for by the increase in relative surplus value? As we already know from our study of the Grundrisse, this question has to be answered in the negative. Marx refers there to the fact that the increase of relative surplus value cannot be extended indefinitely, since, with technical progress, not only does the paid portion of the working day fall but so too does the relation of total living labor to the labor objectified in the means of production. 138 Therefore Bauer's scheme must eventually exhibit a progressive fall in the rate of profit and with this lead to a collapse of the capitalist system even if he had taken the rising rate of surplus value into account. What this shows in fact is that if one tries to replace Marx's model of extended reproduction by a model which takes into consideration as many factors as possible from capitalist reality, one very soon comes up against the barriers which are set to capitalist production by the nature of capital itself. It is not all surprising that Henrik Grossman could use Bauer's scheme to prove that a tendency to breakdown is inherent in capitalism. 139. Conclusion. What is the result of our investigation? It is enough here to confine ourselves to a brief resume of the foregoing. The first conclusion which emerges from the decades-long dispute over Marx's schemes of reproduction is clearly that these schemes should in no way be seen as a mere torso, as a theoretical experiment which Marx was unable to complete because of a lack of time. On the contrary, everything indicates that Marx himself never intended to go beyond the form of the schemes of reproduction as they are in Volume 2 of Capital, and that it is therefore senseless to expect more than they can actually accomplish. We have stressed several times that Marx's schemes only deal with the hypothetical conditions for the equilibrium of extended reproduction with constant conditions of production, and yet, despite their abstractness, represent a piece of economic reality. Of course, in the actual capitalist world the extended reproduction and accumulation of capital is accomplished through a progressive qualitative change in its composition, i.e. through a constant increase of its constant component, at the expense of its variable component 140, and this process is accompanied by the uneven extension of the domain of relative surplus labor, i.e. by the increase in the fate of surplus value. One should not forget, however, that this constant change in the mode of production is constantly interrupted by periods of rest, during which there is a merely quantitative extension. On the existing technical basis, by means of intermediate pauses in which accumulation works as simple extension of production. 141. And it is for such pauses that the schemes of reproduction in Volume 2 are valid, showing the possibility of extended reproduction through the mutual adjustment of the production goods and consumption goods industries, and hence also the possibility of the realization of surplus value. However, all this could have been demonstrated without it being necessary also to include in the analysis of Volume 2 the factor of technical progress, which is expressed in the increase in the composition of capital. However, couldn't Marx have gone further and elaborated the conditions for equilibrium of extended reproduction under the assumption of a constantly changing mode of production? We think we have shown that this was not possible, and the unsuccessful attempts at a solution by Tagan-Baranovsky and Otto Bauer only confirm this view. For, as soon as one attempts to introduce technical progress into the schemes of reproduction, the conditions for equilibrium of reproduction turn into conditions for the disturbance of equilibrium, and any scheme which tries to get around this obstruction must turn out to be an economically insignificant mathematical exercise. And this result, for which we have to thank Rosa Luxemburg, is irrefutable. The second important result to which our investigation has led consists in the finding that the schemes of reproduction of Volume 2 merely represent one phase, although an extremely important one, in Marx's analysis of the social reproduction process, and that they consequently need to be supplemented by Marx's theory of breakdown and crises. What follows from this is that these schemes can only be understood in the total context of Marx's theory. In fact, the disturbances to the equilibrium of reproduction brought about by technical progress seem, in the first instance, only to prove that the course of capitalist production must repeatedly lead to crises, and consequently to the replacement of the prevailing temporary equilibrium by a new, equally temporary, equilibrium. However, in reality they prove even more, namely that the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production, which are expressed in just these disturbances and in the tendency of the rate of the profit to fall, which they accelerate, are reproduced at a constantly higher level until finally the spiral of capitalist development reaches its end. And in this respect the apparently scholastic dispute over the interpretation of Marx's reproduction schemes must be regarded as positive and theoretically fruitful, despite all its errors and false conclusions. 31. The problem of skilled labor. Baumgart's critique. 1. The problem of skilled or complex labor has probably been one of the most eagerly discussed in Marxist economics. This is where Marx's critics thought they had discovered the crucial error in his theory of value, an error which from the outset disqualified it as a scientific theory. And what does this fatal error consist in? Simply in the fact, so the critics think, that Marx was unable to prove his thesis of the reduction of skilled labor to simple average labor, and, driven into an impasse, sought refuge in a circular explanation. Thus, he writes in Capital, more complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. And immediately after, experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the outcome of the most complicated labor, but through its value it is posited as equal to the product of simple labor, hence it represents only a specific quantity of simple labor. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers. These proportions appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. In the interests of simplification we shall henceforth view every form of labor power directly as simple labor power. By this we shall simply be saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction one. Bohm-Bawerk devotes no less than 7 pages to this passage in his well-known criticism of Marx. He begins, "The fact with which we have to deal is that the product of a day's or an hour's skilled labor is more valuable than the product of a day's or an hour's unskilled labor, that, for example, the day's product of a sculptor is equal to the product of 5 days of a stone breaker." Now, Marx tells us that things made equal to each other in exchange must contain a common factor of the same amount, and this common factor must be labor and working time. Does he mean labor in general? Marx's first statements too would lead us to suppose so, but it is evident that something is wrong, for the labor of 5 days is obviously not the same amount as the labor of 1 day. Therefore Marx in the case before us is no longer speaking of labor as such, but of unskilled labor. The common factor must therefore be the possession of an equal amount of labor of a particular kind, viz. unskilled labor. If we look at this dispassionately, however, it fits still worse, for in sculpture there is no unskilled labor at all embodied, much less therefore unskilled labor equal to the amount in the 5 days' labor of the stone breaker. The plain truth is that the two products embody different kinds of labor in different amounts. Marx certainly says that skilled labor counts as multiplied unskilled labor, but to count as is not to be, and the theory deals with the being of things. People may naturally consider 1 day of a sculptor's work as equal in some respects to 5 days of a stone breaker's work, just as they may also consider a deer as equal to 5 hares. But a statistician might with equal justification maintain with scientific conviction there were 1,000 hares in a cover which contained 100 deer and 500 hares, as a statistician of prices or a theorist of value might seriously maintain that in the day's product of a sculptor 5 days of unskilled labor are embodied, and that this is the true reason why it is considered in exchange to be equal to 5 days' labor of a stone breaker. This leads on to a long example as to what might be proved, if we resorted to the verb to count whenever the verb to be etc. landed us in difficulties. However, we can easily dispense with this example, for as we shall soon see the entire substitution, for which Marx was allegedly responsible, is based on mere hair splitting. However, we now come to Bohm's main argument. Marx, he reminds us, appeals to experience and the social process behind the backs of the producers, which supposedly proves the reducibility of skilled labor to unskilled, average labor. However, it is at precisely this point, considers Bohm, that we stumble against the very natural, but for the Marxian theory very compromising circumstance that the standard of reduction is determined solely by the actual exchange relations themselves. But in what proportion skilled labor is to be translated into terms of simple labor in the valuation of their products is not determined, nor can it be determined a priori by any property inherent in the skilled labor itself. It is rather the actual result alone which decides the actual exchange relations. Marx himself says, their value makes them equal to the product of unskilled labor, and he refers to a social process beyond the control of the producers which fixes the proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to unskilled labor as their unit of measure, and says that these proportions therefore seem to be given by tradition. However, under these circumstances, what is the meaning of the appeal to value and the social process as the determining factors of the standard of reduction? Apart from everything else, it simply means that Marx is arguing in a complete circle. The real subject of inquiry is the exchange relations of commodities. Why, for instance, a statuette which has cost a sculptor 1 day's labor should exchange for a cart of stones which has cost a stone breaker 5 days' labor, and not for a larger or smaller quantity of stones, in the breaking of which 10 or 3 days' labor have been expended? How does Marx explain this? He says the exchange relation is this: and no other because 1 day of sculptor's work is reducible exactly to 5 days unskilled work. And why is it reducible to exactly 5 days? Because experience shows that it is so reduced by a social process. And what is this social process? The same process that has to be explained, that very process by means of which the product of 1 day of sculptor's labor has been made equal to the value of the product of 5 days of common labor. But if as a matter of fact it were exchanged regularly against the product of only 3 days of simple labor, Marx would equally bid us accept the rate of reduction of 1:3 as the one derived from experience, and would found upon it and explain by it the assertion that a statuette must be equal in exchange to the product of exactly 3 days of a stonebreaker's work, not more and not less. In short, it is clear that we shall never learn in this way the actual reasons why products of different kinds of work should be exchanged in this or that proportion. Marx tells us, though in slightly different words, because according to experience they do exchange in this way. Baumgartner concludes, these are the 2 ingredients of the Marxian recipe. The substitution of to count for to be and the explanation in a circle, which consists in obtaining the standard of reduction from the actually existing social exchange relations which themselves need explanation. In this way Marx has settled his accounts with the factors that most glaringly contradict his theory 3. This then is Baumgartner's argument, which has been repeated so often since then that it now belongs to the indispensable fund of every academic and non-academic critic of Marx. Point 4. To begin with, we must object to one detail in his argument, namely that he selects a sculptor to be the representative of skilled labor. Such an example only serves to confuse any discussion of Marx's theory of value, because Marx, from the outset, excluded artistic workers from the scope of his work, i.e. from his theory of value. Point 5. Let us therefore leave the sculptor to one side and go back to Ricardo's original comparison between a jeweler and a common laborer. It is clear that their respective products, disregarding the labor objectified in the raw materials and means of labor, embody different kinds of labor in different amounts. However, isn't this also the case if we compare, for example, the labor of a stonebreaker with that of a bricklayer, a car worker or a porter, as any simple, unskilled labor is, depending on its specific properties, different from every other unskilled labor? This is surely not a unique property of skilled labor as such. On the other hand, the amount of value-creating labor in the products of the stonebreaker, bricklayer or car worker is in no way known from the outset, even if we know that they have all worked for the same amount of time, for we do not yet know whether they have produced their product under socially normal conditions of production and with the socially average level of skill and intensity of labor. In order for their products to be measured as values, the various labors contained in these products must be reduced to undifferentiated uniform human labor. Only then can the amount of labor embodied in them be measured according to a common measure, according to time. Point 6. It is inexplicable why these qualitative and quantitative distinctions between the work of different workers only occurred to Baumgartner when he came to look at skilled labor. Or is this a case of the prejudices of the educated classes, according to which the labor of certain higher professions, which on the one hand are not to count as unproductive, but on the other should be distinguished from all other labors, are fundamentally distinct from those of the common laborer? So distinct that the latter can be easily reducible to undifferentiated uniform human labor, but not the former? Be that as it may, in this respect Bohm proves too much, and consequently too little as well. He fails to notice that according to his formulation the main attack should be directed at Marx's concept of undifferentiated human labor and should not be confined to the special case of skilled labor, to which Marx later applied this concept. This is because one cannot possibly prove an exception to the rule with arguments which destroy the rule itself. Either, the reasons mentioned by Bohm are correct, in which case no labor is reducible to general human labor, and it is also superfluous to demonstrate this with special reference to skilled labor, or, they are not valid and other reasons must be found for giving a special status to skilled labor. The same can also be said for Baumgartner's remaining objections, since the reduction of all labor to undifferentiated human labor, which underlies Marx's concept of value, is in no way given from the outset, but takes place by means of a social process behind the backs of the producers, And Marx adds on the subject of this reduction, the total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, although composed of innumerable individual units. 7. Therefore why not raise the reproach of a substitution of to be by to count and of the circular argument here, at the source of Marx's concept of value? Why reserve these objections for the secondary question of skilled labor? 2. Thus Bohm's investigation leads us back to the concept of undifferentiated or abstract human labor. What role does this concept play in Marx's theory of value? At first glance it is obvious that in immediate reality human labor is as diverse as the goods which it produces. Let us suppose that 1 ounce of gold, 1 ton of iron, 1 quarter of wheat and 20 yards of silk are exchange values of equal magnitude. But digging gold, mining iron, cultivating wheat, and weaving silk are qualitatively different kinds of labor. In fact, what appears objectively as diversity of the use values, appears, when looked at dynamically, as diversities of the activities which produce those use values. But this is not all. Different use values are, moreover, products of the activity of different individuals and therefore the result of individually different kinds of labor. 8. How, then, should labor serve as a common measure of values in the face of the diversity of particular human labors? This is a problem which was neglected by Ricardo and the other classical economists, and was first solved by Marx. His analysis of the exchange relation led to the conclusion that as exchange values, commodities do not contain an atom of use value, and that their value represents something purely social. 9. As exchange value, the economic good is no longer a table, a house, yarn, or any other useful thing, but neither can it any longer be regarded as the product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, or the spinner, or of any other particular kind of productive labor. With the disappearance of the useful character of the products of labor, the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them also disappears. This in turn entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor. They can no longer be distinguished, but are altogether reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. 10. It can be seen, equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power, of human labor in the abstract. 11. At first sight this appears as a purely ideal result. However, in reality this abstraction is made every day in the social process of production. The conversion of all commodities into labor time is no greater an abstraction, and is no less real, than the resolution of all organic bodies into air. Labor, thus measured by time, does not seem, indeed, to be the labor of different persons, but on the contrary the different working individuals seem to be mere organs of this labor. This abstraction, human labor in general, exists in the form of average labor which, in a given society, the average person can perform, productive expenditure of a certain amount of human muscles, nerves, brain, etc. It is simple labor, which any average individual can be trained to do and which in one way or another he has to perform. 12. And the proof which Bohm so persistently demands. The proof is provided by the capitalist mode of production itself, in which individuals can with ease transfer from one labor to another, and where the specific kind is a matter of chance. Not only the category, labor, but labor in reality has here become the means of creating wealth in general, and has ceased to be organically linked with particular individuals in any specific form. Such a state of affairs is at its most developed in the most modern form of existence of bourgeois society in the United States. Here, then, for the first time, the abstraction of the category labor, labor as such, labor pure and simple, becomes true in practice. 13. Only in the completely developed capitalist mode of production does the entire labor power of society count, to avoid the expression forbidden by Bohm as one and the same human labor power. The effect is the same as if the different individuals had amalgamated their labor time and allocated different portions of the labor time at their joint disposal to the various use values. The labor time of the individual is thus, in fact, the labor time required by society to produce a particular use value, that is to satisfy a particular want. 14 Thus whoever wants to speak of arbitrary abstractions in Marx, should first look at the capitalist production process, where, in fact, labor does not exist for people, but people for labor, and where, in the great majority of cases, this is simply a matter of average labor, at the average pace. 15. This is sufficient elucidation of the basic concept of Marx's theory of value, the concept of universal human labor. We can now understand why, according to Marx, the values of commodities are only social functions of those objects and have nothing to do with their natural qualities. 16 And why, in order to be at all able to measure these values by the labor time contained in them, we must trace different labors themselves back to undifferentiated, equivalent, simple labor, in which both the individuality of the workers and the concrete character of their activities seem to be extinguished. Naturally, this does not mean that value-creating labor is a mere phantom. Rather, what underlies it is the very real situation in a producing society, a situation which for its part rests on the no less real physiological truth that any human labor is the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and sense organs. 17 However, physiological labor is not yet economic labor. This, rather, presupposes the social process of the equalization of originally different, unequal labors. 18 A process which takes place behind the backs of the producers, and which the category of abstract human labor simply reflects. 19. 3 However, let us return to the real matter at hand. Baumgart's objection to Marx's reduction of skilled to unskilled labor. First of all, we want to anticipate the somewhat curious objection that there has been a substitution. According to Bohm, Marx was supposed to have substituted what skilled labor counts as for what this labor actually is, in order to save having to offer proof of this reduction, whereas everyone knows that scientific theory only deals with the being of things. How little in fact this objection counts for another man during an hour. Time is everything, man is nothing, he is at the most time's carcass. Quantity alone decides everything, hour for hour, day for day, but this equalizing of labor is not by any means the work of M. Proudhon's eternal justice, it is purely and simply a fact of modern industry. Can be best seen by comparing it with two sentences from Marx on the subject of skilled labor. Thus, in the passage in volume I, quoted by Bohm, more complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather, as multiplied simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. How does the parallel passage read in the contribution, published 8 years previously? But what is the position with regard to more complicated labor? This kind of labor resolves itself into simple labor, it is simple labor raised to a higher power, so that, for example, 1 day of skilled labor may equal 3 days of simple labor. 20. It is clear that both sentences say the same thing, and thus Marx could achieve his purpose without the substitution attributed to him, by saying not counts as resolved, but rather resolves itself. So where is the crucial ingredient of his recipe? In fact, it is rather disparaging to go into this hair-splitting, which was so unworthy of the leading theoretician of the Austrian school. But couldn't something in fact be learned from this objection? In fact, why does Marx use the expression counts in this, and several other, passages? Simply to indicate that the value-creating quality of human labor is not a naturally given fact from the outset, but is rather the result of the equalization of different labors which takes place in a social process. Thus, lurking behind Bohm's curious objection is a naive naturalistic conception of the labor theory of value, which, although having nothing to do with Marx, has a lot to do with his critics' lack of understanding. 21. Now to the last, and most important of Bohm's arguments, to the famed vicious circle which he discovered in Marx. Is it true that Marx was able to base his theory of the higher value-creating power of skilled labor on nothing more than the workings of the market, where the products of skilled labor receive a higher valuation than those of unskilled labor? This is yet another example of how fundamentally Bohm misunderstood Marx's theory of value. Here he overlooks the fact that before Marx came to deal with what was for him the secondary question of skilled labor, He had already solved the underlying problem of the reducibility of all labors to undifferentiated, uniform, simple labor. He therefore no longer needed to prove this already established result once more with respect to skilled labor. Of course, this does not mean that the question of skilled labor presents no problem in itself. However, the issue is not whether this kind of labor is reducible in principle to unskilled labor, whether it does in fact represent a simple multiple of unskilled labor, but rather by what laws does this reduction take place and how is this multiple to be measured. And these are naturally two quite different questions. Even Bohm would have noticed this if he had looked at the contribution as well as capital point 22. Thus, in this text, it states on the question of skilled labor, the laws governing this reduction do not concern us here. It is however clear that the reduction is made, for as exchange value, the product of highly skilled labor is equivalent, in definite proportions, to the product of simple average labor, thus being equated to a certain amount of this simple labor. 23. We consider that this passage alone should put a stop to all talk of Marx's alleged circular explanation, since if, according to Marx, the higher value creating power of skilled labor is simply deducible from the higher valuation of the products it produces on the market, why did he speak, in the same breath, of the particular laws which govern the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor? 24. How is this compatible with Bohm's assertion that according to Marx the standard of reduction is determined by nothing other than the actual exchange relations themselves? It is not compatible at all. It is hardly surprising that Bohm took no notice of this passage, which is so unfavorable for his interpretation. This may indeed have served as a polemic against Marx, but hardly as a scientific investigation. 2. Marx's probable solution. Marx accepted Ricardo's assertion that the processes on the market for commodities themselves confirm that a reduction of skilled to unskilled labor takes place. However, Marx already notes in his excerption of 1851, Ricardo provides no further development of this. 25. However, the fact that he considered 26 working out such a development himself can be seen in a passage from the theories directed against Bailey. His last objection is this: the value of commodities cannot be measured by labor time, if the labor time in one trade is not the same as in the others, so that the commodity in which, for example, 12 hours of an engineer's labor is embodied has perhaps twice the value of the commodity in which 12 hours of the labor of an agricultural laborer is embodied. What this amounts to is the following: a simple working day, for example, is not a measure of value if there are other working days which, compared with days of simple labor, have the effect of composite working days. 27. Ricardo showed that this fact does not prevent the measurement of commodities by labor time if the relation between unskilled and skilled labor is given. He has indeed not described how this relation develops and is determined. This belongs to the definition of wages, and, in the last analysis now the surprise can be reduced to the different values of labor power itself, that is, its varying production costs. 28. How should we interpret this interesting passage? At any rate not in the sense that the thesis, according to which any complex labor simply represents multiplied simple labor, is first to be proved. This task was already carried out in the theory of value, by the reduction of all labor to simple average labor. The question is, therefore, not whether skilled labor is fundamentally capable of reduction to unskilled, but rather, by what standard this occurs, and how the respective labors can be compared with one another. And here Marx, the strict labor theorist, is unorthodox enough to propose the different values of labor power itself, i.e. basically, the differing training costs of skilled and unskilled labor, as the standard of comparison. A solution which occurred to many more or less orthodox Marxists but from which they, for the most part, and with a correct instinct, recoiled, since this solution from the standpoint of the artificial problem raised by Bohm would lead without question to the derivation of the values of commodities from the value of labor power, i.e. would contradict the essence of Marx's theory of value itself. This explains several in part very ingenious attempts to fill in the supposed gaps in Marx's theory of value, and in this way ward off Bohm-Baruch's attack. We have no intention of increasing the number of these attempts, firstly, because we do not want to measure our abilities against those of the theorists mentioned above, and secondly, because we regard the problem as they raised it 29 as non-existent. Let us stress once more that the question is no longer whether skilled labor represents a simple multiple of unskilled, but simply how this multiple is to be measured. And it is incomprehensible why this should not occur in the way that Marx proposed in the theories. Let us for a moment imagine a socialist society. Even this society, at the outset, will certainly have to deal with the fact of differently qualified labor. Thus here too the question of the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor will be of theoretical and, above all, practical significance. It will be significant in two respects: 1, as far as the reward of the labor powers of different qualifications is concerned, and 2, because a socialist society will have to make a careful calculation of the labor power at its disposal and distribute it to the various branches of production. As far as rewarding skilled labor is concerned, the socialist society, as Engels pointed out, will seek, above all, to equate the wages of skilled workers to those of unskilled. The reason is easy to understand. In a society of private producers, private individuals or their families pay the costs of training the qualified worker, hence the higher price paid for qualified labor power accrues first of all to private individuals. The skillful slave is sold for a higher price and the skillful wage earner is paid higher wages. In a socialistically organized society these costs are borne by society and to it, therefore, belong the fruits, the greater values 30 produced by compound labor 31. However, what is more important is the second question: how does a socialist society deal with the fact of differently qualified labor in its economic planning? Since the higher power of skilled labor does not arise from any mysterious property possessed by this labor itself, or by its human bearer, it is evident that this can only be based on the empirically given and empirically measurable difference in the training costs of skilled and unskilled workers themselves. Assume that 100 workers who work 10 days are necessary for the completion of a particular project, of which however 10 must be equipped with particular, above-average qualifications, specially for this project. In order to train these workers, society must incur certain expenses which, let us say, amount to 200 working days. It is clear then, that these 200 working days must also be accounted for by society, if its economic plans are to have a sound basis. It would therefore allow not 1,000 working days, but rather 1,200 for the carrying out of the project. Thus the distinction between skilled and unskilled labor will in the final analysis be reduced to the difference in the period of training of the various kinds of labor. The same would apply, mutatis mutandis, for the capitalist mode of production as well, except that here there is no central planning organ which would balance the training time of the various kinds of labor, and must, rather, give this task over to the spontaneous forces of the market, and furthermore, here, the connection between the training time of different workers must assume the form of interaction between the values of the labor powers and the values of the commodities which they produce. In this sense Marx states in Capital, all labor of a higher or more complicated character than average labor is expenditure of labor power of a more costly kind, labor power whose production has cost more time and labor, than unskilled or simple labor power, and which therefore has a higher value. This power being of higher value, it expresses itself in labor of a higher sort, and therefore becomes objectified, during an equal amount of time in proportionally higher values 32. This in no way means that Marx, in contradiction to his theory of value, here derives the value of commodities from the value of labor, but rather that, in the social process of the equalization of different labors, the extra expenditure of labor which capitalist society must employ for the training of skilled workers cannot be expressed other than through a higher valuation of the products produced by these labor powers. So much, then, on the solution to the problem of skilled labor as it is touched on in the theories. However, the main point was not so much the solution itself but rather the proof that the distinction between skilled and unskilled labor offers no kind of obstruction, in principle, to the explanation of economic phenomena from the standpoint of Marx's theory of value, as was maintained by Bohm-Bawerk and other critics of Marx's theory of value who succeeded him. 33 Indeed, the concept of value-creating labor is not, as Marx remarked in an earlier passage directed against Smith, Scottish, i.e. to be taken in a crude naturalistic way. For this reason, when we 32 I, p.305. We cite the third edition of volume I here as the last sentence reads somewhat differently in the fourth edition, and because the differing style of the third edition led to a splendid polemic between Hilferding and Bernstein, which was first brought to light by the editor of the English translation of Hilferding's work Bohm-Bawerk's Criticism of Marx, originally published in 1920. Bernstein, taking the passage from the third edition as his basis, maintained that Marx here derives the value of the product from the value of labor. Hilferding angrily replied that the passage in question states the precise opposite of that which Bernstein wants to deduce from it, and that if Bernstein was right he would have had to use the word der, which he did not in fact do. But as bad luck would have it, neither Hilferding nor Bernstein took note of the fourth edition of volume I, where the sentence under discussion was changed by Engels as follows: this power being of a higher value, it is therefore expressed in a higher labor, and is consequently objectified in proportionately higher values. Thus Engels had already introduced the tabooed word der into the text 10 years previously in 1890, and so gave some assistance to Bernstein. This merely illustrates what pedantic squabbling over quotations was carried on by the orthodox Marxists. According to Otto Bauer, false rationalization is rationalization which, although decreasing the costs of production in one single enterprise, simultaneously increases the overall social costs of production, thus making the individual richer and society as a whole poorer. 1 False rationalization is therefore a phenomenon which is characteristic of the capitalist economic system. In the capitalist economy, labor power is a commodity whose value, like that of every other commodity, is determined by the social labor necessary for its reproduction. The bearer of labor power, the worker, nevertheless expends energy in the process of living, as well as in working, and the former of course even when he or she is unemployed, i.e. falls into the ranks of the industrial reserve army. The worker's labor power must also continue to be maintained as a potential object of exploitation by capital during such periods of unemployment, and society must therefore provide the unemployed worker with unemployment pay, be this by means of unemployment insurance, public welfare, or private charity, which must be sufficient to replace the energies expended in the process of living. If an expenditure of X marks is needed for the reproduction of the energies used in the process of living, and Y marks for those in working, then unemployment pay must amount to at least X marks, and the wage to at least X plus Y marks, if the worker is to remain capable of working. However, the costs of the reproduction of the energies expended in the worker's life process are only borne by the employer if the worker is in his employ. If the worker is made redundant, they fall onto society as a whole. Hence the costs of maintaining unemployed workers do not constitute an element of the production costs of the individual enterprise, but rather enter into the social costs of production. This distinction is noticeable whenever capitalist rationalization takes place. Because the individual employer is no longer concerned about the workers he has thrown onto the streets and no longer has to provide for their subsistence, it is in his interest continually to release labor by means of technical innovation, the introduction of new machinery, etc., as long as the additional expense on fixed costs which the rationalization requires, is less than the saving in wages which they bring about. Hence it is beneficial for the capitalist, as Otto Bauer showed, to take rationalization up to the point where the marginal increase in fixed costs is exactly equal to the savings in wages which this brings about. In order to illustrate this thesis, Bauer cites an example from a report of the committee inquiring into the German economy in 1930. It reads, "We have completely modernized a small foundry which was equipped with 3 blast furnaces and reduced the number of workers in one section from 120 to 10 by means of this restructuring, i.e. saved 110 workers. Since workers cost around 4,000 marks per year at the moment, we have therefore saved 440,000 marks. 2 The rebuilding cost 2.8 m. Marx, of which 15% are absorbed from our savings in the form of interest and depreciation. The actual saving was, therefore, a mere 20,000 marks per annum. From the standpoint of capitalist accountancy, says Bauer, this rationalization was still justified. However, the matter appears quite different when looked at from the standpoint of social accounting. If the workers made unemployed by the change remained unemployed for a long period of time, or if they eventually had to move elsewhere to find work, then the additional social cost which the subsistence or moving of the unemployed required was no doubt much greater than the saving of 20,000 marks. Bauer therefore considers that for society this changeover signified false rationalization, since, from the standpoint of social accounting, technical change will only be worthwhile if it lowers total social costs, i.e. if the saving in capitalist costs is greater than the social expenses required for the maintenance, retraining, and relocation of workers made unemployed by technical change. 3. Bauer provides a forceful criticism of capitalist rationalization, which in many instances achieves an increase in profit for the individual employer at the expense of the capitalist economy as a whole, and can consequently quite justifiably be characterized, from the standpoint of social accounting, as thoughtless, rash, and misconceived, negative rationalization. For this reason, the concept of false rationalization certainly has its uses, for the question is simply, what are the limits within which this concept can be employed? And in what kind of society can one speak of false rationalization in the above sense? This is a point at which we have to differ from Bauer. Let us imagine a society in which all the branches of production are collected together in a capitalist trust, that is, where there are no longer individual employers, but rather where the bourgeoisie administers the entire economy through its state. In such a society, social accounting would in fact have to replace private business accounting. A society of this kind would therefore only rationalize if the savings in costs of living labor, in wages, were not outweighed by increased expenditure for the maintenance of the army of the unemployed. Thus, for this society the limits of rationalization would be more narrowly drawn than for private capitalism. They would merely be able to rationalize more carefully and prudently. For nothing is more erroneous than the manner in which economists as well as socialists regard society in relation to economic conditions. This so-called contemplation from the standpoint of society means nothing more than the overlooking of the differences which express the social relation. Society does not consist of individuals, but expresses the sum of interrelations, the relations within which these individuals stand. As if someone were to say, seen from the perspective of society, there are no slaves and no citizens, both are human beings. Rather, they are that outside society. To be a slave, to be a citizen are social characteristics, relations between human beings A and B. Human being A, as such, is not a slave. He is a slave in and through society. Cf. Capital 2, p.437, speaking of the point of view of society. We must not lapse into the manner copied by Proudhon from bourgeois economy and look upon this matter as though a society with a capitalist mode of production, if viewed en bloc, as a totality, would lose this its specific historical and economic character. No, on the contrary. We have, in that case, to deal with the aggregate capitalist. Hence Marx's usual expression, from the standpoint of society or the capitalist class. But what is the distinction between Bauer's social production accounting, taken from American economists, and Proudhon's manner? This is how the question appears from the standpoint of state capitalism. But how would it appear in a socialist society, where rationalization would be tied up with a reduction in general working time, and in which there would no longer be a problem of unemployment? Since wage labor would no longer exist, this society would clearly have to take account not of the costs of labor power, but of the amount of labor itself in its cost accounting. Consequently, even those technical changes which appear to be misplaced from the standpoint of the state or private capitalist economy, would prove tenable here. False rationalization would only occur if the new machines etc. had cost society more than they saved on labor. Therefore the limits of rationalization would be much wider than in the capitalist economy. Socialist society could rationalize much more rapidly and on a more generous scale, could develop the productive powers of social labor in a much more dynamic way. Strange as it may seem, Otto Bauer came to a diametrically opposed view. He writes, in conclusion, the source of this false rationalization would only be prevented in a society in which the factories belonged to the state and the very same state had to carry at the same time, the costs of unemployment pay, and the costs of retraining and relocation of workers. Instead of capitalist accounting there would be social accounting. The state would then only have an interest in rationalization if the saving in the production costs in the individual plant were larger than the costs of the unemployment pay of the workers temporarily dispensed with by the rationalization measures. This state would naturally also carry out rationalization. But it would only rationalize to the extent that it could transfer the workers made superfluous by rationalization in one plant to other plants or branches of production. Rationalization would not proceed by leaps and bounds, as in the period 192,429, but would occur more slowly, but steadily and continuously. Carried out only at the speed at which workers who are no longer required could be transferred to other branches of production, rationalization in a socialist society would no longer be obtained at the expense of long-term mass unemployment. 5. It is clear, though, that those features and benefits which Bauer denotes as being characteristic of a socialist society, in fact apply to a state capitalist system. 6. Not only are we still confronted with the problem of unemployment, but Bauer's socialist society still bases its accounting on the cost of labor power, rather than on the labor itself which the products require. But this is the very point which serves to distinguish a socialist society from a capitalist one. We read in Volume I of Capital, the use of machinery for the exclusive purpose of cheapening the product is limited by the requirement that less labor must be expended in producing the machinery than is displaced by the employment of that machinery. For the capitalist, however, there is a further limit on its use. Instead of paying for the labor, he pays only the value of the labor power employed. The limit to his using a machine is therefore fixed by the difference between the value of the machine and the value of the labor power replaced by it. Since the division of the day's work into necessary labor and surplus labor differs in different countries, and even in the same country at different periods, or in different branches of industry, and further, since the actual wage of the worker sometimes sinks below the value of his labor power, and sometimes rises above it, it is possible for the difference between the price of the machinery and the price of the labor power replaced by that machinery to undergo great variations, while the difference between the quantity of labor needed to produce the machine and the total quantity of labor replaced by it remains constant. But it is only the former difference that determines the cost to the capitalist of producing a commodity, and influences his actions through the pressure of 6. The term state capitalism refers here merely to a developmental tendency, and not to an actually existing form of capitalism. Even if such a form were to come into existence, this would in no way signify the end of capitalism, for several capitals, organized by the state, would still confront one another. Cf. also Trotsky's arguments. Theoretically, to be sure, it is possible to conceive a situation in which the bourgeoisie as a whole constitutes itself a stock company which, by means of its state, administers the whole national economy. The economic laws of such a regime would present no mysteries. A single capitalist, as is well known, receives in the form of profit, not that part of the surplus value which is directly created by the workers of his own enterprise, but a share of the combined surplus value created throughout the country proportionate to the amount of his own capital. Under an integral state capitalism, this law of the equal rate of profit would be realized, not by devious routes, that is, competition among different capitals, but immediately and directly through state bookkeeping. Such a regime never existed, however, and, because of profound contradictions among the proprietors themselves, never will exist the more so since, in its quality of universal repository of capitalist property, the state would be too tempting an object for social revolution. Competition. This remark illustrates dearly enough the difference between the cost accounting of a capitalist and a socialist society. However, in Volume I of Capital this distinction is only hinted at, whereas a detailed discussion can be found in Volume 3.8 here. In a passage edited by Engels, we read, "The value of a commodity is determined by the total labor time of past and living labor incorporated in it. The increase in labor productivity consists precisely in that the share of living labor is reduced while that of past labor is increased, but in such a way that the total quantity of labor incorporated in that commodity declines, in such a way, therefore, that living labor decreases more than past labor increases. The past labor contained in the value of a commodity, the constant part of capital, consists partly of the wear and tear of fixed, partly of circulating constant capital entirely consumed by that commodity, such as raw and auxiliary materials. The portion of value deriving from raw and auxiliary materials must decrease with the productivity of labor, because with regard to these materials the productivity expresses itself precisely by reducing their value. On the other hand, it is most characteristic of rising labor productivity that the fixed part of constant capital is strongly augmented, and with it that portion of its value which is transferred by wear and tear to the commodities. For a new method of production to represent a real increase in productivity, it must transfer a smaller additional portion of the value of fixed capital to each unit of the commodity in wear and tear than the portion of value deducted from it through the saving in living labor. In short, it must reduce the value of the commodity. This reduction of the total quantity of labor going into a commodity seems, accordingly, to be the essential criterion of increased productivity of labor, no matter under what social conditions production is carried on. Productivity of labor, indeed, would always be measured by the standard in a society in which producers regulate their production according to a preconceived plan, or even under simple commodity production. But how does the matter stand under capitalist production? At this point Engels introduces the following example: suppose a certain line of capitalist industry produces a normal unit of its commodity under the following conditions. 9. The wear and tear of fixed capital amounts to 1/2 shilling per piece, raw and auxiliary materials go into it to the amount of 17.5 shillings per piece, wages 2 shillings, and surplus value 2 shillings at a rate of surplus value of 100%. Total value equals 22 shillings. The cost price of the commodity equals 1/2 plus 17.5 plus 2 equals 20s, the average rate of profit 2/20 equals 10%, and the price of production per piece of the commodity, like its value, equals 22s. Suppose a machine is invented which reduces by half the living labor required per piece of the commodity, but trebles that portion of its value accounted for by the wear and tear of the fixed capital. In that case, the calculation is, wear and tear equals 1.5 shillings, raw and auxiliary materials, as before, 17.1/2s, wages, is, surplus value is, total 2is. The commodity then falls 1 shilling in value. The new machine has certainly increased the productivity of labor. But the capitalist sees the matter as follows: his cost price is now 1/2s. For wear, 17.1/2s. For raw and auxiliary materials, is. For wages, total 20s. As before. Since the rate of profit is not immediately altered by the new machine, he will receive 10% over his cost price, that is 2s. The price of production, then, remains unaltered, equals 22s, but is is. Above value. For a society producing under capitalist conditions of production, the commodity has not cheapened. The new machine is no improvement for it. The capitalist is, therefore, not interested in introducing it. And since its introduction would make his present, not as yet worn out, machinery simply worthless, would turn it into scrap iron, hence would cause a positive loss, he takes good care not to commit what would be for him a utopian mistake. Engels concludes, the law of increased productivity of labor is not, therefore, absolutely valid for capital. So far as capital is concerned, productiveness does not increase through a saving in living labor in general, but only through a saving in the paid portion of living labor, as compared to labor expended in the past. Here the capitalist mode of production is beset with another contradiction. Its historical mission is unconstrained development in geometrical progression of the productivity of human labor. It goes back on its mission whenever, as here, it checks the development of productivity. It thus demonstrates again that it is becoming senile and that it is more and more outlived 10. We considered that this long quotation was necessary, as it expands on and complements Marx's remarks in Volume I of Capital, in a particularly precise and illuminating way. One thing is clear, this solution follows necessarily from Marxist economy theory. Otto Bauer, too, knew this only too well in his time, as his earlier writings show. Thus we read in his first work, capitalist production not only reduces the full use of available human labor power, it also hinders the application of the most effective methods of production. Socialist society will be able to employ a machine, if it saves more labor than is required for its manufacture. By contrast, the capitalist mode of production is only able to use a machine if it saves more wages than it costs. The lower the wages, the more difficult it is to introduce new machines, or to make use of technical progress. Since the wage can only be the form of appearance of the value of labor power and never of the product of labor, capitalist society could never employ all those machines which a socialist society could put at its service. But there is still more. In addition, we have the effects of the equalization of the individual rates of profit so as to form a general rate of profit. The production price of the machine is permanently higher than its value. Because this contains a part of the surplus value produced in other branches of production and appropriated by the manufacturers of iron and machines by virtue of the size of their physical capital. We can then add, that the higher production price of the machine, which is always more than its value, is a further limitation to the replacement of manual labor by more productive machinery. And finally, there is one additional reason. The cartels and trusts in the coal and iron industries increase the price of their products of machines still further above the production price created by free competition, i.e. make machine production even more expensive, and are therefore a further limitation to technical progress. The socialist mode of production would do away with all these limits at one blow. For such a society any machine can be used which saves more labor than it itself requires. 11. This shows how well Otto Bauer could write in his earlier years. Not a word about the quasi-social accounting, working with the amount required for wages, and also no warnings about a careful, gradual, cautious pace of rationalization under socialism. How does one then explain the fact that Bauer later came to diametrically opposed conclusions despite the fact that he belonged to the Marxist school? In fact, the explanation is very simple. 25 years elapsed, and Saul became Paul. Once he had been converted to reformism, Otto Bauer had to look at the question of the socialist transformation of society through the eyes of a reformist realpolitiker and statesman. This is how his miraculous idea arose of a socialist society, in which capitalist methods of accounting were still applicable, a society which numbered among its normal institutions, offices for paying unemployment benefit. The socialist society which he speaks of in 1932 is nothing more than a state capitalist society, a society which has negated capitalism simply in the sense that it has transferred the control of the means of production to the state, without introducing the socialist mode of production, without making the producers themselves the real managers of the economy. Thus the criticism which can be leveled at Otto Bauer is that he neglected the most important thing about this society, which was at that time hypothetical, but which is sought in practice today by reformism, that he limited himself merely to the problem of the transformation by the state of organized capitalism, so that finally the decisive distinction between socialism and capitalism, in relation to the development of the forces of production, disappeared. Was this a merely theoretical error? By no means. A highly characteristic concept of socialism hides behind the academic question as to the optimal speed of rationalization under socialism, a concept which basically equates socialism with state capitalism. This could perhaps be overlooked when Otto Bauer wrote his book, however. Today, After the crucial experiences of the last decades, the question of the distinction and antithesis between the socialist and state-capitalist economic order must be recognized as one of the central questions of the workers' movement, since it seems certain that this contrast will play a prominent role in the future struggles of the working class and in the future ideological disputes within the socialist camp. Seen in this light, Otto Bauer's error takes on a completely different appearance. 33. Joan Robinson's critique of Marx. It has often been stated that the differences between the two opposed schools of political economy, the academic and the Marxist, have grown so large that the adherents of one school can scarcely understand the language of the other. A striking example of this gulf is provided by Joan Robinson. This distinguished economist was anxious to do justice to the rough and gloomy grandeur one of Marx's theoretical system. In fact, she succeeded in doing nothing more than producing a further caricature of Marxism. The reason for this does not, of course, lie in some kind of individual failing, it lies deeper than this, in the method with which she approached her task. It is obvious that a critic of Marx who admits to having little regard for Marx's method, and who dismisses it as Hegelian stuff and nonsense too, must necessarily misunderstand and misinterpret even its most elementary principles. She might, perhaps, understand what Marx said literally, but never what he really meant. Marx's theory of value. Naturally, the main target of Robinson's criticism is Marx's theory of value, since if she succeeds in demolishing this cornerstone of Marx's system, the basic assumptions of so-called academic theory can remain intact and be used to yield some kind of quasi-socialist conclusions. The result would be the creation of a neatly pruned, Fabianist and Keynesianist Marx. 1. Marx as a value fetishist. Let us start with a few remarks on Robinson's critical method. In common with so many of her predecessors, she divided Marx into two different, in fact opposed, beings, the Hegelian metaphysician of Volume I of Capital and the Marx who was governed by common sense in Volume III. What the latter wrote, could, to some extent, be reconciled with reality. This is because, basically, the theory of value as set out in Volume III is everyone's theory, in contrast to the theory of absolute value in Volume I3, which is pure dogmatism and therefore simply indigestible. Point 4. Let us therefore begin with this indigestible part. Robinson writes, Ricardo sought to find in labor cost a measure of value which would be invariable in the same manner as a measure of length or of weight, and Marx, though he did not read Ricardo's essay, Absolute Value and Exchangeable Value, echoes the same thought when he looks for the something in common between commodities of equal exchange value, which cannot be a geometrical, physical, chemical, or other natural property of commodities. 5. He regarded value as a characteristic inherent to these commodities, as weight or color. 6. This concept of value, continues Robinson, is essentially pre-Marxist, and is in glaring contradiction to the fundamental principles of Marx's doctrine. For one of Marx's greatest contributions to analysis is the distinction between the forces of production and the relations of production, that is, between the technical relations of man with his physical environment, and the economic relations of a man with his neighbors in society, and the notion of the fetishism which attaches itself to exchangeable commodities. 7. Qualities arising out of relations between people appearing as relations between things. But, it takes the author of an original idea a long time to see all its implications. There are many examples of pre-Keynesian thought in the general theory. Hardly surprising then that Marx overlooked the simple fact that, weight and length are technical, value is social. Robinson Crusoe provides a touchstone for the distinction. Weight and length had the same meaning for him on his island as at home, purchasing power had no meaning at all. 8. The task facing Marx's critics is then one of, at long last, freeing Marx's theory from this terrible inconsistency. This then is Robinson's view. Her entire argument can be reduced to two simple statements. To say that value is something inherent in the commodity is to regard value as a technical category, and to say that labor is the essence of value is to see in the cost of labor the invariable measure of value. Both assertions are based on trivial misunderstandings. As we have just seen, Marx asserted that the common element which determined the value of commodities could not be a geometrical, physical, chemical, or other natural property of commodities. 9 But what else can it be? Is it their common social nature which we repeatedly read about in Marx? No, explains Joan Robinson, this is where you make your mistake. Since what is common to commodities must be inherent in them, and further, what is in them can only be of a material, and not of a social nature. Thus, only two solutions are possible: either value is a social phenomenon, in which case it cannot simultaneously be an inherent characteristic of commodities, or it is in fact inherent in them, in which case it must be characterized as analogous to weight and color, i.e. as a natural attribute. Isn't it therefore obvious that Marx simply confused value with a natural or technical category, and thus himself became a victim of the commodity fetishism described so admirably in his book? Of course, nothing is more agreeable than to see an academic economist standing up so energetically for the exclusive social character of the concept of value. However, is it not rather foolish to raise this in relation to Marx, who was the first to recognize the preeminently social character of value, and who made this the cornerstone of his entire system? He writes in his principal work, however, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor. 10 As crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values. Commodity values. 11 4 The commodity form, and the value relation of the products of labor have absolutely no connection with the physical nature of the commodity and the material relations arising out of this. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things. 12. And Marx adds, as if anticipating the kind of criticism his theory might encounter in the future, just as the body of the iron as a measure of weight represents weight alone, in relation to the sugar loaf, so, in our expression of value, the body of the coat represents value alone. Here, however, the analogy ceases. In the expression of the weight of the sugar loaf, the iron represents a natural property common to both bodies, their weight, but in the expression of value of the linen the coat represents a supernatural property, their value, which is something purely social. 13. Marx makes the distinction between the weight relation of the two bodies and the value relation of two commodities absolutely clear here. The former is a material relation, the latter a purely social one. However, this did not prevent his Keynesian critic from imputing exactly the opposite view to him, the concept of value as a quality analogous to weight or color, and, on top of that, to lecture him on the distinction between the technical and the social, two concepts which must have been clear even to Robinson Crusoe, although the poor man was never a professor of economics. But how could Joan Robinson arrive at such grotesque conclusions? The explanation clearly has to be looked for in the field of methodology. Marx asks, how can we designate labor as the substance of value if, in actual fact, each concrete labor serves a different aim, and is performed by different individuals of differing ability, skill, etc.? How can the infinite variety of the different kinds of professional and individual labor be reduced to a common denominator? His answer is that it is possible, however varied the useful kinds of labor, or productive activities, it is a physiological fact, that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or its form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and sense organs. 14. In this sense, the physiological similarity of human labor is a necessary precondition of any value relation. But only a precondition. It would be mistaken to regard the physiological concept of labor as the essence of Marx's theory of value, as many of his critics do. If such an interpretation were correct, there would in fact be no fundamental difference between Marx's and Ricardo's versions of the labor theory of value, and the theory itself would be open to serious criticism. In the first place, we would have to regard value as a suprahistorical category, valid for all economic systems, since in all economic systems labor, looked at physiologically, is only an expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and sense organs. the essentially historical character of the basic economic categories, on which Marx laid so much stress, would be obscured. And in the second place, we would be compelled, or at least tempted, to look for a mechanical measure of physiological labor, which would, of course, be a fruitless undertaking. In fact, however, we have only seen the first part of Marx's solution to the problem so far, since, although labor can be reduced, physiologically, to the simple expenditure of labor power in any society, such a reduction is only necessary in practice and actually takes place at a particular stage of historical development. This only occurs in a society of commodity owners where exchange constitutes the sole economic connection between individuals, and consequently where commodities are to be regarded as products of average, undifferentiated labor without regard to the form of its expenditure. 15. However, this requires no mechanical measure of the physiological expenditure of labor power, since, it is society itself, the spontaneous social process behind the backs of the producers, which equates the various forms of labor on the market and reduces them to average socially necessary labor. 16. On the other hand, the equality of human labor in such a society obtains a material form. In the equal objectivity of the products of labor as values. 17. And only in such a society does a definite social relation between men assume the fantastic form of a relation between things. What conclusions can be drawn from this short resume of Marx's theory of value? Clearly that it is impossible to recognize the exclusively social significance of value, unless it is regarded as an historical phenomenon, and that it is equally impossible to deny the historical character of value without seeing in it a quality analogous to weight or color, i.e. a technical category. This provides the explanation as to why Marx's theory has been so often misinterpreted by his critics. Incapable of grasping the essentially historical character of economic categories, they simply deduce, if there is such a thing as value, then it must be a physical or natural quality of commodities. In this way it is not Marx they criticize, but their own narrowly naturalistic conception. But what about Joan Robinson's second assertion, her picture of Marx as a seeker for an invariable measure of value? Once more this shows a crassly naturalistic interpretation of Marx's theory. The first interpreters of the capitalist system, the mercantilists, asked the question, how can the wealth of a nation be reliably measured? Simply by gold and silver? But the value of gold and silver is itself subject to variation, and a variable measure cannot be an exact measure. So, the ancient Germans took as a measure of land the area which an average peasant could plow in one day. This was clearly a very imperfect measure, and since then this deficiency has been overcome by the modern technique of surveying. Why couldn't political economy accomplish something similar? It is hardly surprising that William Petty went in search, unsuccessfully, of a natural par between land and labor, so as might express the value of all commodities by either of them alone as well as or better than by both, and reduce one into the other as easily as we reduce pence into pounds. 18. And Adam Smith expressed the same idea when he wrote, gold and silver vary in their value, are sometimes cheaper and sometimes dearer, sometimes of easier and sometimes of more difficult purchase. But as a measure of quantity, such as the natural foot, fathom, or handful, which is continually varying in its own quantity, can never be an accurate measure of the quantity of other things, so a commodity which is itself continually varying in its own value can never be an accurate measure of the value of other commodities. 19. But can such an extraordinary commodity of invariable value be found? Smith was convinced that he had found such a charm. In his view, the quite ordinary commodity labor could successfully be employed as an invariable standard. Of course the wages paid to workers are usually very different, however, equal quantities of labor, at all times and places, may be said to be of equal value to the laborer. In his ordinary state of health, strength, and spirits, he must always lay down the same portion of his ease, his liberty, and his happiness. The price which he pays must always be the same, whatever may be the quantities of goods which he receives in return of it. Of these, indeed, it may sometimes purchase a greater and sometimes a smaller quantity, but it is their value which varies, not that of the labor which purchases them. Labor alone, therefore, never varying in its own value, is alone the ultimate and real standard by which the value of all commodities can at all times and places be estimated and compared. It is their real price, money is their nominal price only 20. So much, then, on the historical origins of the concept of the invariable measure of value. It is clear that this insoluble problem 21 only occupied the theorists as long as they regarded value as an eternal natural quality of commodities. Point 22 The problem is solved, however, as soon as this standpoint is abandoned. This is not the place to deal with Ricardo's conclusive critique of Smith's fallacy. However, one point should be stressed: whenever Ricardo spoke about the desirability of the so-called invariable measure of value, he did not mean labor costs, that is the commodity labor which Smith meant, but rather labor as such, as value-creating activity itself, which is, of course, quite a different matter. Point 23. However, what does this have to do with Marx and his theory of value? Can we really find traces in his writings which indicate that he might have looked for an invariable measure of value, as was certainly the case with Smith, Malthus, or Destutt de Tracy? Let us read what Marx himself wrote on this question: in order to measure the value of commodities, to establish an external measure of value, it is not necessary that the value of the commodity in terms of which the other commodities are measured should be invariable. It must, on the contrary, be variable, as I have shown in the first part 24, because the measure of value is, and must be, a commodity, since otherwise it would have no immanent measure in common with other commodities. If, for example, the value of money changes, it changes to an equal degree in relation to all other commodities. Their relative values are therefore expressed in it just as correctly as if the value of money had remained unchanged. The problem of finding an invariable measure of value is thereby eliminated. This quotation comes from an extensive discussion on the problem of the invariable measure of value in Marx's theories of surplus value. Point 25. But perhaps Joan Robinson didn't consider the theories. Nevertheless, she could have found the same ideas in Marx's contribution and in Capital. For example, in the contribution, gold must be in principle a variable value if it is to serve as a measure of value, because only as reification of labor time can it become the equivalent of other commodities, but as a result of changes in the productivity of concrete labor, the same amount of labor time is embodied in unequal volumes of the same type of use. Values 26. And we can read in Capital, but gold can serve as a measure of value only because it is itself a product of labor, and therefore potentially variable in value. 27. These few quotations are sufficient to show Marx's real view on this subject. And if it happens to be the case that occasional remarks in Ricardo's works could be interpreted to fit in with Joan Robinson's view, then exactly the opposite applies to Marx. Not only did he not share Smith's illusions about an invariable measure of value, he even devoted numerous pages in his theories to an emphatic refutation of this misunderstanding. However, in contrast to so many of his critics, Marx took care not to treat his predecessors as simpletons or small children, but rather showed that even mistakes were necessary steps on the path to the discovery of scientific truth, and that hidden behind the conception of an invariable measure of value lay a very serious and well-founded desire to make the concept of value an objective one. Joan Robinson could have learned a lot from these pages. She would have found that she already had a predecessor 140 years ago, in the shape of Bailey, who similarly fused the idea of an invariable measure of value with the concept of value as an objective social quality of commodities, with labor as its inherent standard of measurement. She would certainly not have then herself characterized Marx as a commodity fetishist. Point 28. But didn't Marx once complain to Engels about his critics: if only these people would at least take the trouble to read what I wrote properly. 2. Marx's rigmarole. Up till now we have been concerned with the labor theory of value as it is presented in Volume I of Capital. However, Joan Robinson, in common with many much earlier critics of Marx, asserts that there is an irreconcilable contradiction between the labor theory of value in Volume I and the theory of prices of production in Volume III. As soon as she discusses the contradiction, she abandons her even temper. What was all the fuss about? 29 She asks contemptuously in relation to previous debates on this subject. How could Hilferding, Sweezy and other Marxists overlook the fact that Marx's attempt at a reconciliation of the two theories is purely formalistic and consists in juggling to and fro with averages and totals, and that everything which Marx wrote on this is a rigmarole, entirely devoid of content? 30. These are serious words. But what real content do they have? To put it plainly, very little. Let us examine Joan Robinson's own words. At first, Marx states dogmatically that commodities tend to exchange at prices which correspond to their values. 31 However, in a system in which prices correspond to values, the net product of equal quantities of labor is sold for equal quantities of money. Thus surplus, in terms of money, per unit of labor is everywhere equal. To say that relative prices correspond to relative values is the same thing as to say that the rate of exploitation is the same in all industries. But if capital per man employed is different in different industries, while profit per man is the same, profit per unit of capital must vary inversely with capital per man. It would be possible for both the rate of profit and the rate of exploitation to be equal in all industries only if the ratio of capital to labor employed were also equal. She continues, in Volume I, Marx leaves this question open. In Volume 3 he shows that capital per man varies with technical conditions, while competition between capitalists tends to establish a uniform rate of profit. The rate of exploitation therefore cannot be uniform, and relative prices do not correspond to values. On the contrary, the prices of the commodities differ from their values in such a way as to make the rates of exploitation actually enjoyed by the capitalists in the different industries vary with the organic composition of their capitals. Marx thus entangled himself in an artificial difficulty by starting from the assumption of a uniform rate of exploitation. There is no warrant for this assumption. If wages are equal in all industries, surplus per man employed varies with the net productivity per man employed, and in general, productivity per man is greater where capital per man is greater. In Marx's own words, the prevailing degree of productive power shows itself in the relative preponderance of the constant over the variable capital. If the capital in a certain sphere of production is of a higher composition, then it expresses a development of the productive power above the average. 32. Thus the rate of exploitation tends to vary with capital per man employed. The very same process which produces an equal rate of profit between industries produces unequal rates of exploitation. As I see it, Robinson concludes, the conflict between Volume I and Volume II is a conflict between mysticism and common sense. In Volume 3 common sense triumphs but must still pay lip service to mysticism in its verbal formulations. 33. The entire argument can be dealt with as follows. 1. Marx never maintained that to say that relative prices correspond to relative values means the same as to say that the rate of exploitation is the same in all industries. Neither can such a conclusion be drawn from his theory. This is for one simple reason. Joan Robinson was of course right to say that according to the labor theory of value, equal amounts of labor are exchanged for equal amounts of labor. 8 hours labor for 8 hours labor, 1 working day for 1 working day. But it does not follow from this that the division of the working day into necessary and surplus labor must be the same everywhere. In one case the worker might work, perhaps, 5 hours for himself and only 3 hours for the employer, in another case this might be the reverse. But haven't we smuggled in the assumption of uniform wages? This would not improve the matter. Wages may be equal in each of the factories, but the length of the working day with equal hourly wages or the intensity of labor can be different. Equal amounts of labor would be exchanged in both cases, and if the organic composition of capital in both plants is the same as the average organic composition of the total social capital, then these values will correspond to prices. But the rates of exploitation could well be different in contrast to Joan Robinson's assertion. In other words, labor time as a measure of value is in no way dependent on equal rates of exploitation, and it is amazing, to put it mildly, to see Marx's theory of value interpreted in such a way. 2. On the other hand, Marx never said that because competition leads to the formation of a general rate of profit, the rates of exploitation cannot be uniform. And he similarly never confused the rate of exploitation with profits per worker, which the capitalists actually enjoy. What he actually maintained is the exact opposite, because equal numbers of workers, who are employed in industries with differing organic compositions of capital, with other conditions being the same, produce the same amounts of surplus value. A transformation of values into production prices must take place, if an average rate of profit is to prevail. The difference is obvious. 3. Marx never maintained that the rate of exploitation would vary with the amount of capital per worker employed. In other words, that the size of the surplus value produced is a function of the constant capital employed. Such an assertion would have been utterly nonsensical to him. The relative predominance of the constant part of capital over the variable certainly means a growth in the productivity of labor. More commodities, more use values, can be produced. But that in no way signifies that somehow the workers in industries which employ a larger amount of constant capital automatically create more surplus value. Indeed, it would require a lively imagination to ascribe such a productivity theory of surplus value to Karl Marx. 34. We see, then, that it was not Marx himself, but Joan Robinson who entangled him in an artificial difficulty, by imputing 3 axioms to him, which correspond to nothing in his theory. And it is she too who provides him with an easy solution to the difficulty by introducing the only 2 well-known value-creating power of capital. Just imagine, Marx was perfectly conscious of this solution, yet he still expended years of time and effort to construct the complicated rigmarole in Volume 3. What a stubborn Hegelian metaphysician he must have been. 3. Marx's search for a social elixir. The problem of value in a socialist society. So much, then, on Marx's theory of value. Finally, however, we are offered some consolation, although, according to Joan Robinson, common sense compelled Marx to admit that the law of values does not function correctly under capitalism. He did. How? 34. Robinson cites with approval the view of the Swiss professor J. Wolff that, according to Marx, the production of relative surplus value rests on the increase of constant capital vis-a-vis variable capital, since a plus in constant capital presupposes a plus in the productive power of the laborers. As this view corresponds to Robinson's own, it is worthwhile quoting Engels's reply: whenever there is a chance of making a fool of himself over some difficult matter, Herr Professor Wolff, of Zurich, never fails to do so. And after he has quoted what Wolff has to say, he continues, true, Marx says the very opposite in 100 places in the first book. True, the assertion that, according to Marx, when variable capital shrinks, relative surplus value increases in proportion to the increase in constant capital, is so astounding that it puts to shame all parliamentary declamation. True, Herr Julius Wolff demonstrates in his every line that he does not in the least understand, be it relatively or absolutely, the concepts of relative and absolute surplus value. As we can see, Robinson had sufficient warning against repeating Wolff's mistake. Despite this, she does not only take over his interpretation, but even chastises Engels for simply abusing Wolff without entering into any argument, although it is impossible to see wherein Wolff's statement differs from the above statement by Marx, as if Engels was obliged to deal, in detail, with every crude misunderstanding of Marx's theory. Page 542. Ever, believe that at least under socialism the labor theory of value would come into its own. 35 In other words, he was clearly a utopian socialist, for whom the labor theory of value did not so much represent the result of pure scientific analysis as rather an artifice to bring about an ideal system of pricing. 36 And in so doing secure the realization of a just world. No wonder that Robinson devotes a particular chapter of her book to Marx's alleged views on the problem of value in socialist society. 37 And primarily to his supposed postulate that in a rational economic system prices should be made to correspond to values, and further that she honestly thinks she has discovered the substantial meaning of Marx's theory in this fantasy. 38. One could perhaps take all this seriously if it at least bore some resemblance to the theory under discussion. But Marx never tired of attacking both Proudhon and all the other utopians who wanted to turn the world upside down by means of a specially constructed just system of exchange. He repeatedly and emphatically stated that value is an historical category, a particular mode of expression of the social function of labor in a society of commodity owners, and that consequently it must, of necessity, disappear in a socialist society. 39. Thus, in the critique of the Gotha program he wrote, within the cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, the producers do not exchange their products, just as little does the labor employed on the products appear here as the value of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, since now, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of the total labor. 40. And in capital, the product of labor is an object of utility in all states of society, but it is only a historically specific epoch of development which presents the labor expended in the production of a useful article as an objective property of that article, i.e. as its value. 41. In fact, something which is only valid for this the particular form of production, the production of commodities, namely the fact that the specific social character of private labors carries on independently, assumes in the product the form of the existence of value, appears to be just as ultimately valid as the fact that the scientific dissection of the air into its component parts left the atmosphere itself unaltered in its physical configuration. 42. This explains why bourgeois political economy has never once asked the question why labor is expressed in value and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in magnitude of the value of the product. These formulas, which bear the unmistakable stamp of belonging to a social formation in which the process of production has mastery over man, instead of the opposite, appear to the political economist's bourgeois consciousness to be as much as self-evident and nature-imposed necessity as productive labor itself. 43. It is hardly surprising, then, that already during his own lifetime a number of bourgeois academics tried to attribute Marx with the very same view that we have encountered in Joan Robinson's critique, and that he in turn felt obliged to explain that in the course of his investigation of value he was concerned only with bourgeois relations, not with the application of the theory of value to a social state which Herr Schaffel has constructed for me. 44. However, the reader can be certain that the late Austrian Professor Schaffel would not have been a match for Joan Robinson, for in the final analysis he only succeeded in constructing a social state for Marx, whereas Joan Robinson not only created an ideal pricing system, but also held out the prospect of private saving in a socialist economy, even, in fact, a socialist income tax and profit tax. But what is one supposed to do with a Keynesian critic who, with unbelievable naivete, turns Marx into a traditional Proudhonist and does not even realize that for Marx value represents not a natural but an exclusively historical category, and that, consequently, Marx never attempted to put together some kind of recipe for the socialist kitchen of the future. 2. Marx's theory of the essence of capitalist exploitation and his concept of capital. Up till now we have simply been concerned with Robinson's attacks on the basis of Marx's theoretical system, his theory of value. However, one must be consistent. If we abandon the concept of value, we can no longer retain the concept of surplus value. With this, we not only destroy the basis, but also the cornerstone of the system, and all the categories of Marx's economics must either be abandoned, or totally revised. This even applies to the apparently simple concept of the rate of exploitation, as the ratio SV is clearly conceived as a value relation. So what is left of Marx's entire system? What is left, in fact, is the general idea of exploitation and surplus labor as distinct from surplus value. This is scarcely enough for the likes of us, but Joan Robinson manages brilliantly with it. She asserts that Marx's primitive labor theory of value has proved to be a complete failure. Nevertheless, he used it to express certain ideas about the nature of the capitalist system, and the importance of these ideas in no way depends upon the particular terminology in which he chose to set them forth. And what do these ideas actually consist of? Simply that the possibility of exploitation depends on the existence of a margin between total net output and the subsistence minimum of the workers. If a worker can produce no more in a day than he is obliged to eat in a day, he is no potential object of exploitation. This idea is simple and can be expressed in simple language without any apparatus of specialized terminology. And it is precisely these simple and fundamental characteristics of capitalism which were explained by Marx but which became lost in the maze of academic economic analysis. Point 45. We see, then, that the simple and fundamental characteristic of capitalism consists in the existence of surplus labor. But surplus labor is as old as the history of human civilization. Capital, says Marx, did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production, whether this proprietor be the Athenian aristocrat, an Etruscan theocrat, a civis Romanus, a Norman baron, an American slave owner, a Wallachian boyar, a modern landlord or a capitalist. 46. However, it ought to be obvious that if this is all we know about capitalism, then we know virtually nothing at all, since it is precisely the specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers, which determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, and also distinguishes the various historical epochs from one another. Point 47. We read in Engels, surplus labor, labor beyond the time required for the laborer's own maintenance, and appropriation by others of the product of this surplus labor. The exploitation of labor is therefore common to all forms of society that have existed hitherto, insofar as these have moved in class antagonisms. But it is only when the product of this surplus labor assumes the form of surplus value, when the owner of the means of production finds the free laborer free from social fetters and free from possessions of his own as an object of exploitation, and exploits him for the purpose of the production of commodities, it is only then, according to Marx, that the means of production assume the specific character of capital. 48. It is clear, therefore, that Marx's analytical apparatus is the only means by which the specifically capitalist mode of exploitation can be understood, that is, employing the categories of value and surplus value. It is hardly surprising, then, that Joan Robinson confined herself to the general notion of exploitation as such. 49. Without trying to analyze the particular features of the specifically capitalist mode of exploitation. This reminds one of Düring, who annexed the surplus labor discovered, by Marx, in order to use it to kill off the surplus value, likewise discovered by Marx, which for the moment did not suit his purpose. 50. And consequently her conclusions are not much better than those of Düring. Point 51. The best example of this is shown by her treatment of the category of capital. We saw how she accused Marx of not applying his own theory consistently, and how she even imputed a fetishistic concept of value to him. But what did she learn from this epoch-making theory herself? Unfortunately very little. This is because, like Düring, she regards capital as a thing, as a mere means of production, and not as a social relation. In her eyes it is a natural, not a socio-historical category. So it is not surprising that she rebuked Marx for his logic-chopping theorizing in the following way. Next, Marx uses his analytical apparatus to emphasize the view that only labor is productive. In itself, this is nothing but a verbal point. Land and capital produce no value, for value is the product of labor time. But fertile land and efficient machines 52 enhance the productivity of labor in terms of real output. Whether we choose to say that capital is productive, or that capital is necessary to make labor productive, is not a matter of much importance. What is important is to say that owning capital is not a productive activity. The academic economists, by treating capital as productive, used to insinuate the suggestion that capitalists deserve well by society and are fully justified in drawing income from their property. In the past, a certain superficial plausibility could be given to this point of view by treating property and enterprise as indistinguishable. But this method of confusing the issue is no longer effective. Nowadays the divorce between ownership and enterprise is becoming more and more complete. The typical entrepreneur is no longer the bold and tireless businessman of Marshall, or the sly and rapacious moneybags of Marx 53, but a mass of inert shareholders, indistinguishable from rentiers, who employ salaried managers to run their concerns. Nowadays, therefore, it seems simple to say that owning property is not productive, without entering into any logic-chopping disputes as to whether land and capital are productive, and without erecting a special analytical apparatus in order to make the point. Indeed, a language which compels us to say that capital is not productive rather obscures the issue. It is more cogent to say that capital, and the application of science to industry, are immensely productive, and that the institutions of private property, developing into monopoly, are deleterious because they prevent us from having as much capital, and the kind of capital, that we need. 54. We see here yet again that as soon as Joan Robinson begins to criticize, she unfailingly misses the mark. It follows automatically from the standpoint of Marx's theory that only labor creates value. But that in no way means that in his eyes, the objective factors of production are to be denied any form of productivity. On the contrary, to the extent that these factors raise the level of production, they certainly contribute to the production of use values. On the other hand, Marx continually stressed 55 that capital is productive in a different sense, as the ruling social relation of the bourgeois mode of production. We read in the Grundrisse and the theories that the great historical mission of capital consists in enforcing surplus labor. This is why capital is productive, i.e. an essential relation for the development of the social productive forces. 56. Of course, it does not follow from this that capital adds anything to the value of commodities, and that, in this respect, there is no distinction between the activities of the factor capital and the factor labor, as Joan Robinson seems to suppose. On the contrary, the difference is enormous. It is no less great than the difference between the activity of a horse, and the activity of the whip which makes it gallop. However, although capital produced no values, it has produced a particular form of exploitation which is indispensable for the development of the productive forces of a particular historical period. And it was in the position to do this precisely because it was owned, and not because it somehow functioned as a means of production, or because it furthered the application of science to industry. Its real productivity lies in its insatiable hunger for surplus value. From this perspective, the apparently self-explanatory concept of productive labor acquires a special meaning, since in capitalist society the only labor which is productive is that which directly enlarges capital. 57. Of course, for a vulgar economist this is all a matter of definition. What is the difference whether we derive the meaning of the word productivity from the relations between person and person, or from the relations between people and nature? The vulgar economists never once suspect that the question, what is productivity, has to be looked at historically, and that such a perspective presupposes the use of the dialectical method, to which they object so much. 58. However, what about the distinction between capital and the possession of capital which Joan Robinson places such weight on? Once more we encounter another old acquaintance, since exactly the same distinction has been the favorite idea of Bray, Gray, Proudhon, and other utopian socialists from the year. If the workers are to be free, then capitalism must be destroyed. But this does not mean the destruction of capital, but rather its preservation, wrote Bakunin. 59. Marx could only punish such a dichotomy with contempt. We read in the rough draft, capital is necessarily the capitalist. Of course, socialists say, we need capital, but not the capitalist. Then capital appears as a pure thing, not as a relation of production. 60. And in the theories he wrote that when economists speak of the services which capital performs in the production of use values, they mean nothing other than that products of previous useful work serve anew as means of production, as objects of labor, instruments of labor and means of subsistence for the workers. But in this sense the word capital is quite superfluous and meaningless. Wheat is nourishing not because it is capital but because it is wheat. The use value of wool derives from the fact that it is wool, not capital. In the same way, the action of steam-powered machinery has nothing in common with its existence as capital. It would do the same work if it were not capital, and if it belonged, not to the factory owner, but to the workers. 61. An understanding of Marx's particular concept of capital is, of course, a necessary condition of any discussion of his economic theory. 3. Concluding remarks. We have only dealt with the main points of Joan Robinson's critique in this chapter, although she does in fact criticize other parts of Marx's system, his theory of wages, the theory of the falling rate of profit, and his theory of crises. Since she does not offer anything new to the Marxist reader, however, and what she does say has already been presented with greater effect by other critics of Marx, there is no reason for further discussion on these subjects. Point 62. And there is equally little reason to correct every misquoted passage and misunderstanding in her presentation of Marx. Point 63. On the other hand, a considerable part of her essay is concerned with a discussion of the supposed affinity between Marx's and Keynes's theory. Since this does not come under the scope of this chapter, we shall confine ourselves to a few concluding remarks. We have shown how little there is to be learned from Joan Robinson's critique of Marx. But is this all there is to be found in her book? Doesn't she constantly stress that as a rule the workers are exploited by their employers in present-day society? And doesn't she even attack the capitalist's sacred rights of property? She certainly does do this. She even regards her position as one of the special gains of the modern tendency of political economy, although the modern tendency has to be considerably narrowed down to permit such an interpretation. But this doesn't matter. Joan Robinson should not, at least as an individual, be lumped together with the apologist political economists, but should rather count as a representative of a socialist current in present-day bourgeois economics. It is of course true that her socialism has its own unique hue. It is heavily reliant on crutches borrowed from the pre-Marxist stock of ideas, especially from the godfather of all petit bourgeois socialisms, Proudhon. And this is not a coincidence, as Joan Robinson's socialist conclusions reflect the mood of relatively broad strata of the rebellious bourgeois intelligentsia of today. These strata have lost their belief in the progressive role of the capitalist class. They are deeply disturbed by the antisocial practices of the monopolies and value. Exactly the opposite is the case. We read on p.634 of the Grundriss, insofar as trade brings a product to market, it gives the product a new use value, and this new use value costs labor time, is therefore at the same time exchange value. And Marx says exactly the same in chapter 17 of volume 3 and chapter 6, section 3 of volume 2 of Capital, which Robinson refers to in this context. 2. On p.17 of the essay we read, according to Marx's own argument, the labor theory of value fails to provide a theory of prices. Of course Marx never said this. On the contrary, he referred his readers to the specific analysis of competition which he intended to write, and where the real movement of prices would be observed. 3. Finally, she astounds her readers on p.91 with the discovery that, according to Marx, a rise in money wages causes a rise in real wages, and a rise in real wages causes unemployment. It would be superfluous to quote Marx in reply to this, as everything which he wrote on this subject contradicts the statement. The economic instability of this bedeviled age 64, and consequently they set their hopes on a nationalist, state capitalist economy, which would curb the threatening economist chaos, bring about a fairer distribution of wealth among the factors of production 65, and bless us with so much capital, and the kind of capital we need. Hence the sudden dissemination of populist Keynesianism as an ideology which reflects this mood in its iridescent diversity. However, this populist Keynesianism has very little to do with the particular doctrines of Keynes and his school, and one should not hold them responsible for it. Nevertheless, as soon as the academic Keynesians leave their own domain and venture onto the so-called ideological terrain, this unique subcurrent of Keynes's economics becomes clearly visible, and we are once more haunted by the ghost of Proudhon. But seen now in this light, the socialist tendencies in Joan Robinson's writing, which so disturbed the late Professor Schumpeter 66, no longer present anything special or inexplicable. 34. Neo-Marxist Economics. The wide-ranging, but sadly unfinished textbook by Oscar Lang I is to our knowledge the only work in more recent academic Marxist literature which consciously, and in detail, takes up the question of the methodology of Marx's Capital. This is why the concluding chapter of this book is devoted to this work. We confine ourselves to the discussion of two questions: that of the object, and that of the method of political economy. A seemingly dogmatic controversy. The traditional practice of Marxist theory before and after the First World War was to confine the subject matter of political economy merely to the study of the laws of motion of the capitalist, or commodity, economy. This view is rejected both by current Soviet theory and by Western academic theory. In this sense, Lang writes, confusion of the concept of the spontaneity of the operation of economic laws with the concept of the objectivity of economic laws has led some economists to the false conclusion that there are no objective economic laws in the socialist formation, and that the fact that their spontaneity has been overcome is the result of the fact that they have ceased to operate. Hence the assertion by these economists that in socialist society the science of political economy loses its subject matter. At the most it could only engage in the retrospective examination of pre-socialist formations. Rosa Luxemburg held this view. Their mistake, concludes Lang, is a double one. In the first place, they confuse the spontaneity and objectivity of economic laws. And they conclude from the fact that their spontaneity is overcome, that such laws no longer exist at all. This is also the reason why they incorrectly confine the subject matter of political economy to those relations in which the law of value is operative. And in the second place, in opposition to Luxemburg and Bukharin, the law of value is still valid in the socialist mode of production, although the operation of this law is no longer natural, but rather corresponds to the aims of an organized society. 3. These somewhat casually offered criticisms demand a detailed reply. It is certainly the case that Luxemburg and Bukharin restricted political economy to the investigation of the laws of commodity production. However, on what basis does Lang impute to Luxemburg and Bukharin the view that there would be no objective economic laws under socialism, and that such laws cannot be found in pre-capitalist societies? He is certainly unable to offer any passage from either author which would allow such a strange interpretation. 5. His only authority is Karl Kosky, from whose work Die Materialistische Geschichtsauffassung he approvingly cites the following long passage. This is perhaps a suitable point to draw attention to a mistake which is not uncommon even in socialist circles. It is asserted that it is a peculiarity of commodity production that it operates according to laws. This is supposedly due to the fact that commodity production is carried on anarchically by a great number of producers, each of whom disposes of his own means of production. The situation is held to be quite different when society itself takes over the ownership of the means of production. Production can then be organized exactly as society sees fit, quite independently of all economic laws. This, continues Kosky, is a mistake. If a manufacturer organizes a factory, he cannot behave arbitrarily just as he pleases, even though he can freely dispose of his own means of production. If certain natural laws of production are not taken into account, his enterprise will never be capable of producing anything. The difference between capitalist and socialist production is of another kind. In capitalist production it is impossible for the adjustment of production to economic laws to take place without the occurrence of crises. In the socialist mode of production, however, it is possible consciously to adjust production to the natural laws of the mode of production, and in this way to maintain the flow of the productive process without catastrophes and crises. This, of course, presupposes that these natural laws are studied. A socialist society which believes that these laws can be opposed by force if only it controls the means of production will always come to grief. 6. We can ignore for the moment the way in which Kosky reprimands the Bolsheviks. 7. However, we cannot overlook the strange natural laws of production whose existence he asserts with such conviction. It is, of course, in fact true that neither Luxemburg nor Bukharin attached much importance to such laws, for the simple reason that they shared Kosky's pre-war opinion, according to which the investigation of the natural laws of production is in fact the job of mechanics and chemistry, not political economy. Point 8. But what did Luxemburg and Bukharin actually think? Why did they cling to the idea that political economy's sole concern is the investigation of the laws of commodity production? One thing is certain, it was not for the reason which Lang ascribed to them. It is sufficient to read through a few pages from Rosa Luxemburg's Einführung in die Nationalökonomie to appreciate this. She asks, can there be a universal science of political economy which can be applied, with equal validity, to capitalism, as well as to pre-capitalist societies? She answers no, because in contrast to the production relations of capitalism, those of pre-capitalist societies were so self-evidently simple and transparent that they did not require dissection by the scalpel of political economy. What is immediately obvious in the study of such societies is that their need determines and channels labor so directly, and the result corresponds so precisely to the intention and the need, that all connections, causes, and effects, labor and its result are entirely open to view. One can twist and turn the economy as one likes. One finds no riddles which can only be discovered by means of a deep analysis, by means of a special science. Of course this economy can and must constitute the object of research into its sociology and economic history. 9. But a special economic theory does not seem to be appropriate here. The situation is quite different with the economics of capitalism, as we read further on in Rosa Luxemburg's book. If we look into one individual private enterprise, a modern factory, or a huge complex of factories and works, such as Krupp, or at an agricultural ranch in North America, then we find there the strictest organization, the most extensive division of labor, the most refined forms of planning based on scientific findings. Everything works marvelously directed by one will, one mind. However, no sooner have we left the gates of the factory or the farm, than we are greeted by chaos. Whereas the numerous individual parts are highly organized, the whole of the so-called people's economy, i.e. the capitalist world economy, is totally disorganized. In this totality, which envelopes oceans and continents, no plan, consciousness, or regulation makes itself felt, only the blind rule of unknown, unfettered forces plays its capricious game with the economic destiny of mankind. And it is precisely this, concludes Rosa Luxemburg, which produces the unpredictable and puzzling result which makes the economy into an alien phenomenon, estranged to us, and independent of us, whose laws we must discover in the same way as we investigate the phenomena of nature, as we seek to discover the laws which govern the life of the plant and animal kingdom, the changes in the crust of the earth and the movements of the atmosphere. 10. This, then, is Rosa Luxemburg's view. With all the best will in the world it is impossible to discover in her statements the confusion of spontaneity and objectivity which Koski and Lang impute to her, even less so, as the pages from her Einführung which we have cited, are essentially a paraphrase of the train of thought which can already be found in Marx's Capital. Marx teaches that what characterizes bourgeois society is that there is no a priori, conscious social regulation of production. It is therefore a society in which the social relations of production confront people as alien, reified and ruling powers, and in which what is rational and necessary can only assert itself as a blindly working average. 11. And the form in which it asserts itself is that of automatically operating natural laws of society of production and exchange. 12. Independent of the will of people, which in the first instance remain unknown to the producers themselves and must be discovered and deciphered post festum. Of course this is true only as long as social development resembles a process of natural history and society consequently requires a special science, whose task it is to advance in the manner of the natural sciences, from the phenomena on the surface of economic life to the inner law of these phenomena, to their hidden inner essence. 13. Thus, it is only the reified and mystified form of the bourgeois relations of production, their apparent natural law-like behavior which, in Marx's view, requires scientific explanation and which constitutes the raison d'être of the specific science of political economy. However, stresses Marx, the whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor on the basis of commodity production, vanishes. As soon as we come to other forms of production. Marx means here primarily the Asiatic and ancient etc. modes of production in which the transformation of the product into a commodity, and therefore men's existence as producers of commodities, plays a subordinate role, and for this reason they appear as extraordinarily simpler and more transparent than the mode of production of capital. 14 However, the same simplicity also characterizes the feudal society of the Middle Ages for the reason that in this form of society personal dependence forms the given social foundation. There is no need for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. The corvée can be measured by time just as well as the labor which produces commodities, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a specific quantity of his own personal labor power. The tithe owed to the priest is more clearly apparent than his blessing. Whatever we may think, then, of the different roles in which men confront each other in such a society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own personal relations, and are not disguised as social relations between things, between the products of labor. 15. And finally, the same amazing transparency is also offered by the association of free individuals of the future, expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single labor force. The total product of the association is a social product. One part of this product serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another part is consumed by the members of the association as means of subsistence. This part must therefore be divided amongst them. The way this division is made will vary with the particular kind of social organization of production, and the corresponding level of social development attained by the producers. Although this may vary, the social form does not offer anything of a secretive nature. The social relations of the individual producers both towards their labor and the products of their labor are here transparent in the simplicity in production as well as in distribution. 16. The critics of Luxemburg might well agree that Marx did indeed contrast the simplicity and intelligibility of the relations of production of all non-capitalist societies with the mystical veil 17 which shrouds capitalist relations of production, and it is also true that one can find many passages in Marx which view the specific task of political economy as being the investigation of the capitalist economic order. 18 But does it follow from this that we can manage without a theory of political economy of non-capitalist societies, as Rosa Luxemburg supposed? Engels apparently held a different opinion. He wrote, in Anti-Düring, political economy, in the widest sense, is the science of the laws governing the production and exchange of the material means of subsistence in human society. Production and exchange are two different functions. Production may occur without exchange, but exchange being necessarily an exchange of products cannot occur without production. And in conclusion, the mode of production and exchange in a definite historical society, and the historical conditions which have given birth to this society, determine the mode of distribution of its products. And further, the conditions under which men produce and exchange vary from country to country, and within each country from generation to generation. Political economy, therefore, cannot be the same for all countries and for all historical epochs. Anyone who attempted to bring the political economy of Tierra del Fuego under the same laws as are operative in present-day England would obviously produce nothing but the most banal commonplaces. Political economy is therefore essentially a historical science. It deals with material which is historical, that is, constantly changing. It must first investigate the special laws of each individual stage in the evolution of production and exchange, and only when it has completed this investigation will it be able to establish the few quite general laws which hold good for production and exchange in general. 19. At first sight this seems to contradict Rosa Luxemburg's view, but to what extent? In order to answer this question we first have to agree upon the meaning of what Engels wrote. Engels defined political economy as a science of the laws which govern production and exchange, but at the same time pointed out that there could be societies without exchange. Engels's definition therefore seems prima facie simply to say that the object of political economy cannot be extended beyond societies with exchange. And this is the reason why Lang finds it necessary to correct Engels by simply declaring that what Engels really meant is not exchange, but the distribution of products among the members of society, and that we consequently have to define political economy as a science of the laws of production and distribution. 20. Nevertheless, let us leave such hair-splitting casuistry on one side. Those who do not approve of Engels's definition, those who feel that it is too narrow, are certainly free to replace it with another to the effect that political economy in its widest sense not only has the task of studying the economic relations of societies with exchange, but also societies without exchange, i.e. all human societies. But it is doubtful what would be gained by such a reinterpretation of Engels's definition for the proponents of suprahistorical economics. This is because the very same Engels says directly on this point that as an entirely historical science, political economy primarily has to concern itself with the investigation of the special laws of each individual stage of development of production and exchange, and then only right at the end establish the few general laws which hold good for production and exchange in general. The terrain of universal political economy is thereby brought down to a minimum and its significance substantially reduced. So it is not surprising when Lang complains that Engels does not fully appreciate the significance of this branch of political economy. 21. It must be admitted that Lang's recourse to Engels has not proved to be particularly convincing. But do we really have to devalue the classic works of socialism by treating them like the Holy Scriptures? Marx and Engels were only human, and therefore had the privilege of erring. Instead of relying on this or that text, we ought rather to learn from the experience of present-day Soviet economics, which has made several attempts to create a handbook of political economy in its widest sense. Can these attempts be regarded as successful? Hardly. What they offer the reader is merely an amalgam of incoherent parts of the economic history of pre-capitalist social formations, the economic theory of capitalism, as provided by Marx, and the descriptive normative theory of the present-day Soviet economy. All this can certainly be characterized as the science of economics in its broadest sense. And it is certain that neither Rosa Luxemburg nor Bukharin would have disputed it. They merely asserted that we do not require a particular economic theory of socialism and pre-capitalist social formations on the lines of the theories of Ricardo and Marx. So, finally, the whole controversy seems to dissolve into a purely terminological dispute. However, this terminological difference is in fact an appearance which conceals a very real difference. Lang and other economists of the Eastern Bloc know only too well that the social and economic order, whose interpreters they are, can in no way claim to have overcome the reification and law-like nature of economic phenomena, and that in the interests of its self-preservation this economic structure must, in fact, do its utmost to create the greatest possible space for market forces within the overall context of central planning. Consequently, what these economists strive for is a narrow and specialized discipline of state economics, a socialist public finance which, following the example of the economic theory of the West, accepts the categories of commodity, money, and the market as things which are the eternally given data of economic life. 22 and which consciously rejects the utopian idea of the simplicity and intelligibility to be sought in socialist relations of production. And if the advocates of this view still appeal to Marx and Engels, this is only intended to accommodate the letter of Marxism to a social practice which becomes and must become increasingly distant from its spirit. 2. On the method of Marx's economics. 1. It is evident that if one does not wish to confine the task of economic theory to the study of capitalist society alone, but rather, instead of this, strives for the creation of an economic theory of all succeeding social formations, and if one simultaneously hankers after a timeless, universal political economy, then one would also select a methodology which corresponded to this end and which can be equally applied to the relations of production of monopoly capitalism, and to those of Tierra del Fuego. However, in this case the specific methodology of Marx's Capital would necessarily come off second best and would have to be replaced by more or less useful academic discussions on the method of economic science as such. Oscar Lang devotes no less than 3 chapters of his work to questions of methodology. We have already looked at one of these chapters in the preceding part of our critique, and it is unnecessary to come back to it now. The second contains a presentation of the materialist conception of history. However, since sociology cannot serve as a substitute for political economy, the methodological value of this chapter is very questionable. What remains is the third chapter, which deals directly with the method of political economy. Unfortunately, this chapter also offers the reader no more than the popular presentations of Marxist economics which existed previously. In fact, we discover from it that Marx, in opposition to the majority of bourgeois economists, proceeded not only from social man, but also from the social man of a particular historical period, and it is precisely this which separates his economics from present-day academic economic science. These findings are, however, not especially novel, and above all, they fail to reveal the methodological assumptions which enabled Marx to bring about this epoch-making revolution in the science of economics. Point 23. In other words, what is missing from Lang's methodological chapter is the soul of Marx's method of political economy, his dialectic. 2. But isn't this a mere manner of speaking intended to annoy troublesome opponents, a piece of ritual, incomprehensible even to those who pretend to understand it? At least for Marx himself, the question of the application of the dialectic to the area of economic theory was of decisive importance. This can be seen from the numerous critical comments on Ricardo's methodology, which can be found in Marx's works. The question primarily revolves around the role of abstraction in political economy. Ricardo, states Marx, consciously abstracts from the form of competition, from the appearance of competition, in order to comprehend the laws as such. However, he must be reproached for not going far enough, for not carrying his abstraction to completion. On the other hand, one must reproach him for regarding the phenomenal as immediate and direct proof or exposition of the general laws, and for failing to interpret it. In regard to the first, his abstraction is too incomplete; in regard to the second, it is formal abstraction which in itself is wrong. The vulgar mob has therefore concluded that theoretical truths are abstractions which are at variance with reality, instead of seeing, on the contrary, that Ricardo does not carry true abstract thinking far enough and is therefore driven into false abstraction. 24. How should we interpret these critical remarks on Ricardo's method? Why are the abstractions which he uses to be regarded as on the one hand not far-reaching enough, and on the other as merely formal, i.e. as artificial? As far as the first criticism is concerned, we can find numerous examples of this. Let us recall the shortcomings of Ricardo's theory of value. In the first place, the theory is almost exclusively concerned with the relative size of the value of commodities, but not the substance of value, i.e. value itself. Correspondingly, what is missing in Ricardo is any investigation of the specific character of value-creating labor as distinct from those qualities which are ascribed to labor as the creator of use values. Point 25. On the other hand, there is also no recognition of the fact that value-creating labor must represent itself as its opposite, as universal social labor. Point 26. Therefore, Ricardo also fails to understand that exchange value, which for him is the crucial issue, is simply a mode of appearance of value, and that the development of the value relation itself must push towards this form, and finally, to the formation of money. Point 27. These deficiencies in Ricardo's theory of value certainly bear witness to a deficient power of abstraction, the incapacity of the classical economists to see the qualitative aspect of the problem of value behind its quantitative aspect, and the substance of value behind the form of its appearance. In fact, all these deficiencies can be reduced to a common denominator, which consists in the fact that Ricardo overlooked the most essential thing, the specific social form of value-creating labor, and naively equated this labor with human labor in general. Point 28. Thus, according to Marx, it was the class-based limitation of the economics of Smith and Ricardo which in the final analysis resulted in its own lack of the theoretical understanding needed to distinguish the different forms of economic relations. Point 29. Or, expressed in terms of method, because the specific bourgeois forms of production appeared as immutable natural forms to the classical economists, and because they proceeded from them as given presuppositions, it was in their interests not to interpret them genetically, but rather to seek to reduce them by means of analysis to their inner unity, i.e. to the law of value. 30 Consequently they had to regard the economic forms of the bourgeois mode of production as something merely formal which did not affect its content, the production of use values, of goods. 31 Thus the methodological problem of the conflict between content and form could not arise for the classical economists. And this is the point where the dialectic comes into its own. For, according to the dialectical conception, each content and the form which it gives rise to are in constant interaction and struggle with one another, which on the one hand results in a shedding of the forms, and on the other a transformation of the content. 32 By contrast, if form is regarded as something accessory, external to the content, then it is inevitable that either the form will be neglected, sacrificed to content, or the attempt will be made to turn this form into an absolute. We can take as an example of the latter approach those Soviet economists who conclude from the fact that even a socialist society will have to distribute the amounts of social labor at its disposal, and measure it by labor time, that the economic category of value will also prevail under socialism, i.e. from the suprahistorical substratum of the determination of value they infer the suprahistorical character of the form of value. It is clear then that the methodological importance of the dialectic for Marxist economics cannot be estimated too highly. 33. The undialectical elements in the theoretical analyses of Ricardo and the classical economists can be seen, on the other hand, in their methodical avoidance of the categories of mediation. 34 In their efforts to deduce the phenomena on the surface of economic life by simple abstraction directly from the general law, or to show by cunning argument that they are in accordance with that law. 35 We know that, according to Marx, all science would be superfluous if the outward appearance and the essence of things directly coincided. 36 However, in reality, the final pattern of economic relations as seen on the surface, in their real existence and consequently in the conceptions by which the bearers and agents of these relations seek to understand them, is very much different from, and indeed quite the reverse of, their inner but concealed essential pattern and the conception corresponding to it. 37. Lukács writes, commenting on this sentence by Marx, if the facts are to be understood, this distinction between their real existence and their inner core must be grasped clearly and precisely. Thus we must detach the phenomena from the form in which they are immediately given and discover the intervening links which connect them to their core, their essence. In so doing we shall arrive at an understanding of their apparent form and see it as the form in which the inner core necessarily appears. 38. This explains the fundamental importance of transitions and intermediary links for Marx's methodology. Without these categories, Marx's Capital would have been inconceivable. It is therefore clear that Marx had to criticize Ricardo on this point, and reproach him for the formal and arbitrary manner of his abstraction. In fact, Ricardo already unexpectedly introduced the hypothesis of the general rate of profit in the first chapter of his work, dealing with value, in order to show that even this assumption does not contradict the determination of the value of commodities by labor time, and merely constitutes an exception. Marx comments on this. Instead of postulating this general rate of profit, Ricardo should have rather examined how far its existence is in fact consistent with the determination of value by labor time, and he would have found that instead of being consistent with it, prima facie it contradicts it, and that its existence would therefore have to be explained through a number of intermediary stages, a procedure which is very different from merely including it under the law of value. 39. However, it is just this elaboration which is absent in Ricardo. No wonder, then, that the question, how from the mere determination of the value of the commodities their surplus value, the profit and even a general rate of profit are derived, remains obscure to him. 40. Where he correctly sets forth the laws of surplus value, he distorts them by immediately expressing them as laws of profit. On the other hand, he seeks to present the laws of profit directly, without the intermediate links, as laws of surplus value. 41. In the same way that his method generally omits some essential links and directly seeks to prove the congruity of the economic categories with one another. 42. One can see that though Ricardo is accused of being too abstract, one would be justified in accusing him of the opposite, lack of the power of abstraction, inability when dealing with the values of commodities. To forget profits, a factor which confronts him as a result of competition. 43 And exactly the same can be said about the other parts of his work on his conception of capital, wage labor, money etc. The Grundriss states on this, he never investigated the form of the mediation. 44. However, despite all this, stresses Marx, the method of investigation employed by Ricardo is justified, and its scientific necessity in the history of economics cannot be denied. 45 For what Ricardo intended with this method, and where for the most part he succeeded, was to reduce the various fixed and mutually alien forms of wealth to their inner unity, that is, to understand the inner structure of the bourgeois economic system, in contrast to the multiplicity of its outward forms. Certainly, Ricardo's theory occasionally contradicts itself in this analysis. It often attempts to carry through the reduction directly, leaving out the intermediate links, and to prove that the various forms are derived from one and the same source. This is, however, a necessary consequence of its analytical method, with which criticism and understanding must begin. Classical economy is not interested in elaborating how the various forms come into being, but seeks to reduce them to their unity by means of analysis, because it starts from them as given premises. But analysis is the necessary prerequisite of genetical presentation, and of the understanding of the real, formative, process in its different phases. 46. Marx here sketched out the essential difference between his and Ricardo's method of investigation, a difference which is related to the different role allotted to analysis in the theoretical systems of the two thinkers. Of course, both are analysts, because the fundamental identity of the economic categories, their congruence with one another, can only be demonstrated through analysis. However, whereas for Ricardo, who regarded the social forms of bourgeois production as given forms, analysis represents the alpha and omega of his method, for Marx it is only a necessary step in the process of scientific discovery and must, therefore, be complemented and expanded by genetic investigation. 47 The task of which is to investigate the processes of the development and formation of the economic categories themselves, and their further development through the various phases. But what is in fact analysis enriched by the genetic method of investigation? Nothing other than Marx's dialectical method. 3 Marx's remarks on Ricardo's method are therefore important for us because we believe that they provide a key to the understanding of Marx's Capital. A twofold methodological task stood before Marx in the light of his criticisms of Ricardo, on the one hand, to discover through scientific abstraction those categories and concepts by means of which the most essential relations of the capitalist mode of production could be understood, i.e. the essence in contrast to the mere forms of appearance, and on the other hand, to connect these essential relations with the phenomena on the surface of economic life, or rather to derive these phenomena from the essential relations. Marx accomplished the former task by excluding from his analysis, in the first instance, all the phenomena of competition etc., in order to limit the study exclusively to capital in general, i.e. the production and circulation process of capital in its pure form. 48 In the course of this he studied, in a genuinely dialectical manner, the individual economic forms, not in a static sense, but in the flow of their movement, and not only from the perspective of the individual capital, but also from the perspective of aggregate social capital. This method was the only one by which he could investigate the life history of capital, i.e. not simply uncover the inner laws which govern its actual operation, but also its development as a category from money and value, and in addition the developmental tendencies which point beyond its form of production. Only after this task had been carried out was it possible to proceed, via numerous mediations and intermediary stages, to capital in reality, the representation of the competition of capitals, the credit system etc. 49. For the reader, whose patience has been so sorely tried, may well now be saying, all this may be correct, but what has it got to do with Lang's book? The reproach is justified. Lang's book in fact contains nothing, or almost nothing, on the method of Marx's Capital. Why should he bother to deal in detail with the role played by abstraction, progressive concretization and verification in the methodology of political economy as such, if he does not mention the special importance of this method of reasoning in Marxist economics. 50. This criticism should not be misunderstood. If Lang's book had been published in 1909, rather than 1959, the lack of a chapter on methodology could not have occasioned such criticism. At that time the attention of Marxist theoreticians was so totally absorbed with the material, with the concrete content of Marx's work, that even the most important of them, 51, scarcely gave any attention to the unique method of Marx's economic work, or at the least left it in the background. This was of course no accident, since theoreticians of the Second International, who for the most part were oriented towards neo-Kantianism and positivism, had lost any feeling for the philosophical point of departure adopted by Marx and Engels, i.e. Hegel's conceptual schemes. 52 Thus Lenin could write in his philosophical notebooks of 191,415, "It is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic." Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. 53. Since that time more than 5 decades have elapsed, and something could have been learned on this subject in the intervening years. For example, in 1923 George Lukács published History and Class Consciousness, which taught us to look at Marx's method with quite different eyes. 10 years later Lenin's philosophical notebooks were published. Their significance for Marxist economics cannot be overrated. Furthermore, the heyday of Soviet economics in the 1920s provided many valuable methodological discoveries, to name only the works of Preobrazhensky, and 52. The following section from Otto Bauer's review of Hilferding's Finanzkapital is very characteristic in this respect. Along with Marx's method he also took over Marx's manner of presentation, even the Anglicisms. Bauer continues, "This appropriation of Marx's presentation is not entirely without its dangers. Marx, as always with the foundation of a new science, developed an entire system from graphic images, comparisons, metaphors, tropes, and symbols, and in these he clothed his laws and concepts. We often forget that we ourselves speak in images when we say, for example, that the value of the means of production is transferred to the commodity produced, that value is expressed in price, that the law of value appears in the movement of prices. The present tendency of the science of our time, however, is to proceed in the manner of presentation from such variegated images to abstract concepts. Fulfilling this need is necessary, not so much because Marx's image-filled language, which arose under the influence of Hegel's similarly metaphorical language, has misled several authors into reinterpreting Marxism as a metaphysical system, but rather because this manner of presentation is not the one appropriate to the present day, because it obstructs the victorious progress of the Marxist system. One can see that for Bauer, Marx's dialectic is nothing more than metaphorical language taken from Hegel. No wonder that he saw this dialectic in accord with the science of our time as superfluous ballast. The Rubin 54 School. 55 And finally, the publication of Marx's rough draft for Capital in 193,940 amounted to a veritable revelation, which introduced us, as it were, to Marx's economic laboratory, and laid bare all the fine details and complex byways of his methodology. Since that time one no longer has to bite into the sour apple and thoroughly study the whole of Hegel's logic in order to understand Marx's Capital. One can arrive at the same end, directly, by studying the rough draft. Without the appropriation and thorough assimilation of the methodological discoveries of rough draft, it is impossible, in our opinion, to make any real progress in the field of Marxist economics. But unfortunately, in the light of this, Lang's otherwise useful and interesting book makes a remarkably old-fashioned impression. 3. Concluding remark. Every historical period and society has the theory which it deserves. However, Marxist social science has more than 3 decades of unparalleled degradation and sterility behind it, only half freed from the Stalinist straitjacket, it has to learn the difficult art of free thought and free speech. 56 Is it then any surprise that it is still far from attaining again the relative high point of the 1920s? But not only that. The degradation of Marxist theory, which we have been able to observe in the last decades, was of course no accident, no whim of history. It was a phenomenon which necessarily accompanied the far-reaching structural changes in society which Lang very prudently identifies as the predominance of the conservative interests of certain strata or social groups whose position is the result of the place they occupy in the superstructure. 57 He says one thing, but means another. He talks of the superstructure, but means the state and party bureaucracy. 58 Nevertheless, no matter how these strata are defined, the actual pressure which the conservative interests exercise is not thereby made any the less. And this pressure does not only find its expression in the economy, as well as in the omnipotence of the greatest fetish of all, the state, but also in the spheres of science, culture, art, social morality, etc. And the more the conservative interests seek to convince themselves and their associates of the stability of the prevailing situation, gloomily sensing the precarious and provisional nature of their historical position, the stronger the urge to seek all kinds of eternal values in life, thought and emotions. Hence the tendency towards absolutizing and dehistoricizing the old Marxist heritage in philosophy, ethics, sociology, economics, etc. Marx's materialism does not seem to represent any insuperable obstacle to such an interpretation. However, the situation is different with Marx's dialectic, which includes in its positive understanding of what exists a simultaneous recognition of its negation, its inevitable destruction, and regards every historically developed form as being in a fluid state. 59 This dialectic of contradictions is naturally instinctively repugnant to the conservative interests, hence the efforts made to pay lip service to it, to force it into the. He did not neglect to add that Stalin only discovered the name of the law because it had already been discovered and formulated by Marx and Engels. What would one say about a theologian who lauded his God in the text, and denied his existence in the footnotes? Procrustean bed of eternal natural laws, and at the same time to banish it from the social, economic, and political theory of the present day. Eternal values are difficult to reconcile with the critical revolutionary dialectic of Marx. What is important is to acknowledge this connection and to struggle against the pressure of conservative interests in every sphere. Only in this way will it be possible to go beyond neo-Marxism both in sociology and the economics.